Usually I start these off with a song, a little karaoke. This time I'm going to do one for Chelsea, my beautiful wife. I dedicate this to you, Chelsea. Bite my tongue, bide my time, wearing a warning sign. Wait till the world is mine. Visions I vandalize, cold in my kingdom size, fell for these ocean eyes.
You see me in a crown, gonna run this nothing town. Watch and make them bow one by one by one by one by. You should see me in a crown. Your silence is my favorite sound. Watch me make them bow one by one by one by one by one.
Want my cards, watch them fall. Blood on my marble wall. I like the way they all scream. Tell me which one is worse, living or dying first, sleeping inside a hearse.
I don't dream.
You say, come over, baby. I think you're pretty. I'm okay. I'm not your baby. If you think I'm pretty.
You should see me in a crown. Gonna run this nothing town. Watch me make them bow one by one by one by one by. See me in a crown. Your silence is my favorite sound. Watch me make them bow one by one by one by one by one. Crown in this nothing town. Gonna make them bow one by one by one by one by. You should see me in a crown. Your silence is my favorite sound. Watch me make them bow one by one by one by one by one.
That's for you, baby. And they should. Sorry, I was a little late. Decided to go run to the liquor store. Get me some wine. Wine. Hold on, let me just configure the old setup here. Good stuff. All right. Pop it out. Everyone is cool except for you. Okay. This Michael Jackson. Yeah. That is MJ. What's all this? Can't hear the instrumental. Really? Should have been pretty loud. Oh well. Did I not turn the thing back on? Maybe I didn't. Oh well. It was an a cappella version then. Wine, TJ. Yeah, I'll do it again with the music later. when I'm drunk. It'll be better when I'm drunk anyway. That can be the rehearsal version, the no music version. Yeah, there was supposed to be music, but whatever. It's all good. I mean, there's not supposed to be music while I'm streaming. Although I can make that happen. I might have to turn background music on if it gets too hot in here, which it almost certainly will. More like wine. Never heard the original song, so that helps. It's pretty good. I didn't like a lot of Billie Eilish stuff when I first heard it. Like, a lot of it, Chelsea had to listen to it 20 or 30 times before I actually was like, okay, I guess I can appreciate this. But that one, I pretty much liked right away. I was like, oh, yeah. Okay. It's got some oomph to it. There's central AC in here, but this room that I'm in is sort of a converted garage, and it was not really done super well. And the AC unit for the house is not really sufficient to cool this room. It does okay on the rest of the house as long as it's not like an insanely hot day. But this room, it never really does a good job. So there's a secondary unit that's in here helping it out. So I went to the wine store. I got some wine. I probably could have gotten back sooner, but I figured you guys would want me to select good wines, right? Now, I don't know if I did a good job, but I did pick a couple. I picked it based on these descriptions they have on the back, you know? But wine descriptions are pretty much useless. It's always like, hints of oak and a nuttiness and all this. So, you know? This one is, I had a dream that the new meme online was just people posting pictures of Argentina. And so I'm like, what does it mean? What does it mean? It doesn't really mean anything. But I saw this was from Argentina. I was like, like in my dream. So I'm like, maybe I'm destined to drink this wine. It says, for many years, Argentine wines were almost exclusively blends of different grape varietals. By blending different grapes, we can create more complex and interesting wines. This blend of Mendoza's signature red grapes features red fruit aromas and lush, long mouthfeel. Something smells weird. From our estate, sustainably grown vineyards in the foothills of the Andes. Yes. Product of Argentina. Mendoza. Yes. So yeah, this is a Zolo red blend. I typically drink red blends when I drink wine. Really not much more to say about it, I guess. 13.2% alcohol by volume. So that's probably like, I don't know, that much of it is alcohol. Then I got this one. Ghost Runner. Ghost Runner Ungrafted Red. I don't know what ungrafted means. I did like how the label is Ghost Runner, but underneath where they'd like written out the name of the wine and the price of the wine, whoever was in charge of that had written Ghost Rider. So it's like, okay. This one says, our Ghost Runner Red Blend shows a dark ruby color with aromas of raspberry and ripe plum. Blackberry flavors and hints of spice show on the palate. This red blend, full of artful fruit, has an exotic mouthfeel and a lingering finish with hints of toasted oak. I've literally never found any of these descriptions to be accurate in my entire life. If the speech in the description doesn't look slurred, it's bad wine. Interesting theory. Anyway, I think I'm going to open this one first because it does seem the more interesting of the two from the description anyway. But like I said, that's not really too fucking indicative of anything, right? Now, one by one. The fuck is an exotic mouthfeel? It's when you, I thought it said an erotic mouthfeel at first, so I thought it was going to be like, you know, very sexual. But exotic, I don't know. I don't know how a mouthfeel is exotic. Like, oh, wow. Stupid fucking. Why do they fucking put this foil shit? I guess it's because they don't expect people to drink straight from the bottle, but I mean, I'm going to. If I can ever get all this fucking shit off, I don't want that cut in my lip or whatever. I'm a sensitive boy. 21st century digital boy. I saw someone wanted me to do Toto's Africa. So yeah, you know, ask me when I'm a little drunker and that might happen, I guess. But I feel like I already did it. Didn't I already do Toto's Africa at one point? Whatever. Boom. There we go. Do you want a glass? Not really. Who needs it? Yeah, when you cut your lip on the fucking foil, that's when you get the exotic mouthfeel. Like, wow. It's so exotic the way I'm bleeding. I use a knife. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was able to get it off with my hands just fine. It's off now. See? It's gone. It's gone. Let's see. I'm going to let you guys know what an exotic mouthfeel is like. Oh, shit. That's exotic. That's exotic. I want to show you guys. I shouldn't show you guys this because it's not, you know, there's like a certain, like, it's supposed to be like a wow factor of like, whoa, look at this new thing. But whatever. I'm too excited. This is the new shirt that I'm working on. Well, I've come up with a concept for. Someone else did all the real work, but there's some good shit, right? Fucking Economos, bitch. Maybe a different font, but other than that, fuck, I don't know. It's pretty much goddamn perfect. All hail Economos. I love it so much. Yeah, he's got coins for eyes. Does he? I don't know. Let's see. Let's zoom in more. Oops. I think he does. Look at his ass. Look at that son of a bitch. All hail Economos. He's got like a big mountain of gold behind him. All the fucking working class schmucks being crushed under the immensity of his fucking throne of power as all the businessmen bow before him. All hail Economos. This is great art, dude. Yeah, I don't know the name of the artist. Someone who works for our shirt company. They said that they'd give us one free design because we've done so much, you know, good business with them and stuff. And this is the freebie. So whoever did this, very talented. Fucking absolutely fucking gorgeous goddamn design. This is going to be a fucking awesome shirt. Love the fucking symmetry of it. What am I going to do at 1K? I don't know. The tip thing is just there. You know, people want to do it. They can. You're free to like request stuff with it. I might do it. I might not. Depends on, you know, the price is right or whatever. But, you know, there's no like impetus to do it. So it probably won't be as successful as it was last time when I was like taking shots for $50, but it's there if you want it. I was not impressed with all the DFF shirts, but this is what I feel like I feel like all of our shirts have been pretty fucking good, but I don't know. The only shirt that we've ever put out that I didn't like was there was a shirt where we were like fighting Susan Wojcicki, and the design was just like out of control, complicated looking, and it just didn't make sense on a shirt. That was we probably should have just been like, back to the drawing board on this. Yeah, I don't know if this one's going to be a tie-dye design. I feel like it's probably just going to be more of like a classic t-shirt, but fuck, I don't know. Maybe the black tie-dye at least. People seem to like that. I think we'll do this one on the Union Tees design. Because they have different shirts you can use, and I think we'll use like the Union one for this because obviously it's kind of like about labor, so we should use like t-shirts made in America by like, you know, laborers who are in a fucking labor union. The power of the fucking union man, the power of the working man. But a t-shirt that's all money with that logo. I think we would need a greater ability to customize shirts to do that. Maybe one of these days. Yeah, I have to agree that the black tie-dye shirt is probably my favorite shirt. I wish I could get one, but it only goes up to 2X, and my gigantic fucking 6'6", 320-pound ass would look ridiculous trying to fucking squeeze into a 2X, so no goddamn way. Ain't no fucking way, man. There's no fucking way, bro. Man, I got some shit. Ugh. I got so much shit. All this fucking bullshit, man. Are they all unisex? You have women's shirts. I think they're mostly unisex. I do like we don't really have a lot of female fans. I think it's like 10% of our audience, something like that. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. I saw on the subreddit that someone had just like got theirs, and they were pretty pleased with it. So, and you know, we've seen a few people send in, you know, pictures of their shirts, pictures of them. Been pretty happy with it. Didn't even get notified. Had to refresh. Damn, brutal. That sucks. 10%, that's higher than I would expect. I mean, maybe I'm wrong on that. That's just what mine was like 5 years ago, back when I last checked. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can go look. I mean, not everyone's honest on that, but you know, maybe. Fuck. Well, I'm logged into mine right now, so it'd be kind of hard to do. But you know, you can take my word for it for now. It's a wiener palooza up in here. Yeah. It's not to say there's no chicks, but yeah, it's like, you know, 1 out of 10. Maybe like 1 out of 12. Who knows? Something like that. I'm a woman. I'm the biggest fan. That's right. You sure are, baby. I love that bitch. Love that bitch. Chelsea. Motherfucking Chelsea, baby. All right. Oh, God. I don't want to do this. All right. Well, you know, we got to do it. It's fucking abandon hope, right? Can't fucking abandon hope without abandoning hope.
Okay, guys, got a very important prophetic update for you.
It's supposed to be black.
Concerning
I guess I'm not really complaining. Does he come back at some point? Okay, I just like not playing right. That's cool.
Okay, guys, got a very important prophetic update for you concerning the Battle of Armageddon and the prophetic signs that we see happening leading up to not just the Battle of Armageddon, but particularly the return of Jesus Christ. Now, you've seen it in the news. It's no secret. It's been plastered on the front of a lot of different websites. But what is the prophetic significance of Joe Biden arming the Taliban? Now, I want you to understand this very, very explicit, very explicitly, very, very clear. The Taliban is now stronger than 85% of the world's armies. I want you to understand this. We're talking about radical Islamic extremists, people that are taught from the Quran that they are.
So I'm just gonna not even fact check it. I'm just gonna go ahead and dismiss that as absolute bullshit. This is the same guy that said universe translated into one verse, which is fucking flat out not true. This is probably some statistic that his fucking fat dumbass got off of Facebook. Because there's no fucking way, dude. 85% of all armies? I mean, that is like, no. No fucking way, dude. Not true. Just flat out not true. Unless you're considering like any fucking group of like 2 or more dudes with a gun and army. Like, okay, I mean, I guess we could try to fact check it. Taliban stronger than 85% of armies. Let's see. Okay. No, I see a statistic that said Taliban controls 85% of Afghanistan. Don't even control the whole country. I don't see... I literally see nothing that says that they're fucking stronger than 85% of the world's armies. Yeah, that's literally not a statistic. Yeah, they don't have an air force. They don't have a navy. I mean, it's just fucking not true. It's just simply not fucking true.
Are to hate Jews and try to convert Christians or kill them are now stronger than 85% of the world's militaries. Now, I want to give you a few staggering figures.
So let's just say for a moment that were true. They're stronger than 85% of the world's militaries. Let's just say for the sake of argument that that is an actual fact, okay? Are they stronger than ours? Not even close. Not even fucking close, okay? We have the world's biggest fucking air force, the world's biggest fucking naval force, probably the biggest fucking army in general. The size and power of our armed forces is ludicrously fucking gigantic. We spend more than the next 10 countries fucking combined on military spending, and it shows. So they're absolutely, even if they were the fucking runner-up, even if they were the second most powerful, biggest army on Earth, they wouldn't even be fucking close. So who gives a shit?
And then you're going to see how it all ties in to Scripture. So, do you realize that we left over 100,000 armored tanks, Humvees, different armored vehicles? We left it all there. We left it all there for the Taliban to take over, knowing that they were coming, knowing that they were already beginning to plan a full frontal assault. We left it there. Now, normal protocol...
Wait, whose fault is that? Who decided that we needed to go in there and build an army to fucking... We're going to create an Afghan army to fight off the Taliban so that they can never take control back? Who decided we were going to fucking, like, nation build and create this fucking fake country out of thin air? Who decided that?
Would have been is if you leave military vehicles and if you leave machine guns, over 500,000, guys, over 500,000 pieces of weaponry. We're talking machine guns.
All right, so here is the figures here. We left 162,643 pieces of communications equipment. We left 75,898 vehicles. We left 599,690 weapons. We left 29,681 explosive ordnance disposal equipment. We left 16,191 intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance equipment. We left 208 aircraft. And the total amount of just things we left was 884,311. So, yeah, is that a fucking absolute debacle? Is that ridiculous? Yes. But do you think we didn't leave our latest and greatest shit there, okay? We left a bunch of old shit. We left a bunch of fucking garbage shit that we were just like, it was just our used junk. Which, by the way, we already sell this crap to every country across the globe anyway. Now, am I saying that we should have left that stuff there? It should have never been brought there to fucking begin with. Because you know why? We never should have gone to Afghanistan to begin with. And if we did, it should have been, let's go in there and get Osama bin Laden. He's not here. Okay, well, let's get the fuck out then. Find out where he is, and then we'll go there and get him. I don't know how the mission to go get Osama bin Laden turned into the mission to fucking rule Afghanistan for 20 years. But it did. Ridiculously, absurdly. And now people like this fat chunk of shit want us back there. Oh, it was a disgrace we left. Even though the fucking guy he supported, Donald Trump, is the one who wanted to get us out. Which, by the way, the Republicans were bragging about. We're going to get out of Afghanistan. We're going to get out of Afghanistan. As soon as it was a debacle, they removed all that shit from the GOP website. Oh, never mind. Now it's Biden's fault. Our plan that failed is Biden's fault. I'm just glad Biden had the fucking old man, don't give a fuck balls to actually get us out, because every fucking guy before him, Obama, I'm going to get us out of Afghanistan. Then the Pentagon pushes back. He's like, oh, never mind. It's going to become too unstable. It's like, yeah, no shit. It's never going to be stable. It's never going to be stable. You know why we left all that shit there? It was because we decided we were going to create this great security force, the Afghan military, and they're going to fight the Taliban. And you know what they did? They didn't fire a single fucking shot. They just got the fuck out of Dodge. You know why? Because why wouldn't they? Why would anybody fight for a country that was just some shit that was imposed on them by a foreign fucking invader? It's like if China comes here to America, right? China comes to America, they take over. And they're like, all right, we're going to build you an army, and you're going to be the United States of China, whatever. And we're going to build you guys an army and stuff. And you're going to fight. You're going to fight off invaders, and then they leave. And then Russia comes or something, you know? We're going to fight Russia in the name of like, no, Chinese Republic. Fuck that. Who gives a shit? They're not going to fight for some made-up fictional country that was imposed on them by a foreign fucking interloper, okay? No one would, because it's stupid. The fact that we ever thought they would is ridiculous.
Assault rifles, etc. Over 500,000 left there. 500,000 people that are now armed. Think about this. We're talking about Islamic extremists, terrorists.
You're an extremist. You're a terrorist. I've seen your videos. I've literally seen you talk about like the armed revolution needs to rise up because like you didn't get a cheeseburger. Remember the last time I watched one of your videos, it was literally you being like, I can't remember the exact circumstances, but like a cheeseburger didn't go your way, and you were like, this is why we need to take over the country. Armed insurrection, y'all. And the next thing we know, a bunch of fucking turds like you tried to do just that back on January 6th. Try to go, we're going to take the White House. Storm the Capitol, kill AOC. Wah!
Arm them. Now, what would have been normal was, as you fly away, you send in your F-16s and you bomb the snot out of all of those weapons, out of the planes, everything else. You guys realize that now.
Wait, what? Okay, wait. This is how, Josh Moronstein once again earning his fucking name. Just think about what he just fucking said. He's saying we should have gone there. We should have brought the weapons there. We should have fucking built the fake army there. But then, as soon as our fake army failed, we should have just bombed all the weapons we brought there. Hey, Josh, let's rewind it a little. If you're going to do this game of like what we should have done, why don't you go right back to the fucking beginning of the fucking problem and just admit that we never should have been there in the fucking first place. I see I got a donation for $6.66. Said, this is from Munch Bob, who said, time to christen the tip jar. I didn't see his shit pop up on the screen. Did you guys? It should have. Maybe I just wasn't looking. Make sure that's working all right. Okay. Oh.
Third largest air force. The Taliban is now the third largest air force. Now, let me show you how this...
Okay. The Taliban is now the third largest air force. Okay. So we left them, once again, like 200 planes. Okay? We left 200 planes there. 200 aircraft. Old pieces of shit. Nothing we didn't leave no fucking F-13s or whatever the fuck. Listen to this. Okay? United States, largest air force. By a country mile, 13,264 fucking planes or aircraft in their air force. Russia, 4,163. China, 3,210. India, 2,132. South Korea, 1,649. Japan, 1,561. Pakistan, 1,372. France, 1,229. Turkey, 1,055. Egypt, 1,054. Not even close. Not even close. They have some planes that we left behind, which, by the way, most of those planes, the U.S. Troops took the vital components out of before they left. And we got another donation, and I once again did not see it fucking alert. So I don't know what's going on with the alerts right now. Pretty fucking weird. Let's see. It was from Tucker White 94, who gave $5. Says, good to see Josh Morenstein still doesn't know how to film in portrait. Of course not. He doesn't know how to fucking recite factual things either. Like, it's just pathetic. We're not even Afghanistan. That's just fucking absurd. All right, let me see. Maybe I can find it. Let me see how far down I have to go to find where Afghanistan is. This is 2021 data, so. Afghanistan. Okay. Where's their Air Force size? Yeah, I want to know the size of their fucking Air Force. I can't even find it. We left like 200 planes there, most of which had their vital components removed. And really, how many people associated with the Taliban even know how to fly those fucking planes, even if their fucking vital components weren't removed? And they're nowhere, even if all those planes were operational and the Taliban had qualified pilots to fly each and every last one of them, they wouldn't even be close to cracking the top 10 largest air forces in the world. Literally number 10 on the list is Egypt with 1,054. 5 times the amount of fucking aircraft we left in Afghanistan. What aircraft do we leave in Afghanistan? Let's find out. So as far as the helicopter goes, we left some MD-530 helicopters used for reconnaissance and close attack and some A-29 light attack planes. Look at these planes. This shit looks like World War II shit, okay? Look at the fucking plane. Okay, hold on. I want you to see this fucking plane that this dude is wringing his fucking hands about right now. Check this out. Look at this fucking thing. Look at it. And look at it. It's fucking... You see how it's been, like, ripped apart? It's a piece of shit. Like, we don't use these. You know what I mean? Like, give me a fucking break. This dude's trying to fucking scare us that this... Oh, my God, you guys. Oh, my God, dude. The Taliban now has the 3rd largest air force in the world. No, they don't. No, they don't. And the planes they do have are shit. They're shit. I don't know why Streamlabs isn't working, you guys. I mean, I'm getting them. And when I do a test donation, it works. But for some reason, when you guys give me shit, it's not going through. I don't know what the fucking problem is. Hitmang donated $6.66. Says, oh God, the Super Mario Brothers 3 fish still makes videos. Lord. I don't even remember the inside joke on that one. But Erotic Whale donated $6.66. Says, I'm in the Air Force. We leave things unusable. Furthermore, Bush turned down the offer from the Taliban in October 2001 to hand over bin Laden for the U.S. to stop bombing Afghanistan. You can look these things up. Yeah, but looking things up is not what fucking Josh Feuerstein wants to do, okay? That's not what he's into. That's not his fucking shtick. He don't like that. What he likes to do is make shit the fuck up to trick a bunch of boomers that listen to his dumbass on Facebook, so that he can make them all riled up and upset over a bunch of made-up nonsense that doesn't even have any connection to reality. Here, since you guys aren't getting the alerts, I'll do them for you. So there's one. There's one. Why does it keep doing the same one? That's really weird. Why? I don't actually... It looks like my settings are fucking fucked up here. Donation settings, right? Where's all the alert variations? Okay, they're all there. It says minimum amount to alert is $3. Really no reason it shouldn't be working. Very strange. Well, I thank you guys nonetheless. Hopefully it'll start working and it's just like a temporary issue.
Plays into end time prophecy. Joe Biden literally armed the Taliban for Armageddon. Single-handedly, his action armed these godless, horrific heathens.
Wait, is this supposed to be a bad thing? Like, aren't you guys like gangbusters, full speed ahead, we love Armageddon? Isn't that you? Isn't that how you feel? So, like, are you saying Joe Biden did you motherfuckers a favor? Because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're saying that you're, like, happy. Or it seems like that's what you should be saying anyway. Like, what are you talking about? So we already went through how everything he just said is bullshit. Like, he's just a lying sack of shit. There's not a fucking true goddamn thing that he said in this entire fucking load of shit, but yeah, Armageddon, bro.
For Armageddon.
Uh-huh.
He did it. They did not have this weaponry. They did not have the ability to go against Israel. The Bible says that Gog and Magog in the end times are going to come.
Okay, let me just see how Israel's doing. Israel, by the way, is the country we actually do arm. All right, here's some stats about military in Israel, okay? They have active personnel, 169,500, including 102,500 conscripts. They have 465,000 reserve personnel. Let's see what else they got. Military strength, Israel. Okay. Yeah, breakdown. That's what I need. Manpower. They have about, let's see, total population of Israel, 8,675,475. They have 643,000 people in the military. That's like 7.4% of the fucking population. They have another 3 million that are fit for service. Air power, they have 595 aircraft, 241 of which are fighters and interceptors. Here, let me just show you these fucking things. Here. 241 fighter interceptors, 23 dedicated attack, 15 transport, 154 trainers, 23 special mission, 11 tanker fleet, 128 helicopters, 48 attack helicopters, okay? Land forces, 1,650 tanks, 7,500 armored vehicles, 650 self-propelled artillery, 300 towed artillery, 100 rocket projectors. Naval forces, 65. They got, 48 patrol vessels, 5 submarines, 4 corvettes. Natural resources. Oil production, 400 BBL. I don't know what that is. They consume a lot more oil than they fucking produce, that's for sure. Big oil reserves, though. Nice big reserve of oil. Labor force, blah, blah, blah. This is just like infrastructure shit. Defense budget. Is that $1 billion? 16 billion, 600 million? Or no, that's... Yeah. Yeah, that's right. 16 billion, 600 million. Giant amount of debt, of course. Bunch of gold, bunch of purchasing power. All right? That's Israel, military strength. Okay? Let's see if I can find this same thing for Afghanistan. Let's see. By the way, Israel is ranked 20th out of 140 countries considered for the annual GFP review, which I guess is globalfirepower.com. Let's see if they have... Oh, you can even do a compare countries. So let's do that. We can do a direct comparison, Israel versus Afghanistan. We can kind of see what the fuck is going on. All right. Here we go. Let's compare and contrast. Israel ranked 20th out of 140. Afghanistan, 75th out of 140. Population. The population of Afghanistan's higher, so that's good. Manpower, I guess they do have more manpower. Fit for service, more fit for service. Reaching military age. Yeah. I mean, they just have a higher population. Active personnel, 170,000 for Israel, 175,000 for Afghanistan. Reserve personnel, insanely higher for Israel. Doesn't seem like there's any reserve personnel. Like, if you're in there, they don't have reserves. Just like if you're in it, you're in it. So really, these numbers are pretty deceiving here because Israel actually has a lot more people in their military. It's not all active duty at once. Paramilitary forces. They got some, Afghanistan's got a pretty fucking sizable number there. Financials. This is where you start to see things kind of fall apart. Defense budget of Afghanistan absolutely fucking dwarfed by the defense budget of Israel. External debt. Israel has a mountain of fucking debt, which means that's a lot more money to work with No one's giving loans to fucking Afghanistan. Maybe China will. Foreign reserve rank, 22nd. Foreign reserve rank, 82. Purchasing power, insanely stronger for Israel. Air power, insanely stronger for Israel. Fighter aircraft, like literally Afghanistan has none, basically. They don't have any. Dedicated attack aircraft. I guess Afghanistan actually has more. Probably not as good, but at least more. Transports. Once again, they have more transports, probably because we left transports behind. Trainers. It doesn't look like Afghanistan actually has any. Special mission rank. I don't even know what that is, but Israel kicks their ass. Helicopters. I guess Afghanistan has more helicopters, but I guarantee they're not as good. Attack helicopters, they don't have any. Maybe they could shoot you from a helicopter, but Israel has 48 attack helicopters compared to 0. Land power, Israel fucking is pretty much just like, I don't know, Afghanistan has none of these. They have no tanks. No tanks whatsoever. Armored vehicles, they have a few, but not anything compared to Israel. Self-propelled artillery, they don't have any. Israel has 650. Towed artillery, they have 120. Israel has 300. Mobile rocket projectors, they have 100. Israel has 25. I'm sorry, Afghanistan has 25. Israel has 100. Naval power, I mean, they're completely landlocked. They have no naval fleet to speak of. Neither of them has any aircraft carriers. Neither of them has any helo or hello characters. Why do I keep saying characters? Submarines, Israel has 5. Afghanistan has none. They don't have any. Neither has any destroyers or frigates. Israel has 4 corvettes. I mean, like, there's no navy there. Airports rank. Is this just the amount of airports? What does this mean? I don't know. It's 42 to 46. If anyone can parse that data. Merchant marines. Israel has them all. Afghanistan has none. Ports, terminals. They have 5. It's 5 to 2. Labor force rank. There's obviously, once again, a higher population in Afghanistan. Roadways. What's this? What's the difference between this roadways and this roadways? Oh, I guess there's just different ranks of roadways. Now it's down to resources. Oil, Afghanistan, none. Israel, a shit ton. Oil consumption, Israel, a ton. Afghanistan, basically nothing. Reserves, Israel, a ton. Afghanistan, nothing. Israel obviously has a fucking hugely more land than tiny little Israel. Shared borders, a lot more in Afghanistan just because it's bigger. Coastline, Afghanistan is landlocked. They don't have any coastline. Waterways, it's like they beat them in waterways at least. No, wait, or is that, 1,200. You can go further and look into more details, but it's pretty clear just from like the infrastructure and technology and the gap between those and the wealth gap between those and just the military spending gap between those and the weapons gap between those. Afghanistan poses no fucking threat whatsoever to Israel. It poses absolutely no threat whatsoever to Israel. Maybe if it was like, hold on. Let's just look at the terrain now. All right. So, the contention here by our buddy Josh Moronstein is that this is like Armageddon because now Afghanistan has a military to rival Israel. Well, here's Afghanistan. They're over here. Look, I'll make it bigger. Afghanistan is here, okay? Right here. So is the army of Afghanistan going to cross Iran, cross Iraq, cross either Jordan or Syria, and I think Lebanon too, to get to fucking Israel? How are they going to do it? Logistically, how would you do that? Especially when your country has no oil reserves, no infrastructure, no fucking money, dirt poor. You don't even have full control of your own country yet. The Taliban only has 85% of control of Afghanistan at this point. They're fighting fucking wars from within. This is just such a stupid fucking contention. Like, you gotta be fucking shitting me with this. There's a reason I dubbed this guy fucking Josh Moronstein, dude. He's literally one of the stupidest fucking people. He will talk out of his ass. He will make shit up. He will pull fucking facts and figures right out of his fucking asshole to justify whatever crazy nonsense he's fucking talking that day.
Against Israel. And that there's going to be a 200 million man army. Now, that would have been impossible.
200 million man army? What are you fucking talking about?
Okay, but I want you to think about this.
Okay.
Islam alone is approaching 2 billion people. If only 8 to 10% of those people are militarized, you have a 200 million man army.
No, you don't. Because all of those radical Islamic groups, wait, they're just going to all magically get together and get along all of a sudden? You realize how much infighting there is? Like, Taliban and ISIS are not friends just because, like, hey, we're both radical Islamic groups. Let's be friends with one another. They're bitter fucking enemies. Just because someone is Islamic and becomes radicalized does not mean that they're automatically an ally to every other radicalized Islamic person. Just like in America or if with any other, this is like saying there's like 3 billion Christians in the world, so imagine if 10% of them became radicalized, there'd be an army of 300 million crazy Christian theocrats. But no, some are fucking Protestant, some are Catholic, they have different regional interests. They belong to different fucking affiliations. They have different tribal groups. It's not just a matter of like, they Islam and they radical, so they all fight as one force. God. Can hardly hear Josh. Are you serious? Why not?
Before it would have been impossible. But
you should be able to hear him just fine. Like, from what I'm looking at, it looks like he's hitting just fine over here. All right, I'll boost him up a little more. But I have no idea why you wouldn't be able to hear it.
And you're literally seeing this unfold before our eyes. Now, I know a lot of people get scared, but I want you to understand.
There are 300 million radical Christians. It's called America. I love you guys.
And this, too, is that we live in exciting times. And if you were born into this time, it's because God has a plan for you. As long as you don't stay silent.
What's his plan for you? Be a fat moron that dispenses nonsense to idiots?
As long as you don't cower in a corner, God's going to use you to help.
You couldn't fit in a corner, you fat fuck.
Help facilitate end-time revival. But I want you to at least have your eyes open on what's going in the Middle East, because Russia and China, okay?
China. Russia and China. China? I heard China. Let me go back.
Bible. But I want you to at least have your eyes open on what's going in the Middle East, because Russia and China.
Did you guys hear China? I heard China. Russia and China. At least when I was calling fucking aircraft characters earlier, I caught myself, and fucking corrected myself, okay? It's the difference between me and you, Josh. A little smidgen of self-fucking awareness. Oh, and I guess, like, the scruples enough not to just outright lie to people knowingly.
Okay? I also want you to understand why it is that Joe Biden released Afghanistan to the Taliban. Okay? We already know that he has direct ties to China. It's no secret that they...
Shut up. You are such a fucking cretinous, fat fucking buffoon. God. People like you, so contemptual.
funneled money to him. I mean, it's literally not a secret. He doesn't even try to
Literally.
hide it anymore. But
Yeah, Joe Biden works for China. He works for China. So fucking stupid.
he released Afghanistan because it is now one of the richest in minerals. The mineral rights.
It's
are
now
in
one of the
hundreds
richest
of
in minerals. It's not, that didn't suddenly happen, okay? The minerals are not something that sprung up overnight. They've been there.
If not trillions of dollars in Afghanistan with all the minerals that they found. And China needs them. So what does China do? Pays off Joe. Joe withdraws the army. The Taliban takes over. And guess what?
You're such a fucking dumb shit, dude. How could China pay him off for the minerals if he already has control of the minerals? Like, wouldn't he just be like, fuck you, you're not paying me off, I'm going to just take these minerals for American businesses? The reason that we got out of Afghanistan is because it was just like a hugely costly endeavor, and we realized that it was never going to be stable. We realized that there was never going to come a point where we didn't have to have our fucking, like, fingers in the fucking pie at all times. We were never going to be able to leave the kitchen and let the fucking Afghanistan, government take over. It was just going to always collapse because there was no fucking true loyalty to it. No one actually felt any sort of sense of like, yes, we love this government or whatever. TJ, do you worry showcasing this guy to your audience helps keep people like him relevant? Okay, well let me tell you a little secret. I'm gonna go to Josh Feuerstein's page right now. Okay, go to his Facebook page where he does most of his business. All right, I'm Pastor Joshua Feuerstein Facebook page here. Okay. Get out of here. Pastor Joshua Feuerstein. Actually, stop it. I don't think this is the right one, actually. Oh, okay. I guess I'm wrong about this. He actually had his Facebook page deleted a while back, and he's actually had a lot of trouble recovering. He at one point had a huge Facebook page, but I guess at this point you're actually kind of right. It's a much smaller presence. He has a much smaller presence than he once had, so I guess not too many people missed it and came and resubscribed or anything. But whatever, I mean, like, if there's anybody out there in the world that could watch me literally just fact-checking this guy in real time and just demonstrating that what he's saying is just completely false, if they're so stupid that they can watch that and still be like, I'm interested in what this fat fuck has to say, then, like, I don't know. If they're that stupid, what can I even do? How can I help them?
The Taliban's already struck a deal with China.
China.
For all the mineral rights. So
China
is getting rich now. The Taliban. Yeah. China is giving the Taliban money. What's the Taliban going to do? They're not going to grow greener grass on their yard. They're nothing more than a bunch of Islamic ragheads over there that are have deserts.
Casual racism. They're a bunch of ragheads over there. Bunch of damn ragheads. As the Bible tells you, hate anyone who's different than you. Jesus said, if you smite me on one cheek, I will kill you. Jesus also said, hate your brother, for he is a piece of shit. I'm such a good Christian. You're such a good Christian, Josh. You just feel your love for your fellow man dripping out of every fucking pore of your nasty fucking face.
Or front yards. It's not like they're going to get better grass or no.
Better grass. You need to smoke some grass, you fucking dipshit.
They're going to spend it on weapons because idealistically, they want nothing more than to kill Americans, kill Jews, and kill Christians.
Yeah.
That's right.
No.
They openly scream death to America.
No, they don't. I mean, yeah, they do scream death to America, but that's not when you say they want nothing more than that, you're pretty much absurd. Like, first of all, in the Islamic world, death too is just like fuck. Like, you'd be driving in traffic, be like, fuck this traffic. They say death to this traffic. So not every death to has the same oomph to it, okay? Sometimes when they say death to America, they literally want America to just explode into a fireball and die. But you know what? You would too if your fat ass lived there. If your fat ass was an Afghanistan fucking citizen, I guarantee you wouldn't have no rosy ass picture of America, the country that came in, took over for fucking 20 years, and then left so that the Taliban could just fucking sweep right back over the lands. That's assuming that you didn't fucking die in one of our fucking botched bombings that killed way more innocent civilians than they did fucking terrorist targets. You're such a dipshit. But you know what? The fucking top priority of the Taliban is not destroying America. It's taking over Afghanistan and maintaining their control of that region. That's what's important to them. You know why? Because they struggle to do even that. Literally, they've been driven out of power numerous times and had to come back. Like, how many times has the Taliban, like, Russia did it, Russia came in, Taliban had to go hide. Russia leaves, Taliban comes back. America comes, Taliban runs away. America leaves, Taliban comes back. Like, and we're supposed to be, oh no, the Taliban, they want nothing more than to destroy us. Bitch, that's like number 10 or 11 on their list of shit to do. And you know what? They're having trouble with the fucking first thing. Oh, God, you're annoying.
But we just handed them a bunch of weapons. Do you think that was strategic? Do you think it was on accident? Do you think that it was just an oversight?
No, I think it was the baffling stupidity of American foreign policy for the last, 50 years or more, where we think we can go in and take over other countries and nation build and do these forever wars. And I think this is the fucking end result of it. You see where it fucking leads. This is why, really we should fucking put an end to warfare to the greatest extent we possibly can. But if we are going to do warfare, it has to be done a lot more streamlined and smart than this shit.
No, any military strategist in the world is going to say that was 1,000% strategic on Joe Biden's part. He literally armed Islam for the Battle of Armageddon.
You're so stupid, Josh. Oh my God, dude.
And he used your tax dollars to do it.
Oh, we want to talk about tax dollars? You want to talk about the tax burden of fucking the war in Afghanistan? Cost of war in Afghanistan. 2.3 trillion so far. Okay? That's 2.4 trillion, 2.3 trillion so far. The U.S. has spent 5.8 trillion on the war in Afghanistan and other conflicts stemming from the September 11th attacks. We got 2.3 trillion spent on it so far, and you think the spending would be over, but no, because we paid for a lot of it on credit. We paid for a lot of it with debt. So, yeah, we're going to be paying that off for a long fucking time. It's going to cost literally fucking trillions of goddamn dollars to do that 20-year fucking war that amounted in this shit cost trillions of dollars, thousands of lives. And your stupid ass wants to stay because you're a fucking moron. You're the stupidest, fattest, ugliest, most fucking cringy, unfucking fathomably stupid fucking person that has ever existed on the face of this planet. You suck balls, you suck ass. And not in a good way. Fucking dipshit. My man. God, this is still the first fucking video of this shit.
Think about that. Does that make you upset? Does it make you mad? I know it makes me mad. But
it makes me mad that anyone listens to you. It makes me mad that anyone takes you seriously for one fucking second.
I'll tell you this. The weapons of our warfare, church, are not carnal, but they are mighty to the pulling down of strongholds. If ever there was a time
Oh, okay. Yeah, meaningless gibberish. Cool. Yeah, yeah.
the church needs to pray, it's right now. If ever there were a time that you need to call up family members and friends and tell them to get right with God because we see biblical prophecies unfolding before our very eyes.
Oh, yeah. The old huckster routine, right? All the prophecies have come to pass. You know what? I could go fucking back 50 years and find some other dumb fuck pastor saying the same shit about the geopolitical events of that day. And I can go 50 years before that and find him. And I can go 50 years before that and find him. And I can go 50 years before that and find him. And I can go 50 years before that and find him. And I can go right on back. I can go back before Christianity even fucking existed and find some huckster saying that, oh, the prophecies of Zeus are soon to be fulfilled and Poseidon's angry and blah, 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 blah. Bunch of fucking nonsense.
Russia and China, for the first time,
Russia, China, Russia,
are saying for the first time, we're willing to work together. Literally the two superpowers that the United States should be most afraid of and Israel should be most afraid of are now saying that they're going.
I fucking agree with the kids screaming in the background. Ah! I'd cry like that too.
Going to work together. The Bible's unfolding, ladies and gentlemen. It's the only book that proves itself true over and over and over and over again. You're talking about different prophetic people from Ezekiel.
Yeah, okay. So it devolves into just typical religious hucksterism from this point. So I guess we can move on. But first, before we totally move on from Josh, someone sent me this today. This is apparently a Facebook post by Josh. Not even going to comment on it. I'm just going to read it to you and let you guys have your own opinions. Dads, date your daughter. She needs to learn how a man should treat her. She needs to get your undivided attention. She needs you to teach her who she is, her worth, her value. Don't chase a dollar, fame, success, or fun. Don't trade it for moments you may miss with your most prized possession, her. No comment. All right, so what else is going on in the world? I'm going to talk to you guys for a minute. We'll talk for a sec. Streamlabs not. They are open. I don't know what the hell the deal is. What do you mean? Are you having trouble? Yeah, for some reason, people have been doing it, but it's not alerting. But when I do test alerts, it seems like it goes through, and I just don't really understand what the fucking problem is here. Maybe we could figure this out while we're between videos. Analytics. Healantic says, get $3 and says, Josh's face is almost as ugly as his Bass Ackwards political takes. It's a good day when TJ's ripping Josh a new one live on stream. Yes. I don't know what the fucking problem is with these donations not alerting. Maybe we could figure it out somehow. I don't know. Let's see. Can we... See, I'm pressing a button that should push the alert through again. And yet, yeah, not working at all. I am so not sure what the fuck is going on with that. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Sorry. I really wish I could figure it out. Because that sucks. I really hate that. It seems like it would be... I mean, I've never had it where the test donation works. But then if I actually try to do it, tell him to open Streamlabs? I'm literally on it right now, dude. Are you stupid? Are you deaf? Like, I'm doing it. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Are you listening? Are you like behind? Are you like listening to fucking 20 minutes ago or something? And you just don't know what the fuck is happening right now? Yeah, I don't know. As far as I can tell, there's nothing I can do. I don't see any organic control to it. Yeah, like I said, the test donations are working. So it's like, it's definitely not set up wrong. If I change some kind of setting. Okay, I'm just going to change minimum amount for recent events. There shouldn't be any issues with this. I don't know what the fucking problem could be. I'll set the alert range. I'll change the range to just 0 so that it'll alert when you send any amount. Maybe that I just updated it in a way. So could someone just send like $1 to see if that fucking has fixed the issue? Like it's a meaningless change I made, but sometimes like you just have to figure out something. Maybe it like refreshed it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know of any way to just like refresh everything. So I just made a meaningless change. So if someone could just like give $1 so I could see that, because I'm the test donations are going through, but the actual donations are not popping up. And there's no fucking reason why. Yeah, there's no reason. I'm looking at everything. How did my fucking shit disappear too? I see someone just has done it, and it's not fucking working. Yeah, I just had 2 people donate, and neither one of them has alerted. Hitmang sent $1 and said blueberry pie, blueberry pie. Sammy the Simp sent $6.66 and says gimme that ass. And not working at all. I have no idea what the fucking issue could even be. It's pretty fucking stupid. Is there some fucking way I could change this? Default. All right, maybe if I try that. Okay, hold on. Streamlabs, properties. Okay. Copy. Yeah. All right. I mean, this has nothing to do with my computer. This is definitely a Streamlabs issue. So, once again, test alerts seem to work just fine. That has nothing to do with anything. Okay. Okay, copy that. All right. properties, right? Okay. Cool. There's a way to fucking do like a... All right, I'm going to test this in a different way because they have like a test donation button, which obviously does work. But then they have a way to actually like create like a fake donation. I don't think they blacklisted me because, like I said, it still works. I mean, like if they blacklisted me, then nothing would be working. Like the little widget here is a Streamlabs widget. The little thing down there, the thank you, that's all Streamlabs. The money's coming through. The test works. So let me see here. Sending my dad trying to find Google. Dude, what are you... Every fucking buddy who has like a tech problem is not your dad fumbling to fucking enter big butts into a search engine, okay? So, stop being stupid. Let's see. Tip history, all-star, blah, blah, blah. Multi-stream, alert box. Monthly tips, settings, shared access. Add a donation. That's where you do it. Okay, so I'm going to create a fake donor. I call him Butt Liquor 99. Donation message. Eat poop. Okay. Do a fake donation amount of $1. Save donation. What the fuck? That makes no sense. It makes no fucking sense. All right, let me see here. Why not? I'm so confused. Hard reset. And there's no way to reset Streamlabs. Like, that's not a thing. Yeah, try another one. Oh, there we go. All right, I guess it works now. Cool. I guess something I did fixed it. I don't know what, but yay, it works. Whee! Thanks, Lobomonos. Lobomanos. I don't know how you pronounce your fucking name, but thank you. All right. I guess that this was a one. So yesterday on Flash Fried, Paul said that Vosh said some pro-landlord shit, and someone sent it to me and was like, I really don't see how the take is pro-landlord, but, you know, I'd like to hear your interpretation. So without further ado, let's watch Vaush and his supposedly pro-landlord take, and let's see if I think it's a pro-landlord take or not. I'm going to speed it up a smidgen. All right. You guys can hear that, right?
Should evictions be legal? Yeah, evictions have to be legal. There should just be strong protections for tenants. If evictions aren't legal, like how would you even... Wait, could you just live there forever? I know the meme leftist answer is yes, but you know, my thoughts on rent have changed a lot with time. The standard leftist answer to everything relating to like rent and land ownership is that landlords should be abolished or whatever, and I'm fine with the decommodification of housing. I do think there's something fundamentally useful about being able to live in a place without owning it, you know? And if you don't own it, but you live there, somebody else owns it. I imagine that would be the state, but yeah, I think like, that's fine, you know? I think that's important. And somebody needs to be able to like hold you accountable for that too, you know? Because imagine a world where you can rent out housing from the state or whatever, but like there's no monetary penalty or cost associated. Like, couldn't people just fuck up houses right when they leave? Like, how fucked would that be? Like, imagine being scheduled to move into like some state housing and the last person there like just pissed all over everything on the way out. People do that though. Yeah, but if people do that, it's like the property manager cleans it up usually. You just arrest them? Well, sure, but arresting is even higher than a fine in terms of the negative invocation of state power. Yeah. There are just nice things about renting, you know? Like, who the fuck wants to own land? Oh my god, the effort.
I'd like to own some land at this point. Congrats and thanks for faking Streamlabs. Just wanted a butt gif when I watched this late. Keep it up, TJ. Love your shit. Penis. Thank you. I love my shit as well. And I love penis. And thank you for the $14.59.
Involved. Jesus Christ. God. Imagine having that much of your wealth sunk into a physical space. I get it. There's good to owning land and everything, but there's also value in being able to shift around.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where Vosh is coming from at his age, because he's like 28, 29. I'm at the point now where I'm like, fuck landlords, fuck dealing with their bullshit. I want to own a place. I want to own a fucking piece of land and not have to be beholden to other people. I want to be able to do with it what I want to do with it. If I want to have goats, which I do. Like, I have a dream of having like a little goat farm. So, I don't want to do that on a piece of property I don't own, you know? I don't feel like I can paint my walls any color I want in a place I don't own. I don't feel like I can make changes to a place I don't own. And even if I did, who would benefit from it? Benefit the landlord, not me. So as far as it goes, I mean, I used to be a renter, and I guess I still am a renter. But I'm at the point in my life where I'm kind of like looking to get out of the whole rental thing. But I agree that it's a good thing to have a concept of property that you can, you don't have to own. So you don't have that commitment to it. You can go from one place to another place, if you want to. But I feel like most people who rent are not necessarily renting because of the great, amazing freedom that it gives them. I think that they're renting because they're in a financial position where that's what they have to do. So, yeah. And, it's just weird to me that there's, like, no ability to see beyond this paradigm. Now, this could be a case of long-term versus short-term sort of opinions, because it's like with me, if you ask me my opinion on something, my opinion is different depending on the time frame you're asking me within. Like, if you're asking me, like, within the next 100 years, should we abolish landlords or land ownership as a concept? I think ultimately the concept of owning land, we could come up with a different fucking paradigm for it. And still have, we have the ability, like, we could come up with something where people would have the freedom to move about if that was their nature, but they'd have the freedom to settle down and put down roots if that was their nature, without having to have these concepts of, like, I own this space or I rent this space from some other person who owns this space, And I don't know what that would be. Maybe it would be some sort of, like, thing where land is all mutually owned by the people and then administrated by the government. Maybe it'd be that land is all owned outright by the government. Maybe land is owned by, like, cooperatives, and then, it's appropriated based on, whatever metric. There's different fucking ways it could be arranged societally, but a lot of those fucking ways are things that are ultimately kind of like far-flung future shit that's not going to happen in our lifetimes. So if you're talking about this current paradigm, like right now, then I guess that you have to have some form of like land ownership. And I want to own land myself, but I think there's better ways to do it. I hope he's going to touch on that at some point and not just be like, oh no, in my fucking ultimate view of reality, there's still landlords. Because, I don't think that if I'm like designing society from the ground up, I don't think I'm creating that class of people.
This is a very weird champ take. The land thing or the shifting around thing? It is important to be able to move, I think, Like, imagine if you moved fairly often, like every 3 years, and every time you'd have to, like, find a person to sell the house to. Weird stuff, yeah. I don't know about that. But does having the ability to find someone for damaging public property presuppose rent? Well, there has to be some way of enforcing, like, a responsible rent taking, Because what you don't want is people being able to just flippantly spread out. Like, I'll put it one way, Like, imagine if just, like, everyone who wanted a solo apartment could get one. You'd run out of space in the cities, like, immediately. If everyone who wanted to live in the cities could live in the cities, and everyone who wanted to live solo could live solo, there was zero chance of cities being able to house all those people. So how do you decide who goes where? Do you have public lotteries? I mean, eventually you're going to get to some way of dealing with that scarcity, Just make more cities? Okay, yeah, just make more cities. I know, but, like, for right now, I mean...
Yeah, so this is another... I mean, the thing that he's saying, like, the for right now thing kind of shows me that he's talking about, a very immediate sort of time scale. On a longer time scale, I don't think that it's really that big of a deal. And I really don't think the solution is more cities. I think the solution is less people. We don't need endless amounts of people and giant, we don't need the city to just keep expanding and keep expanding and keep expanding. I think we need to fucking bring the levels of humanity under control. There's way too many of us. We live on a planet of finite resources. We have an economy that's based on perpetual growth. It's not a sustainable state of affairs. So I think that bringing that population down, fucking hugely important. We don't need this. We don't need as many people as we used to. A lot of people, let's be honest, are pretty fucking superfluous to society. That's why there's so many people doing streaming like me and Vosh, because, we're to that point where it's like, my job is I get in front of a camera and I say, yeah. When it gets to that point, it's like maybe we got too many people. I think that, the land of too many people. I mean, yeah. Earth is the land of too many people at this point. We need more space, I think we need less people. I'm not saying we should have no people. I like human beings. I like society. I like goods and services and shit. But, we don't need as many people as we got at this point. Like, let's let nature have some, Let's not destroy every fucking ecosystem that exists on the fucking face of the earth with our fucking greed, industrialization, consumption.
To be fair to landlords, some tenants are just pieces of shit with no respect to the property. I don't think you need to be fair to landlords to say that, yeah. But yeah, a lot of people take horrible fucking care of their houses. Most people would not trash their home on purpose, paying rent or not. Most people, yeah, but a statistically significant number of people would probably tear their house apart if there weren't for security deposits. Some people are just...
people would tear their house apart when they're mad at their landlord because their landlord is evicting them. When people destroy houses, it's because they're pissed that their landlord has fucked them over. Whether that's according to their perception or that's according to like reality. Most people do not just destroy their house for fun. Like, I no longer live here, so I destroy it. That's a pretty fucking small sliver of people. And I feel like there's other ways to socially disincentivize that kind of behavior other than, a security deposit or whatever, which we already know that a lot of landlords, even if you return the home in perfect condition, they'll figure out some way to keep at least part of your security deposit.
Pieces of shit. I feel like a lot of lefties fail in the application of their theory because they fail to...
Some people just live nasty, though. That's very true, Chelsea. There are people who they're not intending to destroy their living space, but they just are disgusting slobs that destroy it de facto. And once again, I think that there's ways we could disincentivize those people. So if we were talking about all land being communally owned, but then certain land being allocated to certain people based on their needs or even just desires, then, obviously, if it came time for them to leave that land for whatever reason, either the needs of the community change or the desires of that person change or whatever the fuck, if they leave it in a terrible fucking state, then there could be some sort of social penalty for that.
To account for some people.
Low-key TJ slam by Chelsea. What the no. Chelsea, no. Chelsea is not saying that I destroy fucking shit and I'm nasty, okay? I don't think that's what she's saying anyway. I'm not the cleanliest motherfucker on earth, but like, you know, I feel like I take reasonably good care of shit. You know, I take the trash out when I'm asked and stuff. I don't leave junk piled high in every fucking corner and crevice of the house.
People are pieces of shit. Like, this is how I feel about anarchists and prison abolition. Well, what about the people who are pieces of shit? And they're like, well, in an anarchist society with proper reformative justice, nobody would be a piece of shit. And I'm like, well, some people would still be pieces of shit. Maybe fewer would be, but some would be.
I mean, a lot less would be. And also, like, the definition of who's a piece of shit within the confines of our current fucking society is, you know, pretty, I mean, like, a lot of people go to prison. It's like, well, you know, you wrote a bad check to feed your family or whatever. You know, you stole a fucking car stereo because your baby's fucking got no Depends or whatever. That's not a piece of shit. That's just someone who's fucking desperate. Someone who's addicted to drugs. It's not a piece of shit. That's a person fucking doing what they want with their own body. And even if they do have a problem, it's a medical issue. It's not a fucking criminal issue. I'm sure Vosh would agree with me on these takes, by the way. You know, the real pieces of shit are like murderers, but even a lot of murderers, they're not killing because they're fucking, you know, I'm the Trinity killer and I just feel this crazed compulsion of fucking murder, you know? A lot of people are murderers because very pragmatic fucking reasons. You know, I'm in a gang and this motherfucker's on my territory and, you know, we're not able to bring our disputes to before any sort of like above board arbitrator. So the way we handle this is we shoot that motherfucker or he shoots us. So even a lot of murder is very pragmatically done. And a lot of the fucking people who are, you know, sick, twisted serial killers and shit, they're doing that because they didn't get proper fucking, you know, medical treatment. You know, the signs of their mental illness was not fucking properly identified. Or, you know, in the case of someone like Jeffrey Dahmer, he was like so, like the pain of being a closeted homosexual in a society that fucking just like did not accept him, drove him to murder. There's so many people who are just, you know, they lash out against society, or they kill for very practical reasons, or they kill because they're just like sociopaths who are put in a position where it's like, oh, I see an opportunity to advance myself by killing or whatever. You know, there's a lot of fucking people, the people who are like genuinely sick murderers, like I feel like they have mental health issues. Like the people kill for anger. There's basically three reasons people kill, right? They kill for anger. They kill because someone has pissed them off to the point where they're just like, fuck you. You know, bar fight. You know, that motherfucker talks shit about my wife, so I beat him to death. I came home and found my wife cheating, so I beat them both to death, or I shot them both. Or I got cut off by this motherfucker in traffic and I just lost my fucking shit and I had a bad day and I just shot him. Anger kills. Heat of the moment, passion kill. That person's not necessarily a piece of shit. Maybe they're just a fucking hothead that went too fucking far. Then you got pragmatic kills like I killed my wife for the insurance money. Or, you know, I'm a gangster and I killed another gangster because they were muscling in on my territory. And that's probably the vast majority of murders, by the way, is that kind of shit. Gang killings and stuff. And then there's compulsive killers. People who kill because they're, you know, fucked up and they just feel like some dark sort of, you know. And I feel like there are things that society could do across the board to minimize all that. And we don't do them. We'd rather deal with the aftermath. And as a result of us dealing primarily with the aftermath instead of the underlying root causes, a lot of people die that don't need to die. So, yeah, I feel like even when you look at like the most heinous crimes, the murderers, the rapists, the stuff like that, you know, there's a lot of things we could be doing socially that could, you know, minimize that. And this is proven by, you know, like our rates here in America of these crimes are higher than in other countries that have different attitudes. And, you know, that means to me that there is some sort of ultimate attitude out there. There is some sort of ultimate configuration whereby that just either doesn't happen or it's such an anomaly that it's like almost not worth mentioning. But obviously we don't have the perfect formula for utopia yet. But the amount of people who should be in prison is, to me, zero. It's like, oh, well, you prison abolitionists are you're so naive and this and that. But, like, really, like, the people who, I mean, there's people who could be fined instead of jailed. A lot of offenses could result in a fine or some sort of other social punishment rather than imprisonment. The people who need to be locked up for the safety of, like, society, most of them probably belong in, like, mental institutions rather than prisons. The few that belong in prison because, you know, if there is, like, any sort of form of prison that, like, still necessarily has to happen, it should be, like, geared towards rehabilitation. And in the few instances where, like, there's just people who are too far gone to even be rehabilitated, they should be locked up humanely. They should be locked up in the most humane conditions possible. Obviously, you don't want to make it paradise where they're incentivized to go in there. But, like, you know, you give them an existence that's, you know, not, like, an existence of sheer misery, but they're deprived of their freedom. And they're cloistered away and quarantined from society like you would a virus or something. And I guess that's a form of prison. So I guess I'm not really a true prison abolitionist. But, you know, I believe, you know, imprison the fewest amount of people you possibly can and deal with the underlying root causes of these kind of problems instead. Well, maybe true of Vosh's argument still, what do we do with the people who genuine antisocial behavior? I mean, like, not all antisocial behavior requires imprisonment. And no antisocial behavior that I can think of is actually rehabilitative towards those kind of people, at least not in this country. So, yeah, we need, like, a much more rehabilitative justice system. And, yeah, murder actually has the lowest recidivism rate of almost any crime. Most people who murder do not go out and murder again. I don't know. It seems like we should fucking minimize that. But I guess, you know, ultimately I can't really see a scenario wherein we could eliminate it. But I think if I could, I wouldn't endorse it. You know, obviously you don't want, like, a bunch of fucking sickos and murderers out there fucking raping and killing people. But, you know, any rational way you could avoid that sort of scenario is probably a good thing.
You know, so what do we do about that, you know? I don't know. I've never heard answers to these questions that really convince me. It feels like the best that we can do is dismantle the state and maintain some basic governmental apparatuses that still have ways of, like, correcting bad social behavior. Do you still think psychopathy would manifest itself? I don't know if that's the term for it, but there would still be people who hurt other people, you know? Serial killers and rapists and shit, yeah. You think there won't be, like, serial rapists in an anarchist future? Yeah, of course there will be, you know? There's just no way around the existence of these people. The best thing that you can do is minimize their existence, and then when they do their own shit, you capture them as quickly as you can and reform them as effectively as possible. That's always the best thing that you can do, you know? It's always the best way of handling it.
Yeah, and there are certain people who are probably beyond reform. I mean, like, you're not going to, like, we've turned the son of Sam into a model citizen, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not going to happen. I used to be the Zodiac killer, but now I love people and I pet puppy dog. Like, it's just not going to work. But, yeah, most of them can be reformed.
You're becoming as tanky as you age. Is it really tanky to believe we might need prisons in the future? Yeah. Why are no businessmen trashing their own businesses, though? Well, some do, but for the most part, people are less likely to destroy things that are their own or things they're responsible for or things they will have to pay money if they get broken. I mean, isn't that always the fact? Like, aren't people generally more careful with stuff if there are consequences to not being more careful with it? You know? What if they can't be reformed? Then I guess they stay in prison. I don't know. I don't know. What does reform look like to you? I support the idea entirely, but I wonder if rehabilitation will take the form of re-education.
I'm drinking, motherfucker. I got wine here. I'm down here. I've drank pretty much that much, so we're good. We're on pace, motherfucker. Don't fucking fret.
Education camps and other dystopian ideas. Well, I don't want to reform people's ideas, you know, just people's behaviors. In a future anarchist society, if a person wants to be a fascist in their head, that's fine. As long as they are kind to those around them and don't, like, do bad stuff, then whatever. Re-education camps are really, really scary, though, because who, like, decides what the curriculum is? That's pretty fucked, right? Like, I'm okay with society deciding you shouldn't murder people, you shouldn't rape people. That's a series of processes I'm okay with, like, figuring out. But once society starts deciding what ideas are acceptable, you're, like, going down a really, really bad slope. And by ideas, I mean, like, ideas in your head, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, if you want to go down that road, yeah, you have to acknowledge that effectively, right now, modern-day prisons are re-education camps. You think they aren't, like, trying to instill certain values in people who are in prison now?
I mean, really, prisons now are more like a fucking punitive, like, you will suffer now for you have done wrong. And really, like, the curriculum you learn, it's like prison is crime college at this point. You just go in with a bunch of other criminals and learn the tricks of the fucking criminal trade. You know, that's my impression of it anyway. I've never actually been to prison, but, you know, my dad was in prison, and I've known other people who've been to prison, and they tell me, you know, it's like there's no real reform going on in the prisons. It's a, you know, you put a lot of times you end up putting someone in prison for a minor crime, and then they learn how to commit more serious crimes from the hard motherfuckers that are in prison. So that's not a fucking result that's desirable.
It's all shades of gray in the extent to which you're willing to commit to the invocation of state power. Some are better, some are worse, but yeah, public education as well. It's just build more houses.
Are we gonna get back to the landlord thing? It seems like it's more about prison
people
shit.
Are actually as careful or even more careful with other people's things / property if you're considerate. But there are plenty of inconsiderate people, especially when the other person's property is a landlord who they don't like because they pay money to. So this stuff really does vary. Also, have you seen how some people like keep their cars? Yuck. Oh my god. Can't trust those motherfuckers. Vosh, are you a Yimby? Yes. GJX says he's 100% okay with having an obligation before you get to access free society. Yeah, like obligations like being able to follow laws, like don't murder people. I'm fine with that. Rights come with responsibilities, after all. If you have a right to certain things, that means you have a responsibility to protect the rights of other people to have those same things. If you fight against that, then, I mean, I'm okay with that, yeah.
I feel like that's pretty fair. I don't know what the problem is with that standard.
You lose the damage deposit if you mess with the house too much? Well, yeah, that's why people try not to. However, landlords are fucking assholes when it comes to assessing damage to the places. I have 2 friends right now who are currently settling lawsuits with former landlords because they got their entire security deposit revoked for pinholes in the drywall. Like thumbtacks. Like that, Entire security deposit.
Yeah, I feel like you'd be way better off just being like, fuck landlords. The second we can get rid of them, the better. But, for now, it seems like there's really not a pragmatic way of like doing that quickly because of the way we view land ownership. So I'd say like more protections in the meantime, but not, and then like with an eye towards eliminating them at some point in the future when we come up with a fucking different means of distributing resources and living spaces to people. But like to me, the big problem with that is right now there's just way too many fucking people. We're overpopulated as a planet. There's entirely too many people with, a ton of superfluous people who are just like pretty much useless. Sing Time Keeps on Slipping by the Steve Miller Band for $1.50. You expect me to sing a fucking song like that for $1.50, you son of a bitch? That ain't enough. All right, I'll do it. I don't even know the song that well, so it's going to be horrible. I know the chorus, time keeps... So anyway, I don't really see this as a pro-landlord video. I think that was a exaggeration on Paul's part. But we all know he's got a little VDS, right? So, whatever. But yeah, I don't really fully agree with Vosh. I think Vosh, okay, so here's the thing. I agree with what Vosh is saying, but I think I disagree with how he's saying it. And I feel like he's coming at it from the wrong perspective. Like, I feel like he's coming at it from the wrong end of the dilemma. See, the way he's phrasing it is like, well, it's better to have this, blah, blah, blah. I think that really the problem is that, like, he's showing people what he believes in an immediate sense, but he's not showing them the bigger picture of his fucking ideology. Overpopulation is a myth. Shut up. No, it's not. Don't give me that shit. Overpopulation being a myth is a myth. If we evenly distribute resources, we can support billions more. You're so stupid. For what time period, dipshit? You think the resources of this planet are just endless, don't you? You think you can endlessly exploit and take and take and take, and it's just never gonna run out. The cookie jar is infinite. You're like the fucking stupid rat in the house that's like, wow, there's plenty of food in the pantry for 1 million rats. Yeah, for how long, stupid ass? Anyway, landlords suck, and there should probably be stronger admonition in this video, but like, if you really listen to what he's saying, I don't really think it's all that disagreeable. Maybe if I had some like really extremist, weird point of view of like, let's eliminate landlords tomorrow, but that would be disastrous. Like, you can't just redefine the human relationship to property and property rights overnight. So, anyway. Yeah, that's the real fucking take here, is that Paul and Vosh are both wrong and I'm right, because I'm fucking smarter. I'm the best. What are you going to do? I can't be beat. I'm just cursed to be the smartest fucking person on the planet. No one else is even fucking close, okay? It's just sad. I'm going to prove it to you by fucking nailing this song I've never heard before. Time Keeps on Slipping karaoke. Is it Fly Like an Eagle? Who's it supposed to be? Let's go here. What is it? Time Keeps on Slipping. Steve Miller Band. It's not. It's called fucking Fly Like an Eagle, dude. It's not called Time Keeps on Slipping, is it? Anyway. Maybe it is. Here we go. Where's my fucking microphone? Here it is. Yeah, TJ's always right. That's true. I got $1.50 to sing this song, so I got to do it. Even though I don't even know it. Wait. This isn't karaoke. This is just the fucking song. Hold on. Yeah, I think this is called Fly Like an Eagle. Tick tock. I don't even... It's really the lyrics? Tick tock, tick tup tup tutta. All right. I'm going to try to nail it. Let's see. I don't know this song. I mean, I kind of know it. Tick tock, tick tup tup tutta. Does he really say that? Tick tock, tick tick tup tutta. Time keeps on slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping into the future. Yeah. Fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. Fly like an eagle till I'm free. Oh Lord, through the revolution. Feed the babies, I guess, who don't have enough to eat. Shoe the children with no shoes on their feet. House the people living in the streets. Oh, there's a solution. I like the lyrics, kind of. I mean, I like the message. Fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. Fly like an eagle till I'm free. Fly through the revolution, I guess. Time keeps on slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping into the future. Yeah, bitch. TD, I can't. TD, blah, 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 blah. Fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. Fly like an eagle till I'm free. Fly through the revolution. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Time keeps on slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping into your butthole, bitch. Yes, time keeps on slipping into the future. It keeps on slipping, baby, into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Yes, time keeps on slipping, 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 slipping into the future, you fucking bitch. And time, it keeps on slipping into the future, baby. Time keeps on slipping, baby, into the future today. Jonathan Young's music is all stream safe. I think you'll like Storm the Castle. Maybe I would, but I'm never going to find out because I ain't doing that shit, bitch. Space Jam. Death to all humans. I like it. I agree. I find that agreeable. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Yeah. Wait, Paul hates shoes so I don't know. Ask him. Fuck. I don't fucking know. God damn it. Song about Regicide. Yeah. I hate Regis. Wait, Regis is already dead, dude. You don't need to kill Regis no more. He already dead, yo. He already dead. Space Jam sucks, bro. Coleman, by the way, yeah, you could start editing this down into like the refined version, you know, whenever.
One of the major reasons why nothing works in this country and all of our institutions are collapsing is that very few people, especially those running those institutions, are capable of seeing beyond themselves. They don't care about anything greater than themselves. They don't recognize that anything greater than themselves can even exist. They certainly aren't focused on the larger mission of the institution, but instead are totally enveloped in their own egos. This intense self-focus destroys every institution down to the smallest and most essential one, like the family. The institution can't survive if everybody within that institution, everybody who's in charge of leading it, spends all day staring at their own reflections. Somebody needs to be focused on the grander, broader vision. Somebody needs to take the long view, a view in which they are not the central figure. But few people these days are capable of that. There's a term that's become popular on social media called main character syndrome. This describes people who imagine themselves to be the protagonists, the leads, and their lives to be some sort of cinematic feature film in which they are the star. You could really just use the term narcissist here because it has basically the same meaning, except that main character syndrome is helpful because it captures the way that so many people today tend to not only place themselves at the center of the universe, but also fictionalize the universe at the same time. They're the main characters in the story of their lives, but that story has only a tangential relationship to the truth. I mean, it's sort of based on true events at best. We could take this main character phenomenon and relate it back to the collapse of our societal institutions, and there's probably no institution that suffers more from this problem than the education system. The problem in education today, well, one of the great many problems, is not just that so many teachers are intensely ideological, but that they're also intensely self-centered, which leads them to believe that it can never be inappropriate for them to indoctrinate their students. After all, the class they're teaching is really all about them. Everything's about them. They are the subject. They've been hired to teach history or algebra or English literature or whatever, but their real job, as far as they're concerned, is to shape the students into little versions of themselves. And all of this explains the recent trend of teachers coming out to their students during class. I've seen at least 3 videos documenting this in just the last few weeks. We played one several days ago where a high school teacher records himself in class as he called the students' attention to himself and proceeded to inform them that he is non-binary and his preferred pronouns are all pronouns. He is all things to all people, as the Apostle Paul once wrote, though in a very different context. We're not going to play that video again, but we do have 2 more. First, here's another.
So, so far, a lot of fucking bullshit. So, our institutions are not crumbling because people have become too narcissistic. First of all, our institutions are crumbling because they're not properly maintained, funded, or organized. And leadership has become incompetent, not because it's, not because of necessarily narcissism so much as just like not knowing how to fucking properly arrange social structures and really over beholdenness to traditional values. We're still stuck too much in the past. We're not willing to fucking adapt as times change. And so a lot of times we're dealing with a combination of antiquated social mores and, ever fucking being outpaced by technology. And, social progress doesn't seem to be able to keep up with technological progress. So there's a problem there. Also, most of these institutions have always struggled to be coherent and successful. Like, you go back to the education system 50 years ago and you're still going to find problems. You're not going to find that it's perfect, right? This is the same guy. He'd probably fucking say that like school integration is narcissistic because these blacks only think about themselves as they disrupt the white kids' education by insisting upon their presence. This is just some, narrow-minded, idiotic, conservative justification for why things are bad. But, honestly, a lot of these conservatives are also the same people who endorse homeschooling and shit. Why? Because they're afraid of their kids actually getting out there and being molded by the teachers. You hear the fear in his voice. Oh, these teachers, they're all trying to mold the kids into little versions of themselves. When we all know they should be little versions of you, their parents, right? So you should be the one indoctrinating your kids, not some teacher somewhere who you don't even like, whatever. You don't know if that teacher shares your values. Your kid's being exposed to all kinds of different values that, are scary to us. So it's basically just like he wants these kids to exist in an ideological bubble. And the fact that they're being subjected to different points of view is, scary to him and his fucking audience. And that's what's going on here. Wrong, TJ? How am I wrong, dipshit? You want to explain how I'm wrong, you stupid fucking sack of shit, before I kick you down a fucking flight of stairs? Been following you since 2013, and while I don't always agree with what you say, I find you consistently entertaining. Well, I'm glad you find me consistently entertaining, but you need to also realize I'm always right, so get on board with it. Teacher comes out. I am all-knowing, all things, the Alpha and the Omega, the wind and the sea, the birds and the bees, the hills and the trees. This guy has literally rented a house in Virginia so he could attend a school board meeting and complain about trans issues. I know. This dude, by the way, that was another thing I want to point out. This whole main character syndrome, Matt Walsh, there's few dudes on the face of this planet more up his own ass than this guy. If this guy is talking about main character syndrome, which I've never heard of until now, yeah, dude. First of all, everyone is the main character in their own lives. The only thoughts and opinions you can hear are your own. The only feelings that you feel are your own. So yeah, everyone is the main character in their own story. No shit. That's not like some weird modern phenomenon. That's like literally always.
Non-binary teacher talking about her experiences coming out to her students, and she's talking about them in response to a question from another teacher who is also non-binary, and here's what she says.
You can be reasonably assured that you are safe being out on your campus, then do it. Before coming out as non-binary, I would come out to my students every October on National Coming Out Day. I would use that as an opportunity for my students to learn how to receive somebody coming out to them in case that had never happened to them before. We used it as a way to talk to each other about empathy, about connection, about trust. It ended up being a wonderful...
What a monster. What a fucking monster, dude. Empathy and trust. Not on my watch, bitch. Not on my fucking watch. Really? Like, okay, when you start to look at a person who's like, hey, I come out to my students and it's an opportunity to teach them about empathy and trust and all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And then your reaction to that is like, ah! Maybe you're the bad guy at that point. I don't know. maybe you're the piece of shit. You know what I mean? Maybe like you're the one who's fucked up at that point.
Experience that I have with my students every single year. So think about what you would have needed when you were in high school or middle school or whatever grade you're teaching. For some students, just the knowledge that a queer adult exists within their world is hugely impactful. You don't really have to do anything other than be visible for these students to feel safer.
Monster. Terrible person. I can't believe it. She's indoctrinating these poor kids. Empathy? Next thing we know, they'll be empathizing with ISIS.
And more accepted and more at home when they're on campus. It does so much for students who don't have that in other places in their lives. For that reason, my classroom is one of the gayest places probably on the planet. Everything is completely covered in rainbows. I've got flags everywhere. I've got queer literature because I want every student that I have
trying to brainwash the boys into sucking dick, trying to brainwash the girls into chowing down for a 3-course clam dinner. Monster.
To know that being queer is something that I am proud of, something that is not a secret in my life. It's something that I care about and something that connects me to other people.
How dare you?
I'll end by saying that for me,
how
being visibly queer is a
fucking dare you?
I introduced myself this year with my pronouns immediately. It was one of the first things that students learned about me.
You know, somehow the most irritating part of that was still the word impactful. Just an awful word. But
yeah, that word, man, drives me nuts. Impactful. Ugh. How dare you? How dare you say that word?
That's beside the point. The point is that this pathologically self-absorbed narcissist enjoys the attention and self-congratulation of coming out so much that she does it every year. She has, by her own admission, turned her entire classroom into a temple to herself. The only thing that's missing is like the incense.
Wow, I can't believe that a teacher's classroom would somehow reflect their own personality. What a new thing. It's never happened before. It's fucking uniquely unique to this time frame. Dude, I had teachers all throughout my fucking school years, right? My teachers, I didn't even know what their personalities were like. I didn't even know. Because the teachers kept their personalities to themselves. Back in those days, every classroom was just a barren fucking plain walls, no decorations, no personalities. All right, children, it is time to do your studies. Turn to page 17 of the textbook now. Give me a break. Like, yeah, teachers have personalities. You know why? Because they're fucking human beings. They're people. Part of being you don't fucking renounce your fucking humanity when you fucking become a teacher. Jesus.
And the hooded monks chanting in an ancient language as is this religious temple of self-worship. Every day in her classroom, it is a chance for all of her students to join her in worshiping herself. It is a celebration.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's totally what it was about, dude. You nailed it. The fact that she's proud to be LGBT basically just means that her fucking classroom is a shrine to that, and that's all anything is ever focused on. When they do math in the class, it's gay math. You know what I mean? I'm going to teach you kids about trans math. This is a 2, but it really identifies as a 7, so.
Of her own sexual proclivities. And she doesn't feel weird about inviting kids to take part in that celebration, or forcing them to, in fact.
Sexual proclivities. Once again, like, oh yeah, it's perversifying it, right? Like, yeah, the fact, like, if a fucking straight teacher was like, you know, put a picture of his wife on his desk, you know, and was like, you know, this is my beautiful wife. And he talked to the kids like, yeah, I love my wife. And my wife was saying to me the other day, blah, blah, blah. Tell the kids a cute little anecdote about married life or something. Would this motherfucker be like, they're forcing the straight agenda down the kids' fucking throats? No. Because you know what? Just talking about the fact that you're interested in people of the same sex or that you identify a certain way is not fucking like, that's like a far cry from getting into like the like if this teacher was showing up and be like, you know, kids, the other day, I shoved a fucking 10-inch dildo up my ass while my, you know, gender queer lover fucking ate my pussy. Like, then maybe you'd have some kind of fucking thing that's resembling a point. But since that didn't happen, you don't. You're stupid as fuck.
Because this is her we're talking about. And what could be more important?
I can't hear the phrase, my beautiful wife, without adding Dorn to it. my beautiful wife doing such a way, you know. She's a very beautiful woman, though. She made an honest man out of me. I mean, it helps that no other woman would ever fuck me, but no.
What subject could be more pressing than the subject of herself? That was also the approach of the teacher in the next clip, who recorded a video.
It's amazing how you were able to fucking figure out that much about how she runs her classroom just from hearing her talk for a minute. Like, that's crazy. It's amazing how you're able to infer so fucking much from so fucking little.
Sharing her thoughts after having just come out to her 6th grade students. It was important that the 6th graders be told, who she likes to sleep with. They really needed to know that information about their teacher's sexual behavior, so she was sure to.
It's not just sexual behavior, you stupid fuck. Like, let me ask you this. Is your relationship to your wife, assuming you have one, assuming there's some poor woman out there that takes your fucking dick inside of her, is it all about sex for you two? Or, like, is there other stuff involved? Is there, like, romance? Is there companionship and camaraderie? I mean, there's probably not with you because you're clearly a barren wasteland incapable of normal human feelings. But, trust me, for most fucking people that are in, like, heterosexual relationships, it's more than just fucking. They do more than just fucking rub genitals together. They go shopping together and they watch TV together and they talk about, wow, that was a cool show. Maybe they have hobbies they share. Maybe they fucking, go eat dinner together and stuff. Like, there's all kinds of stuff that a couple does that's not fucking, dipshit. You're so stupid, Matt Walsh.
To inform them.
So I just came out to my students. I've been wanting to do this.
Yeah, this seems like a cool... This is, like, totally awesome to, like, put this person fucking under, like, the spotlight and fucking attack them and stuff, because they really seem like, that's what they need. Really seem like, it's not like an emotionally sensitive, fucking vulnerable time for them, so you go ahead and just, like, shit on them. That's cool. You're a cool guy, Matt Walsh. If I ever see you in public, I'm going to fucking shake your fucking hand. I'm going to reach right out and grab your hand. I'm going to fucking give it a nice firm shake. I think you're a real swell motherfucker. I'm going to give you a clap on the back, too. I might even give you a big old hug and a kiss. Matt Walsh. I'm going to fucking look right in your eyes while I'm shaking your hand. I'm going to pinch your little fucking cheeks. I'm going, you're such a nice guy. I just want to give you a big old kiss right on your fucking... smooch on your fucking forehead. Matt! God, I love you. You're such a nice fucking dude. You're so sensitive, so kind, so tolerant and open and empathetic. God, I love you. You're just a fabulous fucking human being, Matt Walsh. I hope we get to meet someday so I can fucking smile in your face. Give you a warm clap on the back. Just, I just want to love on you a little bit. Is that okay? Just want to fucking kiss you, not in a gay way. I know it makes you uncomfortable. Just want to give you a kiss on the cheek or something like, Russian hello. Mwah, mwah, Just want to say hi.
For the past 2 years. Sorry, I'm like so emotional. And I just haven't had the courage to do it out of fear of judgment, mostly from their parents. But I had these kids in 4th grade and now I have them in 6th and I'm sending them to middle school and I love these kids so much and I trust them and they make me feel safe and I know they love me and it just felt right and I did it and it was so beautiful. They had so many questions, which I loved. They wanted to learn and they wanted to learn about me and they were so eager and a few of them clapped, which was so precious.
So you notice how this was a spontaneous and emotional video revealing her true feelings, and yet she took the time to edit and add the inspirational soundtrack in the background.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. If you edit something, it just shows it's all artifice, dude. So what about the fact that you're coming to us with a fucking Matt Walsh Show logo in the corner and a fucking set, you know? And that you do this for a living. Like, I guess that you're just saying everything you say is suspect too, huh? Okay.
I mean, it's hard to think of a better example of main character syndrome than that. Notice also how she says that they make...
Can you believe this bitch thinks she's the main character when clearly I'm the main character? I mean, it's the Matt Walsh Show, for fuck's sake.
Me feel safe. That's an adult woman, a teacher, referring to the 11-year-olds in her classroom. And she says that they wanted to learn about me.
Wait, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? She feels safe around her students? Is that like a bad thing? Like what?
Maybe they did, or maybe they felt forced to pretend that they did. But whatever the case, do we send kids to school so that they can learn about their teachers? As far as these teachers are concerned, the answer is yes.
Yeah, I'm sure that's every day in class. She just shows up every single day, and it's just like, all right, kids. So we're going to talk today's, we're going to do a pop quiz on the movie I watched last night. Yeah, I watched a movie last night, and I want you guys, I'm going to tell you about it. And then there's going to be a quiz, and you're going to you better report back the information accurately. Also, I'm going to do this little quiz like, what's my favorite color? Do you know, Billy? What's my favorite color, Billy? Red, you flunk. You're out of this class. You fail, Mrs. Jenkins 101. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, the sad shit is the 11-year-olds have more empathy than a fucking soulless hack like Matt Walsh.
What subject could be more important than the subject of themselves? And on the subject of themselves, what could be a more important detail than their sex lives?
I love how as he's talking about all this, like, oh, they're so obsessed with themselves. This little Matt Walsh Show logo keeps popping up in the corner. They're obsessed with themselves. They just think it's all about them. Tune in for more of the Matt Walsh Show later.
See, they see themselves as defined by their sex lives, and they see the world as revolving.
No, you do. You're the one who sees that, you fuckwit.
Revolving around themselves, which means that the world revolves around their sex lives. This mentality makes for dysfunctional people.
You're a giant sack of shit, and you deserve to.
These people in the education system, whatever their sexual orientation, it makes for a dysfunctional education system.
No, it doesn't. You're stupid.
And that is...
You've made an issue out of nothing. You're a dumb fuck. I hate you so much. Actually, I love you, and I want to... But I got to admit, at one point in my life, I did defend you, Matt Walsh. Turns out once upon a time, I did defend Matt Walsh from criticism. So let's take a look at that.
Today on the internet, feminists are pissed off again. The feminists
Can't believe it.
to the internet are pissed off.
I can't hate this guy. I don't know what it is. Something about him just resonates with me, you know? It's like, I don't know. We got a connection here, you know?
Once more, this time their target is a man. You'll never believe what this man did. He
What'd he do?
dared to defend his wife's choice to be a stay-at-home mom.
Yeah.
Meet Matt Walsh.
Piece of shit.
I will be defending him. Let me start by
Ugh.
saying I
Ugh.
don't even fucking like him.
Okay, cool. Thankfully, I don't like him.
I don't find him very interesting or informative. I read his site. Frankly, I found it banal.
Okay. Fair enough. 2011 TJ or whatever year this was. What year is this? At least I didn't full-throatedly... This is 2013 TJ. At least I didn't full-throatedly defend him. I'm like, he's a banal fucking idiot, you know? So, at least 2013 TJ knew that much.
And insipid, but I'm still defending him because he's come under unfair attack by the internet's biggest lynch mob.
Yeah, this dude has actual lenses in his glasses. What a fucking loser, okay?
With the lowest...
Hey, you know something? Look at my hairline. It's the same as it is now. You guys, quit fucking making a big deal of this hairline shit. 2013 TJ had the same fucking hairline as I do. But his hair's blonder, I'll admit. I've definitely darkened.
Collective IQ.
You love that brick background? I can bring it back. I still got it. It's right over there. Here, you love it? Uh-huh. Where'd it go? It's in here somewhere. Well, it ain't perfect, but there it is.
I speak, of course, of the feminists. The Tumblr feminists in particular. So they're going after Matt Walsh because he wrote an article called, So You're a Stay-at-Home Mom? What do you do all day? In this article, he does nothing but defend his wife from criticism. This is basically just a guy writing a fucking big-ass article to suck up to his wife and fucking, like, jerk her off, basically. I'd like to read you guys an excerpt from this guy's article. The people who completely immerse themselves in the tiring, thankless, profoundly important job of raising children ought to be put on a pedestal. We ought to revere them and admire them like we admire rocket scientists and war heroes. These women...
How's your hair so much more blonde? I don't know. It's gotten darker over time. I don't have to tell you. Like, as I've gotten older, my hair's gotten darker.
Women are doing something beautiful and complicated and challenging and terrifying and painful and joyous and essential. Whatever they are doing something, and our civilization depends on them doing it well. Who else can say such a thing? What other job carries with it such consequences? Yuck. Basically, right? I mean...
Yeah, pretty gross.
And to me... this sounds like something a feminist would write, not something a feminist would be upset about. I mean, first of all, he totally diminishes the role of men. Like, no, men can't be the supportive, nurturing, caring parent.
Well, of course, he's a traditionalist dipshit.
Only women in their...
So really, I'm not defending this guy too much. It seems like I'm criticizing him pretty fucking strongly too. I didn't really know what a giant, colossal bag of shit he was at the time. I just thought he was a banal nitwit.
Perfect child-raising capacity would be capable of actually raising a child in a loving environment. We all know that. So if anything, this guy's article is offensive to men because he's just acting like women are the...
Rust in the pipes turns your hair. No, dude, listen, okay? This is just life, all right? Over time, my dad was the same way. You look at pictures of my dad when he was like in his 20s, he's got blonde hair. You look at him in his fucking 30s, it's darker. You look at him in his 40s, it's darker still. His hair got darker and darker. See, what's going to happen with this is eventually this is going to fucking turn like a dark gray. And that's going to be what the hair color I have, okay? It's called aging. It's not a big deal. It's fine. You're going to do it. Everyone here is going to do it unless they die.
The greatest goddamn...
That's true. If I was out in the sun more, my hair would be blonder.
...thing to ever happen to this planet. And feminists are pissed off about it. Why?
Fucking feminists. I need to make some more anti-feminist videos. Do I? I don't need to. I probably said my piece.
Well, 2 reasons. Number 1, he tacitly states that moms who choose to work are not acting in the best interest of their children. And 2, he's a man. Therefore, he has no right to talk about this issue at all. We'll address number 1 first. He tacitly states that moms who choose to work are not acting in the best interest of their children. Okay, well, with that in mind, I'd like to read another excerpt from the article. Look, I don't cast aspersions on women who work outside of the home. I understand that many of them are forced into it because they're single mothers or because income simply isn't enough to meet the financial needs of their family, or they just choose to work because that's what they want to do. Fine. So...
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like my defense of... I don't know. I still agree with everything I'm saying in this. I probably wouldn't defend Matt Walsh at this point just because I now know what a colossal piece of shit he is. But I really don't disagree with what I'm saying here.
So it appears
2013 TJ sounds... Well, 2021 TJ is drunk. 2013 TJ is probably not drunk.
That this guy actually went out of his way to say, like, I don't have anything against women who work. If they're working because they're single mothers?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really... I mean, this would be interesting if I was finding things about my 2013 self that I profoundly disagree with, but I'm not. Like, I'm pretty much like, yeah, I understand. Right. Pretty much the only thing I would say is, like, I wouldn't defend Matt Walsh today even if I did think he was being unfairly attacked because fuck him. That's pretty much where I'm at on that. But other than that, I'm really not finding much to disagree with here, so. And then TJ said, and it was brilliant. And we all clapped. Yay, TJ. You're so smart, TJ. You understand things. You're the smartest and bestest ever. You should wake up tomorrow and begin a method acting level bit where you spend the next 10 years duplicating the same videos and content from 2010 on. I feel like I did that for a while. I feel like for a while I tried to, like, I'm going to try to just emulate what I did at the height of my success. And then, but then I'm, like, playing myself. Trying to, like, play a younger version of me. And it's a weird thing, It's like, I don't know. Feels weird. Feels wrong. Don't feel right. Feels awkward and stupid and stilted and staged and full of artifice. Rather just be who the fuck I am and let the chips fall where the fuck they may, right? Gotta tell you guys I'm running for president. 2024. TJ 2024. Who'd vote for me? Anybody? Would anybody here vote for me? I know some of you wouldn't. Because I like you as an entertainer, but I don't think you should be president. You know what I mean? I feel that from a lot of you. That's fine. Maybe I should, I'm drunk. Maybe I should do my fucking, my speech. It could be clipped out of this and we could put it in there. I don't know. I should probably I think I said I had an American flag behind me at some point in the speech. Yeah, I think I'll just wait for that. I'll let that be its own thing. I figure it's time for me to be the fucking rule. I mean, I'm just tired of just pointing at things and being like, this is how it ought to be, this is how it ought to be, this is how it ought to be. I mean, I just need to be fucking in charge. Like, come on. Enough of this bullshit. And I'm not going to bullshit you guys. It's not going to be a bullshit president. I'm like, look, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. There's 1,000,001 reasons why you shouldn't vote for me, but here's the thing. I'm going to do the things I say I'm going to do because I don't give a fuck. Here's one thing strength I have. I don't care how much people hate me. People can hate me as much as they fucking want. They can fucking want me dead. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter to me one fucking iota because I just don't give a fuck. Right? So I'll do what I say. Because there's no pressure. Oh, if you do this, it can be unpopular. I don't give a fuck. Let them come at me. Come on. Come. You want to get through the Secret Service, kill my ass? Do it. Come fucking shoot me then, bitch. Bring it on, faggot. TJ 2024. If you guys can help me with my fucking... I'm thinking make America baseline tolerable again. I was actually thinking make America baseline tolerable for the first time. I don't know. What do you guys think? Help me out here. You guys are my campaign team. I'm going to read the speech. Fuck it. Fuck it, man. I'm going to read you the fucking speech. I don't care no more. We're just doing it. We're just going to fucking do it. I wrote the speech like 4 days ago. I'm like, I'm going to do the speech soon. But, you know, it's time to fucking put up or shut up. It's time to fucking do the speech, okay? Put this over here. Put this right here. Is there like some royalty fee-free patriotic music I could do for this? It's going to take a minute. I might do another version, but I'm gonna give you guys a fucking sneak preview. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Boop, 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 boo. I'm gonna get some fucking music here going. Royalty-free patriotic music. Let's see if we can find something. No copyright. Here we go. Yeah. Get it to the right level. This sucks. How about this? Yeah, it seems too presumptuous. Sounds like I'm already president at that point. Here's another one. Maybe this is more subtle. No, but it's too short. All right, fuck it. We're just gonna play like fucking. We're gonna play some like the music I normally play. Dun 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 ba ba da ba ba ba. What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming. All right, yeah. Here we go. I need to get the American flag real quick. Hold on. America, fuck yeah. All right. Here we go. There, now it's patriotic, right? Yeah, I'm patriotic as fuck now, right? Cool, cool, cool. Lower that down a little bit here. Anyway. Come on, you son of a bitch. What are you doing? All right. All right, so political speech begins. So, anyway, I think I should be president. So I have this American flag behind me here. You see it? You see it, right? American flag, you love it. I want to show everyone what a patriot I am, right? So this is part of the speech where I tell you a little bit about myself, so you get to know me as a person. Hi, I'm TJ Kirk. I'm a fat, degenerate neckbeard, most famous for shoving a banana up my ass like a decade ago. I'm probably second most famous for having a channel that used to have over 1 million subscribers. I didn't have to send the YouTube plaque back, by the way, you know, the gold plaque. I've still got it. And if YouTube wants it back, they're going to have to come take it from me by force, so amen. I was thinking about melting the gold down into a butt plug and then shoving it up into the Belle Delphine's ass, because she does follow me on Twitter, and we actually talked in DMs for a minute. So I figure if I shove it up her ass, I can then sell it for $600,000, right? Like, if the Amazing Atheist melted down his gold play button, shoved it up Belle Delphine's ass, he could sell that for $600,000, right? That's pretty much my retirement plan. So this is the reason I'm telling you guys this is this is not you might say, oh, why is he saying this? He's running for president. Why is he telling me this story? It's so you know I have good ideas. That's why I need to be fucking president. Because I'm an idea man, okay? I got the big ideas. The ideas that fucking boom. The problem is I'm too lazy. I know you're like, we don't need a lazy president. You do need a lazy president. Because lazy people, the innovators of society. But the problem is they're too fucking lazy. So my mom was a California trophy wife. My dad was a slimy businessman, one of the most notorious con men of all time who ran diploma mills. He called himself a hustler. I've never fired a gun. I didn't ever do a single push-up till I was 34 years old. I smoke a lot of pot. I have ADHD. I think I might be non-binary, but I'm really too apathetic to really give a shit, you know? Too lazy to change my pronouns. I don't really care enough to do it. I'm bisexual, but I'm married to a woman. A beautiful woman named Chelsea. Great first lady potential there, by the way. I smoked cigarettes for a few years, but I quit cold turkey in June of 2020, which I think really kind of exemplifies that I'm able to fucking, you know, when I put my mind to something, I accomplish it. They say it's harder to quit smoking than it is to quit heroin. But I did it. Cold turkey. No fucking patch. None of that shit. I've recently upgraded my hygiene habits from poor to fair. I'm a yo-yo dieter, so as a result, my weight fluctuates between 280 and 320. I'm currently on the fat side of that cycle, so you see me at my fattest, basically. I do get skinnier than this. I'm pretty much a misanthrope. I don't really like to be around people. I find their chatter to be draining. And generally, I find them to be an obstacle to me and my objectives, you know, in any given situation. I like sweets. I like TV. I like to complain about things. If you ever met me, you'd probably find me to be a condescending person, at least a lot of the time. I do generally tend to look down on others, but who can blame me? I'm just better than they are. I'm not a Christian. In fact, I find the concept of religion deeply irrational. I do intellectually believe in the teachings of Jesus Christ, though. When it comes to loving your neighbor as you love yourself and turning the other cheek and forgiving those who trespass against you, I believe in those things. I make an effort to practice them, though my general annoyance with humanity does tend to get in the way of that. Also, it's generally hard for me to give a shit about much of anything since I'm a nihilist and I view reality in pretty absurdist terms. So, anyway, why should you elect me president? You probably shouldn't, to be honest with you. But we can say that about the last few guys you elected, so who fucking cares? I'm the only candidate honest enough to say that. I'm going to be terrible. I'm going to fail. I'm going to embarrass the country. This is true of anyone you could possibly elect. So at least vote for the guy who tells you in advance, right? Makes sense to me. I care about the fate of this country, and I care about the fate of this species. The few things I do value in this world are offshoots of us. Air conditioning, humans invented it. Cartoons, humans invented it. Smoking weed, humans invented it. Music videos, humans. Butt implants and breast implants, oh my God, humans. T-shirts, humans. Porn, ice cream, medicine, humans. We've done some fine things here. And I'd like to preserve humanity so that we can continue to do those things. And I'd like to help guide us to do a little bit of less of some other things. Like war. We don't really need to be doing that, right? We've done enough war. Genocide, Poverty, gross. Homelessness, ugh. Right? Republicans, no more. Done with that. We don't need that kind of garbage here. Gotta cut all that shit out. And I feel I'm the first presidential candidate to really understand this shit. So let's move on from the vague to the specific, huh? Because too many of these political voices in this country are just looking up to blow smoke up your ass. They don't want to give you real answers. They want to fill you full of their little stupid fucking platitudes about how they're going to make you a bowl of homemade chili, but then they get all sketchy when you ask them for the recipe. You know, old family secret, right? Bullshit. They just don't know what they're doing. Let's start the substance portion of this political speech, okay? Because that's the really what you care. You guys are fucking substantive people. You care about substance, right? Right? Okay. So this is a little rough sketch on where I stand on the major issues of the day, so you kind of know what the fuck you're voting for if you want to vote for me, which you should, because I'm the best. Not that that's a high bar. It's not. It's fucking pitiful. On the issue of abortion, I believe that a woman or a trans dude or anyone that has a womb, basically, should be able to make that decision about whether or not they want to use that to incubate a fetus or not. It's a violation of their bodily autonomy for the state to mandate that they must carry a pregnancy to term. To guarantee this right to all people who need it, abortion will be one of the many medical procedures available on demand for free at the medical provider of your choosing. We will introduce a new constitutional amendment that guarantees abortion rights forevermore, and in the meantime, the Senate will be encouraged to pass new legislation on this matter. Any state with anti-abortion laws on the books, I will cut their funding. I will deny them any and all federal aid that's within my power to deny them, including disaster relief. Oh, a hurricane hit you? Well, what's your abortion law? Oh, you ban it? Fuck you then. Figure it out. President TJ, you're going to find out real quick, does not fuck around. Any legislation that attempts any funding for their states, I will veto that shit, regardless of any other contents in the bill. If there's even a fucking red cent for any state that has a anti-abortion law in their books, I will veto that shit. There will be no compromise on this fucking issue whatsoever. Fuck you. You want fucking my money? You want federal government money, you little piece of shit? Then you better come crawling before me, and you better fucking have no anti-abortion shit on your books. Woman doesn't have the right to choose on your state? Well then guess what, bitch? You don't have a right to a goddamn red cent from the federal government. You can go fuck yourself. President TJ doesn't fuck around. On the issue of trans rights, my administration will advance them significantly. We will pass federal anti-discrimination laws that no state can supersede. We will judiciously enforce them with extreme prejudice, or extreme anti-prejudice, if you will. If a trans person is denied housing or employment because of their trans status, the issue will be investigated, and if compelling evidence of discrimination is discovered, the business or person responsible will be stiffly fined and maybe even shut down if the infraction is egregious enough. We will also offer free gender reassignment surgery to anyone who wants it, providing they are evaluated by a licensed therapist. On the issue of education, we're going to radically transform the whole schooling system. Instead of focusing on so-called rounded education, we're going to tailor schooling to the interest of the student. Schools will provide a basic bedrock of knowledge, things like reading, writing, basic science, basic history, basic math, the shit you really need to know. We're going to teach them basic logic, critical thinking skills. We're going to have a lot greater emphasis on practical knowledge, like how interest rates work, how to open a bank account, that kind of stuff. Beyond those basic subjects, we will then assess what a student shows aptitude in, what they show interest in, and some will be placed in trade schools to learn a skill. Some will pursue more advanced versions of the concept they learn the basics of. Some will pursue more obscure subjects. It's going to be more like college. The high school level needs to be more specialized, like the college level is. And then, when these kids graduate high school, if they want to pursue an even higher education, they get free college too. They can continue to pursue their specialized interest, or they can further diversify their knowledge by learning another subject that has nothing to do with what they learned before. And we're not just going to make public colleges free. We're going to make Harvard and Yale free to those who qualify. No longer will these excellent schools just be for rich kids who bought their way in with daddy's money. They will be meritocracies open to the best and brightest, not the richest and best connected. Schools will no longer receive funding based on standardized testing. They will receive funding based on their needs. Instead of maintaining educational standards via standardized tests, you're going to turn schools into, we're going to evaluate them based on random inspections, basically. Long-term assessment of graduate success rates. We're going to fucking come up with a standard that makes sense. But bad teachers are no longer going to be protected by teachers' unions. We're going to make a deal with the teachers' unions that will stop protecting bad teachers in exchange for a 100% pay increase. Teachers are paid embarrassingly little in this country, so we're going to double their salaries. Every teacher in this country is going to enter a higher tax bracket. On the issue of gerrymandering, all congressional districts will now be done by a computer algorithm that optimizes fairness by selecting districts of roughly equal population sizes. We're going to take human bias right the fuck out of the equation, or politicians will continue to draw districts in such a way to keep their thumbs on the scales. We're not going to let them do it. From now on, it's going to be a cold, clinical, machine-driven process. There's not going to be any chance for anyone to draw some weird, dinosaur. This is district shaped like a fucking brontosaurus because they're trying to get, we need more Republicans. We need more Democrats. Fuck that. We need the will of the people to be goddamn represented. On the issue of the Electoral College, it's actually very hard to get rid of it since the Constitution and passing a new amendment to the Constitution is very fucking difficult. I'm already proposing a pro-choice amendment, so we might as well fight for an amendment to end the Electoral College as well, and to switch hereby and forever to a ranked choice popular vote system to determine who will be president. But it's very difficult to accomplish that. So even if I'm playing hardball, it's going to be hard to fucking get people to go along with that because it's pretty entrenched. So in the meantime, I'm going to push states to embrace the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. Google that shit. It's a compact that makes states vow to give their electoral college votes not to whoever wins their state, but to whoever wins the popular national vote. But this is just a workaround. Long term, we do need to abolish the Electoral College. On the issue of health care, we need to pass Medicare for all. The private insurance industry needs to go the fucking way of the dinosaur. Bye. Get the fuck lost. You're useless. No more of this bullshit where you have a medical emergency and the company that you've been paying money to handle that all of a sudden has 1,000,001 excuses why they ain't got to do it. We're going to change the name of the Medicare for All to the Bernie Sanders Act in honor of the legacy of Bernie Sanders. Now, he might refuse such aggrandizement. I don't give a fuck. I want future generations to know the name of the man who fought so hard for their rights to health care. I want them to be inspired by his life and his message and the ideas that he stood for, even when they weren't popular. What else are we going to do? We're going to raise the federal minimum wage to $25 an hour, and we're going to tie it to the cost of living so we never have to have this battle again. If cost of living goes up 3%, the minimum wage goes up 3%. And we're going to make all pay transparent. You get to know what your coworkers make. You get to know what your boss makes. So if there's something fishy going on at your workplace, you're aware of it. Because right now we have this weird fucking standard that, it's a private matter what a person makes. Why? Because they don't want their workers comparing notes. They don't want workers knowing they're getting screwed. They don't want workers to see discrimination in pay. So we're going to make it all transparent. You know what the fucking guy next to you makes. If he makes more for the same job, fuck him. Well, not fuck him, fuck the boss. And you're going to be able to make a stink about it. Now, in the event of an economic disaster, we will do a stimulus bill like we did in 2008. But you know what? Our stimulus bill is going to be for the fucking people. We're going to distribute funds to the people, not to the banks. Wall Street can figure out its own mess. The people will be protected. If Wall Street wants your money, they're going to have to offer you something in return. And I'll tell you, there were no prosecutions last time Wall Street crashed the economy in 2008. If I'm president next time it happens, there will be. We're going to do everything in our power to strengthen labor unions. Unionized companies will be given heavily preferential treatment for government contracts. We're going to give big tax write-offs to companies that unionize. And they'll need them, because I'm going to raise the ever-loving fuck out of their taxes. We're also going to require labeling on all products made by Taiwanese sweatshops or any non-labor union, so Americans can see exactly where their products come from and under what conditions they are made. Companies that use slave labor anywhere in their supply chain, such as Nestle or De Beers or Tesla, will no longer be allowed to sell their products in the U.S. marketplace until such time as they stop being complete pieces of shit. We're going to demilitarize the police. No more police tanks rolling down residential streets, shooting tear gas at everyone who steps outside. No more SWAT raids for every 2-bit drug dealer. No more gun-toting maniacs roaming the streets looking for whatever they think is suspicious. Cops are a hammer. We're going to call them when we've got nails. Hostage situation, call the cops. Crazed gunman, call the cops. Husband beating his wife, call the cops. Anytime there's a violent maniac on the loose, we call the cops. But for everything else, why the hell you need a cop? Some guy's asleep in the Wendy's parking lot, call a fucking social worker. A severely autistic person is self-harming and throwing a fit, call a social worker. Person is selling some psilocybin mushrooms on the street corner, hell, call me. We're going to reduce the number of cops. We're going to reduce the militancy of cops. We're going to raise the standards for who can be a cop. We're going to excise every ounce of macho bullshit from the police force. It doesn't protect anyone. It doesn't serve anyone. It just makes cops a liability to the very civilians they're supposed to protect. So what about the military? We're going to redefine our military into a force that works for the public good, as well as fighting foreign enemies when necessary. We're going to expand the Army Corps of Engineers and put the military to work on civilian infrastructure projects, building roads, dams, bridges, laying fiber optic cable, laying high-speed rail, etc. We're going to close down foreign bases, bring all the troops home. America will no longer be the world police. We will no longer function in that role. We will maintain a strong military fighting force of both men and machines, capable of decisively winning a war with anyone who wants to start one with us. But we're not going to go looking for trouble anymore. If we're not wanted in another country, we will not go there. If we are wanted, we will go there as partners and friends in the spirit of humanitarianism. We will no longer maintain alliances with human rights violators. Saudi Arabia and Israel. That means you. If Saudi Arabia wishes to remain a U.S. ally, they will embrace a pluralistic and egalitarian culture, or they will lose our money. Israel is an apartheid state. As long as this is true, we cannot and will not financially support them. No state on the world stage can expect our money unless they embrace and share our broad view of human rights. And if China wants to fund them instead, then let them. We don't need to play that game any longer. We will find plenty of alliances among the nations of the world who value liberty and happiness. We don't need to ally ourselves with monsters who butcher their own people. We will abolish private prisons. Gone. No one should have a financial incentive to lock people up. That ends under my watch. I'm pretty sure I can accomplish that via one executive order, but if not, we'll do it however it needs to be done. We're going to end the war on drugs. We're going to legalize all drugs. Legalize them all. Because all the black market does is fund gangs and cartels. We don't want that. If someone wants to do drugs, they should be able to purchase them from a taxed and regulated seller under the full scrutiny of the law. If someone wants to do heroin or ketamine or whatever they want, there should be a safe way for them to obtain those drugs and a safe place for them to do them. No more street corner crack dealer. No more disgusting flop house. And with the money we make from the sale of those drugs, we can operate treatment centers to help addicts get off of them. Seems self-defeating at first, but think about it. Right now, drug addicts just go to prison, where they get no treatment. And eventually they end up back on the streets and back on the drugs. And prohibition of drugs has not curbed the drug problem yet, has it? Even in countries where the penalty for doing drugs is death, people still do drugs. Time for a radical new approach. We will no longer be the nation with the highest per capita prison population. On top of ending the war on drugs, we're going to set all drug offenders free. We're going to expunge their criminal records. And we're going to give them reparations and apologize for their wrongful imprisonment. We're also going to abolish mandatory minimum sentences for all crimes. No more of this zero tolerance, one strike, you're out shit. A person in prison is not serving society. They're burdening it. Prisons should be for the most violent criminals only. People who are a threat to the fabric of society. Murderers and rapists, basically. And even then, the draconian cruelty of the American prison system is not going to reform anyone. The conditions in prisons should be humane, clean, orderly, and geared towards proven rehabilitative techniques. The very people who can't, the very few people who can't be rehabilitated should be placed separately in facilities designed to contain the most antisocial humans in reasonable comfort and low stimulation environment where they can live out the remainder of their lives in isolation from all company but their own. I absolutely reject any application of the death penalty across the board. I will fight to prevent it from ever occurring in the United States again. It's barbaric. It has no place here. For non-violent criminals, we need to develop alternative methods of discouraging their behaviors. Parole is probably appropriate in many instances. Fines, revocation of certain social privileges, garnishment of wages. We don't need to spend money jailing these people. We should make money finding these people. We should not tolerate the existence of homelessness. There are empty houses from sea to shining sea. We should get to work on placing people in homes and communities where they can thrive. If they're mentally ill, they should be treated. If they need state care, then programs should be funded to help them. We used to do that in this country until Reagan shut it down and sent severely mentally ill people into the streets where they're a burden to society and a danger to themselves and others. We're going to return to rationality on this issue. We're going to tear down Trump's border wall. We are no longer going to blame our economic woes on Mexicans and South Americans. We're going to welcome into our country anyone who wants to be here and have the easiest standards for citizenship of any nation on the face of the earth. Because that's how this country was built. People came to America from all over, and when they got here, they became Americans. We're going to bring that back. We're going to bring back the American dream. We're going to bring back the land of opportunity. No citizenship test, no background check. All are welcome. I know it sounds scary, but remember, we did it before, and the result was the greatest country on the face of the earth. Now we're way more selective, and look how much we suck. If you think we're starting to get a little bit radical, I haven't even gotten to the radical stuff yet. This is my standard issue by issue agenda. I also have some sweeping reforms I didn't even fit into the existing paradigm, but we'll get to those in a bit. Climate change. Wow. Green New Deal immediately. Green Global Deal as soon as possible. Drastic and aggressive steps to mitigate climate change as much as possible. New infrastructure, as green as we can make it, built by the Army Corps of Engineers and as public works projects that put people to work. We're going to embrace solar and wind wherever possible, hydro wherever possible, solar wherever possible. We offer tax incentives to put solar panels on your house. I'm not even a fan of nuclear technology, but you know what? As your leader, I'm willing to set my bias aside and use nuclear anywhere that nothing else is feasible. But coal and natural gas, they gotta go. No more. You know what else has gotta go? Gas-powered vehicles, single-use plastics, anything contributing to CO2 emissions is on the chopping block, unless it's absolutely vital to civilization, and no alternative can be found. I don't know what, if anything really matches that description, but if anything does, hey, whatever, it can be grandfathered in. So things are going to change, and I really don't care about the whiners who are going to try to convince us that, plastic drinking straws are more important than the habitability of the earth. They, in my opinion, have no place in the conversation. They can go rant to themselves in one of my newly created asylums because they show clear signs of mental illness. I hope COVID-19 won't still be an issue in 2024, but it's kind of looking like it will be. So here's my position on that. Mandatory vaccination? Yep. You don't have any freedom to spread disease any more than you have a freedom to spread fire. This is not an issue of freedom. My administration will not take any argument to that effect seriously. As I stated before, we will no longer ally ourselves with countries that do not share our basic values. We will also no longer maintain an embargo against Cuba or its people. We will no longer impose economic sanctions on any nation on earth. Those sanctions hurt people, not governments. We will no longer be in the hurting people business unless they give us no choice. We will be a country that chooses to help those who ask us and leave alone those who don't want us, and only harm those who leave us no choice. That handles all the basic stuff. So now let me spring the crazy shit on you. I mean, I don't think it's crazy, but you might. So first of all, we need to put a lot more energy and resources into space exploration and expanding humanity beyond this planet. We all know that if this species lives long enough, it will eventually happen. So let's be at the cutting edge of it. Let's be the first to set up a presence on the moon and on Mars. Let's be the first to start mining the asteroids. Let's be the first to master the creation of artificial environments off-world. America is at its strongest when we're pioneers, when we're explorers, when we're at the edge of new frontiers. So we need to return to that ethos. The biggest failing of America at this point is that we no longer believe in ourselves. We hear big and grand new ideas and immediately, we look for ways they're going to fail. We become a people with a thoroughly pessimistic character. And while I think that being a personal pessimist is valid and sometimes necessary and sometimes just realistic, for a nation to be this lopsidedly pessimistic is a death sentence. We can accomplish great things. We have before, and we will again, but only if we have the balls to try. Second of all, we're going to challenge an idea that's destroying our country. We're going to challenge the idea that freedom of speech protects misinformation. I consider myself a free speech absolutist. I believe there is no opinion, no matter how hateful, or morally repugnant I might find it to be, there is no opinion that should ever be censored by the government. We must maintain the freedom to challenge the status quo. We must maintain the freedom to speak out against the established order of the day. These rights are inalienable and paramount. However, facts are facts. If there are people going around telling everyone that water is poison while people are dying of thirst, then the people spreading that lie should not be protected by freedom of speech. They are essentially committing mass fraud for nebulous political gain, attempting to use their platforms to mislead people. They have no real arguments for what they believe, so they simply lie about the facts. They knowingly spread falsehoods in order to trick people into their way of thinking, even if their way of thinking is demonstrably harmful. In my last 2 videos, I discussed the creation of a fact-check administration and what standards and practices it should apply. Many are concerned that it represents an authoritarian control of information. I reject that notion completely. It fights against attempts to control and politicize information by clearing the way for the information to stand for itself. I go into greater detail in those videos, and you can watch them for yourself. Third of all, and this one's the most pie in the sky yet, but I think we need to rewrite the entire United States Constitution and replace it with a new, refined document that outlines a revised and expanded edition that takes into account what we know now. The Electoral College is a bad idea. We should get rid of it. The Supreme Court is a bad idea. We should get rid of it and replace it with something more democratic, or at least something subject to term limits and oversights. 2 senators per state. That doesn't make sense. It should be based on population size. The First Amendment is vague. Not all protests should have to be peaceable. There are times when property destruction is warranted. The Second Amendment is vague. It says people have the right to bear arms, which would mean they have the right to tactical nukes if they want. I think we need to define exactly what level of weaponry people have the right to and why. The Third Amendment is pretty much antiquated and unnecessary at this point. The Fourth Amendment through the Ninth Amendment are all about legal protections for the people. And all of them need to be expanded upon, because at this point, they've all been subverted. We need to write a whole new constitution from start to finish and pass an amendment to the current constitution that nullifies the entire fucking thing and replaces it with this new document. Fourth of all, we need to get our oligarch problem under control. I'm talking high fucking taxes. I'm talking fucking wealth caps. I'm talking strict penalties for tax avoidance and evasion. I know I said earlier that we need to respect the autonomy of other countries, but if they serve as tax havens for wealthy people in this country to hide their money, we need to consider that an act of violence against our country. And that's one occasion where we will use our military might to shut it down and get our money back. And if we trace an account back to one of these rich assholes stateside, we're going to strip them of every dime they've got and send them back to the bottom rung of society so they can climb their way back up. We're going to rein these fuckers in. We're going to shove copies of Atlas Shrugged up their ass if they complain. The wealthy should not be a protected class in America. I will not take meetings with them or attend events with them. I'm putting a target on any lobbyist in Washington. We're going to put any bought and paid for politician on blast. We're going to call out where their money comes from and who they're fighting for. We're going to yank the tendrils of big business out of politics by any means necessary. I'm going to make it clear to the American people every single time I speak who their enemy is. The wealthy elites that have tainted everything in this country with their corruption. We cannot progress as a country while they still dominate our political process. And so it's a top priority to get them out and hit them hard from every angle. They think their money gives them power, but the people can prove them wrong at any time. The people can take their power at a moment's notice. All it takes is the will to do it. Fifth of all, one day, not under my watch and probably not in the lifetime of any of us, the human race should be united as a species. It's headed that way, isn't it? Humans have trended historically towards more and more consolidation. It's my belief that if humanity is to be united, we should be united under the values of love and peace, compassion and reason, pleasure and plenty. We should not be united under despotism that crushes us with violence, that makes us hate one another, that feeds us fear and irrationality and that deprives us of joy, deprives us of comfort. Now, if you have any questions about the issues I've discussed here today, or you want to ask about any issue that I did not address in this speech, I'd be happy to hear them in the comments below. Before I conclude this speech, and I know it's grown really long and cumbersome at this point, I want to speak for a moment about some of the cabinet appointments I'd make. You don't hear politicians talk about that too much. Obviously, none of the people I'm about to list are currently associated with my campaign in any way, shape, or form. I just want you to know the sort of appointments I make, since politicians rarely tell you that when they're running. I always thought it was frustrating. It's like, I don't even know what kind of cabinet appointments this motherfucker's gonna make. You don't get to know that until you've already fucking chosen them. First, I don't think it's an official cabinet position, but I'd like Vaush to be my press secretary. You know why? Because if I say something stupid, he could smart it up for me. Tell the people what I really meant. Love to see him argue with the mainstream press. Fucking epic content, which is really what it's supposed to be. People will tune into that shit. Vice president. I know I'm getting a little ridiculous here, but I'm thinking another YouTuber. Kyle Kalinske. I don't know anyone who I agree with more, even if some of my policies are a little crazy. He would not necessarily want to be on board with everything. But you know what? He likes big asses, just like me. He knows his way around a political opinion. And he really doesn't seem to want power at all, which to me makes him perfect to have it. And he's a lazy fuck, too, which I think is actually a huge advantage in this position, to be honest with you. It means you don't have time for stupid bullshit. Kyle would preside like me. He wouldn't waste time pardoning turkeys and jerking off world leaders and various summits and bullshit. Okay? Kyle's going to get down to business. So, for Secretary of State, Ilhan Omar. She's got a brass set of balls. She's one of the few politicians in this country to call out U.S. war crimes. For Secretary of the Treasury, I don't have a name, but I can tell you some standards. A lot of them are going to be like that. Probably whatever economist would say my ideas are good, but smarter. Like someone who can make my bullshit sound smart. That's who I appoint. Secretary of Defense. I want someone who would love peace, but's not going to back down from a fight, So I'm thinking Jesse Ventura. Now, I get it. He's a loon on some stuff, but he's got that toughness to him. I respect that. He doesn't want us wasting lives on stupid, endless wars. Plus, he is a veteran. And, he shit on that jarhead asshole Chris Kyle, who was 100% not a fucking hero. Attorney General, I'm thinking I would go to the Innocence Project and just say, who's the best among you? Hire whoever that was. AOC is a shoo-in for Secretary of the Interior. Green New Deal and all. Secretary of Agriculture, I'm thinking Gordon Ramsay. Sounds like a joke, but I feel like he's got a great grasp on the subject of food. Seems to know a good bit about farming and how food is sourced. Plus, when I take on the factory farms and stuff, he seems like the right guy to bully them. Secretary of Commerce, I'd find a small business person. Because this position is always, it's always someone from a big business. I want someone from a small business. Someone who has the interest of the small businessman at heart. Secretary of Labor, I get a real labor leader who's been on the strike line and won. Someone with a real working class background who knows what it means to sweat for a living. Real working class motherfucker. Someone involved heavily in labor unions. Health and Human Services, I'd bring on someone who has a strong background with Doctors Without Borders and free clinics, because that's someone who's going to understand not just medicine, but is going to be a font of compassion and is going to recognize on a visceral level that everyone deserves treatment. A real humanitarian in that position. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, we need a real crazy Marxist fuck in there. Someone even to the left of fucking me. Some of the strong sociological credentials who understand city planning. I don't know who that'd be, but I assume it's probably going to be some kind of college professor. Transportation. I might want to bring a foreigner in for this one. Someone who has experience with high-speed rail, because we're doing that shit for sure. Energy. I want someone very tree-huggy, Maybe Lucy Lawless, because who doesn't love Xena? And she's really big into that, apparently. Education, that's easy. We don't need a so-called expert. We just get an actual teacher. Someone who taught students for 30 years and made a real, genuine difference in their lives. Veterans Affairs, we need a hard motherfucker that will straight up punch you in the face. We need Richard Ojeda. He's the only man for this job, in my opinion. Homeland Security, Getting rid of that agency. We don't need anyone in charge of that. Fuck that. Getting rid of that, and we're getting rid of ICE, too. We're going to keep the Space Force, though, for reasons that should already be clear. Anyway, probably going to run as a third party because I don't really see myself securing the nomination of any other parties. I don't exactly know how any of that works. I'm going to have to figure it out. But hopefully you'll vote for me. And if not, I understand. I'm a little bit insane. I would say God bless America, but I don't believe in God. I believe in myself. So I guess I bless America. And I bless all of you. Thank you. End speech. There you go. Chelsea gave me a golf clap. She's like, hey. Did you hit this, baby? Cool. Can you change the Space Marines, though? Maybe. Maybe so. Who knows? Slow clap. Jobs plan, yeah, you know. I couldn't cover every single issue in the fucking first speech, all right? I tried to cover a wide variety of shit, so you got a really good idea. But, you know, obviously I couldn't fucking cover every single thing. I don't really have a jobs plan as of yet, but, you know, I'll come up with something. I mean, I told you about the public works project, so that handles that to an extent, but, like, obviously that's not long term. Let's see what else we got here. This is Glenn Beck talking about Texas, how it's right, I guess.
Abortion law went into effect, which essentially bans abortion after about 6 weeks of pregnancy, when a heartbeat.
Hey, baby, you want to join me on this one? You don't? Why not? You're gonna be first lady soon. You need to fucking have opinions and shit. No? Why not? It's about the abortion thing. I know you're passionate about that. Oh, fuck, really? Yeah, it's Glenn Beck on abortion, baby. Oh, man. Don't you want to let people know? Well, here, the mic's there if you want it, baby. Oops. There it is if you need it. If you decide you want to chime in.
Can be detected. I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Well, that's not a baby. It can't survive outside of the womb yet.
Looks like people have some presidential questions for me, so maybe I should wait a minute on this. All right, would you push for reparations for impoverished black people? I would not push for reparations. I don't think that it makes sense at this point. I feel like we need to have, because here's the problem with it. And I know that I've gotten in trouble for this before with some black people, but here's what I think. And I'm just going to be fucking real frank with you. I cannot see looking at a poor black person and looking at a poor white person and being like, I'm going to give money to the poor black person and fuck the poor white person. I want to help poor people because I feel bad for people who are fucking in poverty. But by helping poor people, I'm going to disproportionately help black people because they're disproportionately poor. Here's an hour's wage for the cause. You get my vote hands down. Thank you. Wow, you make $25 an hour? That's not bad, buddy. Well, that's the wage under my fucking system too. So yeah, I was thinking what you're saying. But yeah, I wouldn't be in favor of reparations for blackness, but I will give reparations to anybody who's been incarcerated unfairly, like in their lifetimes. And I will give money. I will redistribute wealth to the poor because we should not have an underclass that's deprived of the resources they need to be successful in this country. There will be a drastic redistribution of wealth under me. I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not afraid of the term. I'm not going to back down from it in any way, shape, or form. If we redistributed wealth evenly across the board, everyone would have $348,000. That's the reality. I'm not going to do that. I don't think that's reasonable. I think that there are people who contribute more to society than others, and I don't think that there's any problem. I honestly don't think there's any problem with someone like Jeff Bezos being rich. Because he innovated, and I use his service, and we all do. I use Amazon, you use Amazon. But should he have a GDP? Should his wealth rival the GDP of nations? Should he be making, $400,000 in 2.6 minutes? Fuck no. Wealth caps are a thing under my fucking presidency. $10 million, you have enough. You're good. So yeah, massive wealth redistribution program going to happen under me. And I have no reservations about it. I have no doubts in my mind that it's the right thing to do. No billionaire will be able to persuade me otherwise. Because there's only so much, like, at a certain point, you have all the luxury you need. There's no there's no difference in quality of life from 10 million to 10 billion. Because you can, at 10 million, you can fuck any woman you want or any man you want or whatever. You can have your pool, you can have your jet, you can have your fucking house, all this nice shit. Any nice thing you want. If you make $10 million a year, you can have it all. So there's no reason for anyone to have more than that. So fuck anybody who thinks they deserve more than that. That's fine. That's the top. That's the pinnacle of society. That's the pinnacle of luxury. 10 million seems high. Maybe it is. I don't know. You can go more radical than me, but that's where I'm at. I believe in wealth. I believe a person who fucking is an entrepreneur who innovates should be able to accrue wealth. I believe they should be incentivized to do that with fucking monetary gain. But I think that at a certain point it becomes obscene. You know, and I think that when there's people starving, any amount of wealth is obscene. So we're going to fix that. No more fucking poor people, no more homeless people, no more destitution. You know, we need to raise the bottom of society. In a society that was run by me, I would aim for the bottom of society to be a person that has a living space and clothing and food and shelter and basic entertainment, like a television or something. That should be the bottom rung. And if you want more than that, you got to fucking work for it. You know? And I think that'd be totally fair. And if there's people who want to just be, if they're content at the bottom and they just want to, well, better than them being homeless, better than being destitute, better than being a fucking nuisance begging for fucking money on the street corner. And I don't think most people are going to do that. I think most people are going to want to work. I think most people are going to fucking want to get out there and fucking do something a little bit more for themselves. They're going to want to be able to go to the club. They're going to want to be able to fucking attract a mate. They're going to want to be able to attract, they want a bigger house, nicer car, bigger television, more channels, whatever the fuck. And that's how you get them in the workforce. But you don't make the bottom rung of society starvation and death. Because that's inhumane. It's fucking disgusting. It's sickening. I don't believe in it.
Oh, okay. So when a preemie is born, do we put him into the...
Sorry, I started playing the Glenn Beck video again. What do you think about pushing more states to D.C., Puerto Rico, Guam, splitting California and Texas and California? Well, you're not going to need to do that if you can, assign the senators based on population rather than on state. But yeah, I mean, if it requires cutting up states, I'll do that too. I don't give a fuck. I'll turn California into 50 fucking states to fucking stack the Senate with California senators. I don't give a shit. You know what? It'd be better representation anyway, because there's plenty of people who are in red California who have no representation. It's like me, a blue person in red Louisiana, I have no representation. So yeah, cut up the country. I don't give a fuck. There'll be 190 fucking 2 states or something. Please abolish the Electoral College, but the Senate exists because of the lives and needs of the people vary greatly from state to state. Yeah, I think all those people should be represented, but look, it's a fucking sickening parody of fucking justice that a state like Wyoming has 2 senators and a state like California has 2 senators because Wyoming has 500,000 fucking people in it. Now, do I want the 500,000 people of Wyoming to just, we don't even need to listen to them. Fuck them. Of course not. They should be taken seriously. But a state like California that has, like, how many people are in California? Hold on. Let me ask my phone. My phone knows. What's the population of California? 39 million people. 39 million people, two representatives. 500,000 people, 2 representatives. It's absurd. Anybody who defends it to me is a fucking imbecile. And I will personally, as the president, smack them in the fucking face and then pardon myself. Like, fuck you, you're an idiot. I don't need to listen to you. I don't need to take you seriously. Go fucking shove a fucking grenade up your ass and pull the pin. Go die somewhere, because you're useless. That's my policy. What do you do about temporarily embarrassed millionaires? We need to fucking really educate them. You're not a billionaire. You're never going to be a billionaire. You're a fucking pathetic loser. It's never going to be you. You're never going to be Jeff Bezos. We need to fucking explain to them how these billionaires got their money and how none of them are a fucking rags to riches story. And if they are, it's like a bazillion to 1 fucking odds. Fuck all that shit. Isn't that what the House is for? Yeah, really it is. But, you know, even that shit's gerrymandered to fucking fuck. You know, like we you know, you have a majority of Democratic voters and you end up with Republican majorities in the fucking House. It's like, what? It's like the Democrats have to win by such an insane margin to even be the majority. TJ, what will the age be that someone can buy weed, booze, cigs, etc.? I would say the same as like sexual consent, like 18. You know, if you're an 18-year-old, you can be sent off to war. You can vote, but you can't drink a fucking beer. Fuck that. 18, across the board. You're an adult at 18. There has to be a fucking line. That's where it is. 18 years old, you're a fucking adult. You can buy drugs. You can drive a car. You can vote. You can go to war. Whatever the fuck needs to happen. That's when you can do it. 18. Sexual consent is 18. Yeah. Well, it varies by state, but I'll just nationalize it. 18 across the board. No more of this fucking, it's 16 here, it's fucking 17 there. Fuck it. It's 18 across the board. Now, I'm not going to fucking put people in jail because, you know, they're 19 and they have a 17-year-old girlfriend that they met in fucking high school. Fuck that. There'll be Romeo and Juliet kind of shit that, you know, prevents that from happening. But, you know, 18 is the fucking age. How much would you cut the military budget back? I mean, it just depends on the needs. I mean, look, I believe in a strong military. I believe that we need to be a strong fucking presence on the global stage. We need to be someone that you don't want to fuck with. But we spend more than the next 10 countries combined. That doesn't need to happen. You know, and really, a lot of the fucking cost overruns are basically because we give contracts to these companies and we don't expect anything from them. Like, look, if we give a contract to somebody and we say, okay, Lockheed Martin, build us the F-35, and then they build a piece of shit, you know what happens? We take that money back and we say, fuck you, you didn't deliver what you said you were going to deliver. You fuck off. Because otherwise, what it does is they just fucking they intentionally fuck it up so they keep getting money for it. We're not going to do that shit anymore. We're not going to play that fucking game. If we order a fucking hey, here's the F-35, we want it, here's $200 million, make it for us. And then they fucking come back and, oh, cost overruns. Like, nope, make it. Make it, stupid ass. We're not giving you any more money. You either give us the jet or we take the money back. Fuck them. Because right now, you know what happens? These stupid military contractors, they we're going to do the F-35, and then they fuck it up and fuck it up and fuck it up, and they just fucking suck money out of the taxpayer. And, you know, the government doesn't hold them accountable because all the senators and all the fucking Congress people are getting money from the military-industrial complex. So they don't have any oh, well, we'll look the other way. We'll look the other way. Fuck that. We're cutting the fucking cord. From now on, if we fucking assign you a project and you fucking tell us a budget, if you say you can deliver the F-35 for $200 million or $200 billion or whatever the fuck it is, and we give you that money, you deliver us that fucking product or we take the money back. And if you don't like it, go fuck yourselves. If you got to go bankrupt, well, you shouldn't have fucking made a deal you couldn't fucking deliver on. Fuck you. No more waste. No more bullshit. We're going to maintain a strong military on a lower budget by fucking cutting that shit out. We're not going to fucking let military industrial complex contractors rip off the government any fucking more. No more of that. It's not going to happen. Because I'll have fucking zero tolerance for it. And if I find out it is happening and I have no legal means to stop it, I'm just going to tell the American people, hey, this is what they're doing to you. And anybody who fucking goes and burns that shit down, I'll pardon them. Because I don't give a fuck. Same with the movie company tries to make something that's over budget. They go bankrupt. Yeah. It's like, I don't care. You know, if you tell me you can deliver me a fucking product at a price, you give me that product for that price. Well, there was cost overruns and R&D when I don't care. That's your fucking problem. Shouldn't have fucking came in. You shouldn't have quoted me that price if you couldn't do it for that price. Go fuck yourself. What'd you do with the stock market? Is there a way to make it as hard as shit to make Mega Millions off? I mean, look, I don't have no problem with the stock market. I'm invested in the stock market myself. I'll tell you my stocks right now. I'll tell you exactly who my interests are. So you know. Full fucking disclosure here. Transparency, absolute. So I have money in Bitcoin. I have $246.97 in Bitcoin, okay? That's what I got. I'm going to go to my Robinhood account now because I still use Robinhood. I don't know, they're bad, but whatever. I got Disney stock. I have 19 Disney shares. I have 150 shares in a stock called Eldera Therapeutics. I have 8 shares of NVIDIA. I have 2 shares of the Global Lithium Battery Tech ETF. I have less than 1 share of Moderna. But I do have some, I have a fractional, I have like a 0.73 fractional share of Moderna. I have a 0.13 fractional share of Amazon. I have a 0.94 fractional share of a company called Upstart. I have 18.4 shares in a company called Lucid Group that provides electric cars to, luxury electric cars to rich people. I have $1,109 dollars worth of Ethereum. I have how many Ethereum is that? 0.36 Ethereum. So I have some investments, and I just told them to you. There they are. That's every fucking investment I got. Now, would I ever fucking do policy in such a way as to fucking advance these investments? No, because you know why? I'm going to be president of the fucking United States. If I need to make money at that point, I'll divest all this. I don't give a shit. I'll fucking sell off every fucking dime I have. So you know for a fact I'm not acting in some business interest. Because you know what? At the end of my fucking term, I can write some tell-all book. I was powerful. I was the president, you know? Yeah, NVIDIA is, by the way, is a good stock. Yeah, you're totally right. I do want to get more into that. I have fucking strong faith in Eldera Therapeutics. I think one day that's going to blow up. I mean, every stock I have in there, I feel like is going to blow up one day. Or at least is going to, like some of those stocks I have because I think they're very stable and they're going to show like really steady growth. Other ones I have because I feel like they're going to explode one day. But hey, I'm willing to fucking sacrifice. I don't need it. If I'm president of the United States, what do I need a fucking stupid stock for? Oh, I'm president, and I'm also going to be rich. I'll be rich fucking writing books and whatever the fuck else, you know? I don't need that. If I'm president, I'll be a crazy fucking president. People buy my book. Be like, oh, the tell-all TJ the President book. You know, and I'll just make money that way. And I'll go do speeches and stuff. Who cares? I don't have any Solana because it's not on Robinhood. And it's not on Cash App, so I don't need it. It's not where it's easy for me, so fuck it. Go fuck itself. Too poor to invest in the stock market. You know, you're really not. Especially with like a Robinhood app or something like that. One thing I like about it is you can buy all these little super fractional shares. You can put like $20 a month into something. Even if you put like $20 a month into like Disney or Amazon or something like that, it'll grow for you over time. So I don't think you should be totally dismissive of it. Even if you are broke, because like, you know, there's no reason. Like, it's available to everyone at this point. It really is. Unless you're just like a homeless person, which you're not, because you're fucking writing me on here. You missed my earlier stream. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me just see. I'm going to go refresh here. I'll see the stream I might have missed. So I missed a few. Ultrasound 700 gave $2. Says Jonathan Young's music is all stream safe. I think I actually did read that one. Evil Akuma gave 666 said death to all humans. I agree. Frodo Baggins says 666 and said been following you since 2013. And while I don't always agree with you, I actually did read that one. Excuse me. MJW379 gave 666 says a mass fluoration. You've earned my vote, sir. Keep your breast on drama. Cenk Uygur is claiming he can beat Joe Rogan in a fight on Twitter. What? Hold up. Even future presidential candidates are interested in this dumb drama. Hold on. What the fuck am I looking at? Hold on, you guys. Someone said, I'll make $1,000 donation to your trash network or your charity of choice to see you call Joe Rogan, who is not only more successful podcast in history, but also a black belt in martial arts, a loser to his face. Deal. Easiest 1,000 I've ever made. You think he's going to assault me? Sure, whatever. That's incredibly dumb, but also wouldn't work. I'm much larger than Joe, and I've fought my whole life. I'd end him, but grown-ups don't do that. I'll send you a P.O. box. I mean, grown-ups also don't talk about how they'd end people. Like, you can't... See, the problem with what Jank just did there is, like, he tried to take the high road and the low road simultaneously. You got to choose. You got to choose one of the two. I'll be honest with you. I've seen Joe Rogan. He's a little ass dude. He really is a little guy. Okay, I've been right across from him. I've fucking stood next to him and shook his hand and stuff, and he's a little ass guy. He's a trained martial artist, and I'm sure he's very tough, but he's a little guy, and he really is. And I mean, like, really, at the end of the day, little guys, you got to be honest with yourselves. You're little, okay? Maybe you're tough for your size, but at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Cenk Uygur actually maybe would stand a chance of kicking Joe Rogan's ass. I know it's unpopular. I know you guys here disagree with me on this. No, Joe Rogan, blah, blah. Because I know that, like, you guys are little guys yourselves, and you want to maintain this fantasy, like you kick a big guy's ass. I know it's a really appealing fantasy, but it's a fantasy, okay? You probably couldn't. Cenk is like 1 whole inch taller than Joe. What? No, Cenk is taller. Cenk is like 6'2" or something, isn't he? Pretty sure Cenk pretty tall, man. Hold up. Isn't he? Height. 5'9"? No, never mind. Joe Rogan would kick his ass, dude. If he's really 5'9", Joe Rogan would fuck him up. If he was like 6'6" like me, maybe. But 5'9", nah. I'll fight Joe Rogan. I don't even have a problem with him. I don't know beef, but I'll fight him just to show the supremacy. I'll show you. I'll fight Joe Rogan just to prove the premise that a big, tall, out of shape guy can kick the shit out of a fucking 5'0" martial artist any day. I truly believe it. And if I'm wrong, let it be proven. Let it be proven in combat. Yeah, no, Joe Rogan would fuck Cenk up. I thought Cenk was taller than that. I thought Cenk was a big dude. I know he's some little fucking shrimp-ass motherfucker himself. What the fuck's he talking shit for? Yeah, all I have to do is sit on him. I mean, look, I just fucking encompass... Joe Rogan would be encompassed by my fucking fat, like the blob eating a fucking, target. So, this doesn't make sense.
The incubators, or do we just let them go? They can't survive outside of an incubator, so they're not really people. How about the people who are mentally delayed? Well,
like you mean?
Not
like you? Is that what we're talking about?
Mentally delayed, they're not really people.
Mentally delayed? Is that the new fucking euphemism for retard? Joe Rogan would kick your ass, TJ. Speed and agility is more important size. I understand that a lot of people out there really want to believe that kind of nonsense, but no. It's absolutely untrue. Dude, I've had so many fucking little tough dudes in my fucking day come and try to fight me because they were like, I'm going to fucking kick the big guy's ass. And it's always pitiful, okay? I just fuck them up because I'm way bigger. I got way more mass. Like, just look at nature, okay? When two fucking elephant seals face off against each other, is it the fucking fastest one that survives? No, it's the biggest. Anytime in nature, the big guy against the little guy, big guy wins. Big guy always has the advantage. I'm sorry. It's just like me. If I came up against a guy that was fucking 7'2", I don't care. Maybe he could be like, he could be hobbled and I can barely walk. I don't care. I'm not fighting that guy because I know he can kick my ass because you know what? Size is the most important fucking thing. Bigger is tougher. Fact of life. I'm telling you, I don't care. I'll kick the fucking shit out of the goddamn featherweight champion of the world as a fat fucking rotund piece of shit. I don't give a fuck. I'll fuck him up. I'll fucking destroy him. You know why? Because I'm just bigger. I got more mass. I got more shit to throw around. He can throw, I got all this muscle. I throw a punch. I know how to throw a punch perfectly. I don't give a fuck. I'll just, I got the leverage. I got the weight. I'll fucking do it. I'll kick his ass. I don't give a fuck. I broke Chelsea's toe. I didn't even try to do it. I was just walking into a store, and I accidentally happened to step on her toe, and her toe fucking destroyed. Fucking obliterated.
This is a crazy idea from Texas.
Yeah, poor Chelsea.
I'm telling you right now, that is nuts. Don't kill people who have a heartbeat.
Would you beat Bruce Lee? Dude, I'd fuck Bruce Lee in the ass. I'd fucking destroy Bruce Lee. No problem. Be like, dead. Instant death. I know. You guys don't want to believe it. I know it's super appealing because you guys are not big like me. I know it's super appealing for you guys to want to believe this fucking fantasy that the little guy wins. But it's not true. It's just not true. Sorry.
Wow. They're out on the edge. This crazy idea to save the lives of the most vulnerable, defenseless humans is so outrageous that President Biden had to release a statement condemning this monstrous law because it, quote,
why is he wrapped in a little blanket? I know you should be trying to pay attention to what he's saying, but I can't get over I can't even pay attention to this guy. I can't even fucking respond to this. My attention just keeps waning from him. He's just like a little fucking scared fucking little bitch in a blanket. I can't deal with it. All right, Tulsi Gabbard says something.
Someone who's been following the border disaster from day one, former Hawaii Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi, I'm just really disgusted with what the president said about those border agents on horseback. Everybody with a brain knows that there was no whipping of migrants.
There was literally video evidence of them doing it. So what?
Going on. So what do you think's happening? Why is he saying that it did and threatening to punish?
Because it's true.
Punish the agents.
Jesse, the issue here, and I consider Joe Biden a friend, but he's absolutely wrong. And he needs to apologize to the American people for saying what he said. And here's why. You know, he's somebody who's been very outspoken as being against autocrats, autocracies, dictators. But what he essentially did was act as judge, jury, and executioner for these Customs and Border Patrol agents on horseback.
God, I hate this fucking cunt. Someone should whip her.
How can they expect to have any kind of fair outcome to an investigation when the President of the United States has already declared their...
There's video evidence, you stupid bitch. You literally see him on video doing it. It's not even hard to fucking see. They literally did it. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the president says at that point. There's literally video evidence of them fucking doing it.
Guilt, and that they will be punished. And the bigger issue here that this points to, which is one that we all need to be concerned about, is that if we are no longer a country of laws, if we are no longer a country where we know we will be presumed innocent unless proven guilty, then we don't have a democracy. And that's the increasing feeling that a lot of us have, is that we are losing our democracy and moving closer and closer to what essentially is an autocracy.
I'm friends with Joe Biden, but I have to say he's really taken us spiraling into the autocracy. You know what I'm saying? I just want to continue to be invited on Fox News. So I'm just going to say this ridiculous fucking horse shit because, I want to be the good Democrat. These Republicans, man, they're fucking suckers for the good bad guy, aren't they? I hate black people. Except for Jesse Lee Peterson and Candace Owens. They're the only good blacks because they realize that blacks are shit. I hate Democrats, except for Tulsi Gabbard, because she's the only Democrat that tells the truth. I hate faggots, except for Dave Rubin and Milo Yiannopoulos, because they're the only faggots that tell me the truth. I hate trans people, except for Blair White, because she's the only one to tell me the truth. I am so sick of this corny-ass horse shit. You're such a token, you fucking cunt. Tulsi Gabbard is a fucking token bitch. She sucks ass. She sucks dick. She sucks fucking turds out of the ass of a fucking camel. I hate this cunt. I hate her fucking pandering to the soldiers and the troops. I hate her hyperbolic, oh, it's the end of civilization if we don't let men on horseback whip black people trying to fucking seek asylum. Fuck you, Tulsi Gabbard, you stupid cunt. Anyway.
This is the same type of hoax that they use on police officers sometimes.
The police, the police are absolutely, they're the most patient, tolerant, loving people, and then every time a police officer just shoots an unarmed person for no good reason, it's like we gotta hear all this propaganda against them. Wah! Boo-hoo! Another one of these hoaxes fucking supported by video evidence of them doing the thing that the Democrats claim they did. Wah! Fuck you, bitch!
Where they take something out of context or they...
Oh, yeah, take it out of context. Here you see the police officer shooting an unarmed man with his hands up, begging not to die. But we're missing some crucial context, you guys. We're missing the crucial context before that. 25 fucking years before that, that very same perp one time did something bad. So, ultimately, it all evens out. Man, fuck conservatives, subhuman garbage people. Fuck Fox News. When I'm president, it's gone. It's gone. It's fucking gone. I'm going to reinstitute the fucking, the fair fucking coverage laws and shit that used to exist in this country, where if you did like a negative story on a politician, you had to do a positive one too, or you had to equally cover shit. I'm going to find any way I possibly can to fuck with Fox News. I'm going to fucking IRS audit them. I'm going to do all kinds of shit. This motherfucking shit, I'm taking it off the air one way or the other. And if you think it's anti-freedom of speech, well, fuck you too.
They just hear something from...
Americans don't need to be subjected to these lies. Americans don't need to be subjected to this bullshit.
One perspective, and they convict the person. And it creates a lot of animosity in this country. We saw this kind of hoax again with Russia, when the Clinton campaign plants fake news about Trump and Russia. That lasted years. That was a hoax. This type of disinformation is so dangerous.
Tulsi Gabbard is such a piece of fucking shit, dude. Her literal job at this point is, I'm going to say I'm a Democrat, but I'm going to just agree with every Republican lie on the book. I'm going to go on Fox News and be fed softball conservative talking points. I'm just like, well, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, living fucking torture mannequin that's been brought to life through some unholy fucking process. You're totally correct about those fucking lies you're spewing right now. I totally agree with your fucking disingenuous fucking nonsense. It's so reasonable and fucking correct. Tulsi Gabbard... God, I hate the amount of times I'm put in a situation where I can't really say what I feel.
To the country, I feel like they got away with it so many times.
Yeah, okay, enough of that shit. Fuck that. Next. Oh my God, this ain't gonna be any better.
And now for a brief history of slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the first thing you need to know.
I'm getting my fact check button
was not
ready.
invented by white people.
Who the fuck said it was, you stupid bitch? I've literally never heard a single goddamn person in my entire fucking life say that it was. So what exactly are you fucking correcting? What record are you trying to fucking correct, you stupid bitch?
It did not start in 1619 when the first slaves came to James.
Oh my, I can't even. Guys, I can't do it. I can't deal with this. All right, any of you guys want to talk to me on Discord or whatever? Anyone want to fucking throw their Discord out there? I am willing to talk to you. I shall talk to you on the Discord. I'm not done. I'm not doing this. What else we got here? Huckabee. This shit. I can't do it. I can't do none of this. We're done with this shit. I'm done. I've been doing this for 4 hours now. So I don't need to do any of this. This is all dead to me. Fuck that. Who wants to come on Discord and talk to TJ? I'm not watching it. Fuck you, Princessor. You're a piece of shit. And you challenged me earlier, and I'm mad at you for fucking having your own opinion. You need to you need to fall in line behind the TJ. All right, here's someone who wants to talk. Ultrasound. Let's talk to them and see if they want to fucking do it. All right, so friends, I'm trying to add you. Add friend. Boop. I'm not seeing you there. All right, I tried to add you. Ultrasound 700, number 8, this, that, blah, blah, blah. I don't see you. You're not working. Blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. Riced wrapper. See if that one works. It's not going to find you if you don't give me the numbers, though. It needs to be username, number sign, and then the number associated with it. Like, how are you guys this bad at fucking sharing Discord shit? Thought you guys were fucking into this. I tried Ultrasound 700, 8 fucking 74, whatever the fuck, but he didn't fucking... His shit didn't work. Yeah, friend request failed because you don't fucking exist. Check cap. It says, okay, here's what it says when I try to add you. Didn't work. Double check capitalization, spelling, and any spaces. So go fucking double check your shit. All right, let's try this guy. Let's see if he's smart enough to fucking actually get this right. I don't know how every time I do this, there's so many people who fucking can't get it. Once again, okay, Helantic 738 didn't work. What is wrong with you people? Are you just fucking retarded? No one can fucking figure out how to fucking send a goddamn Discord thing? I'm putting exactly what you fucking put in the goddamn thing, and it's not working. So you don't have a number sign. I know it's not right because you don't even have a number sign. All right, let's see if Socialist Commie fucking gets it right. God damn, you motherfuckers. Friend request failed. Whom didn't work. Double check the capitalization, spelling. Man, how are you guys this bad at this? I'd come on, but I'm too stupid. I have nothing to add. All right, Helantics. I'm trying it again. I'm copying and pasting exactly what you said. Is it sending? It's not even enough numbers, dude. 738. It's supposed to be 4 numbers. Man, you guys suck. I'm going to show you guys this so you fucking see what's happening here, okay? I want you guys to see this shit in fucking motion, okay? You missed a 0. All right, Helantics. I'm copying it directly from what he said. I'm putting it here. Holy shit, wow. Yay, holy shit, it worked. Is that the motherfucker? God damn, only took fucking 90 goddamn tries. Holy shit, wow. Let's fucking see what happens. Hello?
Hi, hello.
Whoa, turn me off.
Sorry, there's echo. I'm playing on my fucking laptop.
Yeah, you gotta turn the video off.
My bad. I'm fucking autistic.
Okay. It's all good.
What's good? I don't have anything to add. What's good? I like the speech.
Cool.
It was pretty fucking lit. I guess I just have a question about like the like the implementation of like how do
Mhm.
we decide like what's misinformation exactly? Like, could you like sum that up
Yeah,
like briefly? I guess.
sure. I mean, I feel like it's pretty easy in most cases to discern what's misinformation versus what's like genuine information. But so what I would propose is you have a tribunal of scientists whose job it is to apply, empiricism to claims that are A, false, and B, deleterious socially. So, like, a harmless false claim like Bigfoot exists, like, there's no reason for them to bother with something like that. But a claim like the vaccine doesn't work or something like, or the vaccine causes brain damage or whatever the fuck, whatever kind of ridiculous shit there is. If there's scientific evidence that proves like this claim is demonstrably false, then we should be able to fucking say like, hey, this is not a true claim. This is not a matter of opinion. This is a matter of fact. It seems like pretty reasonable to me. Like, I don't really see, like, there's not really a difficulty assessing the stand. If there's any fucking sort of like question whatsoever, like, err on the side of fucking freedom, obviously. Like, if it's a claim that's like, well, there's a lot of strong evidence that indicates this, but there is still a possibility that this could be false or whatever, then okay, fine. But if someone's like, oh, well, like for instance, we know like 90% of the people in most hospitals are unvaccinated. If someone would say like, well, that's a lie. It's actually, most people who are in the hospitals were vaccinated. It's demonstrably false. We can fucking look at the data and see that it's false. And if we see that there, then like, why should we allow that claim to flourish and continue? It's like, no, that's false. That's not a matter of opinion.
Yeah,
That's a matter of fact. It's not a true statement. You're just lying. I don't think that freedom of speech should apply to people who are just like knowingly telling lies.
No, I'm totally on board with that. I guess I'm not on the side of the fence who are like, oh, it's very authoritarian, fashy bullshit. I agree. Like, we should have like a set standard, like empirical sort of shit with scientists and all that. I was just interested in hearing like, I guess that short
Well,
description.
I just feel like it needs to be like there needs to be like a tribunal aspect to it. There needs to be oversight. Obviously, any organization tasked with this would have to be completely transparent and like subject to several layers of oversight, because clearly if you're giving that kind of power away, it can be abused for sure, and it can be politicized. So you need to do as many checks and balances against that as possible. And it's never going to be perfect, but like I think we could do a better job than just allowing flagrant lies and misinformation to just continue unchecked and unabated. Now, as far as like, look, if there's like an anti-vaxxer and they want to make an argument that's just like, look, I recognize the science, I recognize it's better to do this, but at the same time, I believe it's my freedom to not do it because I just don't want to do it. Fuck you. If that's their opinion, I believe they should be entitled to that opinion. There's nothing should be able to stop. I mean, like, I ultimately, at the end of the day, I think they should still be forced to get vaccinated if they want to participate in literally any element of society. But
I agree. We need federal like vaccination mandates immediately. But anyways, thanks for bringing me on. I don't want to take up too much time, so have a great stream.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Helantics, I've tried to add you once again based on your recent thing, and it still is not working. I'm going to show you what I've done here. Well, let me try one more thing. Okay, yeah, it actually did work that time. So Helantics, I've sent you a friend request. If you want to join me on here, we can talk. Happy to hear from you. It's kind of cool that he brings people on. Sure. I also have I'm gonna try to ultrasound, bring you on again. Yeah, I see you. You're good. You don't have to pay me to fucking be on. I'll try to see. I have Helantics, even though I've sent a friend request to them, has not responded to that friend request yet, I guess. Okay, and I have also sent a friend request to Helantics. Okay.
Yo.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man.
All right, what's up?
stream. I'm fucking hyped for your presidential run. What, 2024?
Yep.
So you don't jump in as a Dem. You're gonna go in as an independent.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna create my own party just because it's fun. I'm gonna maybe be like the banana party or something. I don't know.
You gonna pull a Kanye West, do like the birthday party or some shit?
Yeah, who knows? I'll come up with some kind of fucking crazy shit, or maybe I'll run as a fuck. Maybe I'll find a party that'll like let me just like take them over or something. We'll see.
You should you should do the banana up the ass party.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, man, that's solid. You're gonna pull out of all wars immediately. Legalize recreational drugs across the board. You know, it's nonsense that some drugs, the pharmaceutical companies, they're like, oh yeah, these drugs that control people's lives and get people addicted are okay because we can profit off these ones, but these other ones, oh, we're gonna outlaw these.
I don't see why they can't profit off of those too if they wanted. I mean, like, I don't know, sell the drugs if you want to sell them, but yeah, I mean, I see no problem with it. You know, like if people want drugs, let them have the drugs. If people like, I feel like people know what they need out of life, and if it becomes a problem for them, I think we should make treatment readily available so they can fucking get the treatment they need.
Well, you always err on the side of freedom, right? Yeah, if it becomes a problem for somebody, then they can get treatment. But
right, if they choose to, and if they if they commit crimes on a drug, we're not going to look at we're not gonna be like, oh well, you were drunk, so it's okay. We're gonna be like, look, you're still subject to the same laws. Like, you know, you need to use the drugs responsibly. And if you break the law on the drug, you're gonna be held just as liable as if you were stone cold sober.
Yeah. Should drunk driving be legal, or should it just be okay? You hit somebody when you were drunk. It's the same penalty as, well, you fucking crash into anybody any other time. Because I have friends that'll fucking tell me, oh man, like drunk driving shouldn't even be illegal. It should be the same as fucking like.
Yeah, I think drinking and driving or being impaired in general is probably a good idea to keep that criminalized. But you know, I mean, obviously, if you're good enough to get away with it, you know, hey, you know, that's on. If you're fucking such a good drunk driver that you can you don't get caught doing it, then I mean, hey, but like really, none of them are. They're all, you know, if you're drunk, you're not gonna be able to drive well.
Drunk driving is a problem. Stone driving is easy as fuck.
I mean, I don't. You know, I know people this could be maybe a controversial statement, but like, yeah, I think you can be pretty stoned and still drive fine.
Oh yeah, that's not too controversial.
I mean, just like, look, I think that you could drink a couple drinks and be a little buzzed and still drive okay. I don't really think it's an issue. I think that you know, I honestly heard it from Doug Stanhope, the comedian, and I think that he's onto something. He's a libertarian. I'm not, but or at least not in the same way he is. But he said, you know, if you take the driving test, if you could pass it at a certain level of fucking drunkenness, then that's the level you're allowed to be at. You know.
Yeah.
Maybe that'd be too logistically difficult, but I think, you know, I mean,
well,
I don't think that just like having a few drinks, like the legal limit of alcohol is fucking crazy low. Like no one is actually impaired at the legal limit. So, you know, I'd be fine with raising that limit, but like I ultimately think if you're fucking fucked up drunk, like if you're where I'm at now, basically you should not be driving a vehicle.
Are you feeling good?
I mean, look, I've got a bottle of wine here. I've drank.
Describe that wine one more time for me. It was interesting.
This is Ghost Runner. Our Ghost Runner Red Blend shows a dark ruby color with aroma of raspberries and ripe plum. Blackberry flavors and hints of spice show on the palate. This red blend, full of artful fruit, has an exotic mouthfeel and a lingering finish with hints of toasted oak.
You know, dude, it's ironic. That's a very elegant description, and I'm sitting here sipping on a Mike's Hard Lemonade, a cranberry Mike's Hard Lemonade, and it's probably fits that description more.
You're probably right. Mike's Hard Lemonade is good shit, man. That's some good fucking booze. I don't know. I like wine, all right. I like the drunk I get from wine, but I definitely prefer the taste of like a Mike's Hard Lemonade.
Well, it tastes like lemonade, and you know, I do like wine. If I had like, you know, tomorrow's payday shit,
have you ever once found the description on the back of a bottle of wine to be like even remotely resembling reality? Because I never have. To me, it almost
feel like maybe with some of the light wines or like the sparkling shit, maybe it comes to fruition a little bit more because they do like add flavors and shit and like do shit to that.
Yeah.
Like to fuck with it. But if you're talking about like a, you know, like a legit, like I like dark reds. And if you're talking about like, they just completely bullshit.
Yeah. And it's like hints of oak, melodies of pepper. It's like, shut up. Man, I don't taste none of that shit. You lying motherfuckers.
Yeah, and it's the same with it's the same with the cannabis industry. Like you get your fucking, I'm sure you get your fucking dabs or whatever. It's like hints of fucking like melon or, you know, citrus or fucking.
And it's like, tastes like weed to me.
It tastes like fucking dabs, right? Or it tastes like weed or whatever it is.
Yeah, I don't do the dabs. Dabs is fucking, that'll fuck your tolerance up too much.
You don't fuck with dabs, really? I'm fucking with dabs right now, man.
I can't do it. I mean, I'll tell you what. The one thing is, I have a very sensitive fucking back of my. I'll cough my ass off till I fucking feel like I'm gonna puke, and I just don't. It's not pleasant. I just rather smoke a joint.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll tell you the one thing the one time that I've had a joint have like some kind of flavor. It wasn't the weed itself. It was like the strawberry rolling paper.
Yeah,
and it make it taste like strawberries. I've
definitely had weed strains that tasted better than others, but I've never had one that was like, oh, it's like caramel fudge, fruity pebbles, whatever. This is like,
Fuck no. But then like if it's like nothing or Reggie, I'll do nothing.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go talk to another person, but thank you for coming on. Ultrasound, I'm gonna call you now. Let's see how you do. What up? Ultrasound, answer the phone, bitch.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, I guess my stream was behind. I thought you were still in the call with the other guy.
Nope. I'm off now. Now I'm with you. How you doing, buddy?
I played it safe and didn't run out of the room to get something before the call.
Yeah. Socialist.
Okay. I have everything I need. I've actually been drinking Mike's tonight.
Cool. Everyone's drinking Mike's tonight, except for me, I guess.
I like the lemon, but I have the cranberry harder and the black cherry, though that's my chaser for my shots.
Oh man, I love the black cherry one. That's my favorite one.
I'm gonna let you decide though. I'll even turn my camera on just to make sure it's I'm telling the truth.
Okay.
If that's necessary. But
yeah, I'll pop you on the screen if you want. You can be famous. Here, turn on your camera.
All right, just give me a sec. Camera fell off the monitor and I didn't notice it.
Show it off. Joe Mama, I've tried to add you several times. Your shit has been wrong every fucking time, just so you know. But I'll try again. Okay, Joe Mama, it finally worked.
Let's see. Turn on camera.
All right, let's see if it works. Ultrasound. There we go. Pop it out. Plop it in. There we go. Hey, how you doing, man?
Podcast I listen to. Shame I couldn't get things a little cleaner arranged, but
I'm so mad. I'm so fucking pissed. How dare you?
Anyway, what I was gonna say is I'm about to take a shot, and I'm not sure what to take. If I should take vodka or whiskey. I mean, rum.
That's rum, man. What are you drinking? You said you're drinking Mike's Hard with it?
Yeah, this is gonna be the first liquor that I drink tonight. What do I?
I don't know. I mean, I'd personally do the rum because I don't really like vodka. What kind of vodka you got? Let me see the brand.
It's the nicer Kirkland vodka, which is actually distilled in the same place that Grey Goose is made. It's technically the same.
So it's basically Grey Goose. I mean, Grey Goose ain't bad. I don't know. If I'm gonna do a straight shot, I think I'd still rather do the rum though.
That's fair.
Clean your rum, bucko.
Yeah, that's actually the first thing I wanted to bring up. Your timing for this stream was actually pretty perfect. I just got this new job where I get off at 5, which I live in California, so that's 7 for you. So it starts right when I get off. Before, I used to work in the afternoons, and I wouldn't be able to catch these live.
Yeah?
So, yeah, that's absolutely perfect, and I'm really happy about that.
I don't know. Honestly, I did it because it was I'm a procrastinator, and it was the last possible day that I could do it. So I was like, all right. Oh, that doesn't bode well. This wine doesn't even have a cork in it. Oh no.
What kind of wine doesn't have a cork?
I know. I'm like, I don't like that. I just unscrew the lid and I have access to the wine already. That's just not good. All right. I'm done drinking tonight. That's my last swig. I did one swig of this one to see what it was like, and now I'm just smoking. So what's up? What's on your mind? I don't want to talk. I don't like small talk about drinks and shit. You got like big lofty shit in your brain or what?
I actually had a few other things I wanted to bring up. One, my idea on COVID, which is about one step short of the most totalitarian idea of literally forcing people to be vaccinated.
Uh-huh.
My idea was to, and I understand it takes a bit of time, but every other month we roll out a new restriction, and we start out with no access to public schools, the thing that already exists. And I'm kind of glad that Biden did this because it was part of my plan. After that, it's no federal employment positions. And now, if vaccination rates reach like 98%, we just stop rolling this out because then it'd be redundant at that point. But after that, if that still doesn't get enough up, it's restriction from almost all social welfare policies. No food stamps, no Section 8 housing.
Well, Foodon had to be very, very upset with you at this point because apparently she's like super mad that they're even denying unemployment to these people.
Fuck her, man. I was defending her for so long until I saw that. I was simping for her for a while.
I'll be 100% real. I wanted to talk some shit on her, but I really didn't want to take the fucking backlash, so I just kind of set Paul on her. I'm just like, Paul, what do you think of this comment? And he's like, fuck that bitch. I'm like, okay, thank you. I got my catharsis done through you. Because, like, ugh. I'll be honest with you. Let me tell you something. I'm actually writing her into my novel as a villain in my novel. Like, I'm at that level with it. But
are you going to be releasing an audiobook with the novel?
Yes.
All right. Are you going to read it?
I would imagine that people would probably want that, right?
I mean, I'd like that, but if you have like someone else,
it'd either be me or it'd be like a very like professional voice actor or something, or someone who's like a trained actor that could do like different roles and shit. I did. I broke the fucking glass in case of emergency with Paul. That was like Shu's least shit taken a while. I mean,
no.
I have to beg to differ on that. Sorry.
Maybe it's because I was a simp for a while, so maybe I'm biased, but man. I was actually, when I first listened to that episode earlier today, I hadn't seen the tweet, and I thought she was saying the opposite, which made me very confused.
Yeah.
Because I was only listening to the audio version.
No, she's
so like, wait, why is he mad over this? Wouldn't he agree? No, it's
no, she's like literally like saying that she's like, oh man, it's like, look, if you just disagree with it, like I think these people are still entitled to unemployment. I would get that position. Okay, hey, they paid into it. I guess it makes sense on some level. I mean, I still think they're pieces of shit, but maybe you're right. But like the fact that she was like to the level of being like, if you believe that this is right, then don't even speak to me. It's like, really? You're going to die on the hill of like these stupid anti-vaxxers that are endangering us all and endangering their patients are actually worthy of my fucking vigorous defense. Like, no, they're not.
No, I actually got into an argument in the comments with someone who was trying to defend her position on that, but they were actually pretty logical about it and ceded to me at the end, which is really rare.
Did you get banned? Because I got a shit ton of people telling me. A shit ton of people told me that they were totally sniped by her.
Yeah, she might have didn't right after. A few minutes after I posted my comments, I checked and she didn't, but maybe she did at this point.
Now, I can't really talk too much shit because I will fucking block a motherfucker so quick. I'll be like, this person said something I'm mildly upset about. Bleh. And then other times I'll let like a troll fucking harass me for months before I block them. So I don't know what the fuck my standard is, but
now my COVID plan, I actually have another step which I think is pretty creative and would work, and that's to double payroll tax. If everything else I've named just doesn't bring it over 90%, double payroll tax, and that's for both sides, the employee and the employer. If even if a bunch of people hold out and just don't want to, they're willing to pay twice as much in their FICA tax, the employers aren't going to keep them around because they're going to cost them more.
Yeah.
And they're not going to, and that's probably going to convince at least a few, because the employer's going to talk to them. They're going to say, look, if you're costing us this much money, we don't want to keep you around. And
I just feel like, if they're not vaccinated, just don't fucking employ them. Like, I don't know. They should just be fucking shoved out of the fucking workforce.
Well, I think that's my plan is a good way to get that across without just strictly making it illegal to employ them.
Right. I mean, because it's kind of like, like there's certain freedoms and shit, but like, like anything you could do to fucking incentivize people to get the vaccine that are too stupid to realize they should do it. Like, I really think that like maybe try to educate these people in as best you can so that you can get them to voluntarily do it. But like any other pressure you could put on them to do it definitely should happen, because they're just ridiculous at this point. I mean, it seems like they've totally fucking let go of reality. They have no fucking inclination to like do what's best for the fucking like humanity as a whole. They're just like, well, no, I'm going to just be a selfish piece of shit. And like, I need this like meaningless freedom to not get a fucking shot. Like what?
Yeah.
I don't even understand. Like they like, oh my, this is my sacred freedoms. It's like, well, how's it like, what even your freedom to do what? Like what freedom is being infringed? We're not asking you to fucking do anything. We're just asking you to get a shot. It's like literally fucking painless. And like, I guess some people get a little fucking queasy the next day, but that's like it. And like most people don't even have that. So I just don't even get it.
When I got it later that night, I felt kind of nauseous when I went to bed, and my arm hurt for a couple days.
Oh man, I feel a little weird. Yeah. But then you're fine. So who gives a shit?
Yeah. I was kind of lucky. I used to be a frontline worker, so I was able to get it early.
I was able to get it early just because demand in my state was so fucking low.
I got my second shot on April 2nd.
That's cool.
That was a while ago. But after that, like if somehow raising the taxes doesn't work, then we just roll out fines. It's like fuck everything. Like just fine them. And I think that'll work. I just can't imagine all these steps. Maybe it's maybe it sounds full of myself, but I just don't imagine that not working. For better or for worse, like that.
I mean, we've already seen that these people are not really willing to fucking stand by it. Mendacious C, you're, I tried to add what you sent me. It didn't work. I have a few more people I need to talk to, so I'm going to let you go. But thanks for sharing your COVID ideas with us.
Hopefully I can come in next time. I had other things I wanted to talk about, but I understand.
Well, I mean, I guess we can, if you want to cover something else real quick, we can do it.
Well, no.
Not yet?
I'll talk to you about it over Twitter.
Okay. See you there, my friend. I mean, my DMs are always open. My Instagram DMs are also always open. You can always write me there as well.
All right.
So there we go on that. Let's see here. Next person is Joe Mama wants to talk. Let's see how they are doing. Joe Mama, answer your fucking phone, bitch. Joe Mama, answer the telephone. Answer the telephone, Joe Mama. All right, fuck you then. Let's call Princessor. And so, oh, he's trying to call back now. Too late, bitch. I'm on to the next one. I'll call you afterwards. Well, it looks like she might not answer either, or he, or whatever the fuck they are.
Hello?
Hello?
This is not Joe Mama. You got the wrong person, dude.
I called, well, he didn't answer, so it's on him. So you're the backup. Done, on to the next one. He tried to call afterwards. I was like, nope, you missed it. I'm going to call him back after you. So what's up?
Not shit. Just been watching you for the past, 4 hours.
Good. A life well spent.
I actually had a question about, your campaign.
Sure, go ahead.
So, I know that you mentioned, some environmental stuff, you know, cutting off coal, cutting off natural gases. But would you make any reformations to the factory farming industry and agriculture?
Yeah, I mean, pretty dramatic ones. Meat. I'm not a vegetarian. I'm not a vegan. I'm not a radical in that regard. But I do believe factory farming is tremendously dangerous to the environment. I believe it's, you know, inhumane and cruel to the animals that are raised in those conditions. So basically, they're gone. Any fucking meat's going to have to be like free range. It's going to have to meet certain criteria. And if that drives the meat prices up, so be it. I mean, hey, you got artificial beef that tastes pretty goddamn close to the real thing at this point. McDonald's can use that. Burger King can use that. If they want to, you know, anybody who wants to sell real beef is going to have to sell it at a premium because we're not going to do these inhumane conditions anymore. And, you know, really, if you want to fucking bring to the point where demand, because look, we can only do so many ethically, right? If you raise all the beef ethically, you're going to lower production rates. But that's fine. I think we should do that. I think it should be a luxury item. I think that, you know, if people are going to eat meat, it should be an occasional thing. It should be, hey, every once in a while I eat some meat. Joe Mama, stop calling. Every once in a while I eat some meat. But, you know, that's it. And so no more factory farms. Or if you're going to do that, you need to come up with cloned meats or some sort of other artificial fucking program. The industry's going to have to adapt. Now, maybe we can give them a little time to adjust their business model. Maybe we can do it over a phase thing. Like we're going to sign something where it's going to be phased out. You know, factory farm conditions are going to be phased out over fucking 5 or 10 years or something like that to give them a little bit of headway, because I'm not trying to put people out of work or out of jobs unnecessarily. But, you know, they're going to have to come up with a different fucking way of doing business. And we'll give them the adequate amount of time to do that. But ultimately, like, those conditions have to go because they're not environmentally friendly and they're definitely not ethical. So, yeah, that'd be my position on that.
So when it comes to like the farm operations going on in places like California and Oregon that are experiencing just record-breaking drought, would you leave their decision to move to somewhere, you know, easier to grow crops? I'm sorry, I'm flustered. Would you leave that up to the individual, or would you give them an incentive to be like, hey, you can move your farm to a more environmentally stable place to grow your crops and feed your animals? And
I think the incentive is going to be provided simply by the fact that those areas are not going to be tenable long term for growing anything. The drought is so severe at this point. Another reason I think that, you know, we got to fucking work on population reduction as a major measure, because a lot of the land that's currently livable is not going to be. You know, these desert areas of the country that exist to the west, I'm talking about your Arizonas and your New Mexicos and your Californias. They're so dry, they're so devoid of fucking fresh water that human beings never should have settled there in the numbers that we have. And we need to incentivize people to move out of there. So, you know, California is obviously a major agricultural hub, but it being a major center for agriculture has obviously created drought conditions that are, you know, so deleterious that there's, you know, it's not going to be viable for very much longer. You know, Paul, of course, lives in California, and I know that recently he's had to have the state bring him like a little miniature water tank to, you know, distribute water to his property because his well is dry. You can't dig deep enough to find the water anymore. And that's just Paul's personal house. And, you know, what about his neighbor? They're probably having similar issues. What about all the farming? You know, I think 35% of crops or something grown in California. So we have huge issues with like agriculture in California. But there's huge issues in other places too, like Kansas, where like a huge amount of crops and stuff are grown, like corn and wheat and stuff. They're underground. Those crops are grown with underground lakes that you know have been there for thousands of years, maybe millions of years. And those have been almost completely depleted, which is going to lead to new Dust Bowl conditions in the future. You have a rising population. You have increasingly less farmland that's viable to feed them with. the solution is obvious, is it not? The amount of people that we have is insane. It's just beyond our ability. And people want to act like this overpopulation thing is just a matter of space. It's not. It's a matter of resources and how to efficiently allocate them and what is a necessary number of people. We need to get rid of this culture. And I know I'm running far afield of what you asked at this point, but we need to get rid of this culture of reproduce. Isn't it so great to be a mommy or a daddy? No. Isn't this so fulfilling? Isn't this the ultimate experience in life? Like, all of that bullshit has to go. And the fucking joys of not reproducing need to be spotlighted. The joys of not having another mouth to feed need to be exemplified. The joys of, passing your knowledge on to a younger generation that maybe not is necessarily genetically related to you needs to be exemplified. We need to get rid of this idea that every mommy and daddy is a hero. We need to stop having a culture that, explicitly or implicitly endorses breed, children. We don't need that anymore. There's fucking plenty of us. There's too many of us, if you want to be really fucking honest. And we need to get rid of the capitalist system that requires perpetual growth because that's driving it. It's like, oh, we need to grow because we need to keep the stock price going up. We need to keep getting richer and richer and richer. It's like, guys, let's reevaluate how we appreciate value and how we distribute resources, okay? Because, you're not getting, we don't need to have a system based on perpetual growth at this point. We've grown to the point where we need to be. We need to focus on growing in other ways. Let's grow intellectually. Let's grow technologically. Let's grow philosophically at this point, Let's evolve past the need for, more. Anyway, I know I fucking went way afield of what you asked me, but I don't know. Let's start with factory farms, so.
No, that's fine, because actually, that actually made me think of another question. I agree that overpopulation is an issue that needs to be addressed, but what would your ethical solution be?
Well, look, I already talked a little bit about it. Right now, there is a culture that incentivizes and heroizes and lionizes reproduction. That has to go. Bye. We don't need that. We're incentivizing entirely the wrong thing. We need to get rid of, I'm not saying we need to vilify people who reproduce, but we need to stop trying to make it wow, it's so beautiful. Isn't it just the most fulfilling experience? How many times have you been watching a television show or something, right? Someone's like, I never really knew what life was about until I looked into the eyes of my newborn son or whatever the fuck. It's like, no. We need to get rid of those. That's not a good value. First of all, no. It's because it's bullshit. No one, maybe you feel that way. Oh, the innocent little baby. What a powerful moment. But then, that's followed by 18 years of bullshit and fucking dirty diapers and they're a piece of shit and they hate you. Right? So, we need to stop with this fucking, wow, we romanticize this because I understand. Look, society romanticizing certain, we need to romanticize different things. Wow, isn't it so great to continue learning things even as you get older? Isn't it great to be empathetic towards your fellow human beings? Isn't it great that we all care about the environment? Isn't it great that we all love each other and live in a fucking shared community? Aren't those values that we have so good and so fulfilling? Rather than, in the baby, now we feel fulfilled because we have the baby. It needs to go, culturally. Another thing is just get rid of, no more tax breaks for having kids. Why are we tax breaking that? Oh, you need an incentive to have kids? No, sorry. And maybe that'll be viewed in a classist way as well, you're penalizing poor people from having, okay, I'm sorry. There's always going to be unintended consequences, but really we just don't need more kids. So if you don't have the financial ability to support them, you're not getting a fucking tax break. So figure it out. There's a lot of little things. The first step to me is stop incentivizing it. in all the ways that we do because we incentivize it in so many fucking ways, and we make people feel like they need to have kids, you know, and they don't. There's plenty of fucking people. We're good. Some people still need to reproduce. Fine. It should be the people who can fucking, like, I am a NASA scientist and my wife is a microbiologist. Let us fucking reproduce and have little smart babies. Okay. Cool. You know, but like, I'm fucking trailer trash Annie and here's my fucking, I'm gonna fuck the cable guy and get me another offspring to fucking get a government check or whatever, you know? I'm being classist here, but hey, I'm fucking speaking the truth, okay? There's all kinds of people out there that just they simply don't need to be here. They fucking serve no function in society. They serve no purpose. Not saying we kill them, but let's stop making them. If a product stops selling, if a product ceases being useful, we stop manufacturing it. You don't fucking go to Walmart and see the lantern section next to the fucking flashlights, okay? Get rid of it. If there's a useless fucking subset of people whose function in society is like we're Beavis and Butthead that stand around laughing and fucking drinking beer, we don't need that. You can be the last generation of that. Don't fucking reproduce. Don't need no kids. Be free. So yeah, stop promoting it, basically. Socialist Commie, I've sent you 2 friend requests now that have both went through, so go fucking accept my friend request I've already sent you twice. Sorry, anyway. I guess I'm going to go talk to Joe Mama now. Thank you, Princess Sor. It's been delightful hearing from you. Maybe hear from you again soon. Okay, Joe Mama, I'm going to give you another chance. If you don't answer this time, you can go fuck yourself. Mendacious C, I also sent you a friend request and I haven't seen you accept it yet. Joe Mama.
Yeah, wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, your mic sucks dick, though.
Sorry. Oh, let me try something else. Hear me now?
A little better.
Okay, cool. Hey, I'm a huge fan of your content for the past decade.
Cool.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit nervous, sorry.
Hey, it's okay. I'm an intimidating person. I'm fucking way smarter and better than you in every way, so it makes sense for you to be intimidated by me.
Yeah, you are units. So anyway,
I'm just fucking with you, okay? Don't fucking accept that as fact, okay?
I'm joking, man.
All right.
So anyway,
so what's up, man? What's on your mind?
What do you think about objectivity when it comes to art?
Objectivity when it comes to art. Okay. I'm really so this is an issue that really fucks with me, okay? It really does. And I'll tell you why it fucks with me. Cuz one part of my head is like art is subjective. In no way is a stick figure better or worse than Starry Night by Van Gogh, right? Objectively speaking, there's no law of the universe, there's no objective fact that makes one better than the other.
Like 2 + 2 is objectively 4.
Yeah, 2 + 2 is 4, but stick figure is, Van Gogh is better than stick figure drawer guy is not an objective fact. It's just not.
There's no way to measure it.
Then I think to myself, like, well, if I really accept that, I'm accepting that, A Clockwork Orange is in no way objectively a better film than Beverly Hills Chihuahua 3. I'm just like, I can't do that because I know Clockwork Orange is fucking better. It just is. It has more artistry. The characters are better. Like, everything about it is fucking better. But I know that's not really true. It's just but I believe it to the core of me. So, I mean, I guess at this point I'm saying it's a matter of faith, but I'll admit it's that. I admit that ultimately the ultimate truth of the matter is that one thing is not superior to the other, but I will act as if it is because I'm not willing to live in a world where I can't say that movie's a piece of shit and that one's a fucking masterpiece.
in a subjective world, I think you can say that. Like,
I'm not willing to do it. I'm just not willing to do it. And if it's an intersubjective consensus, if it becomes an elitist thing where a movie is a masterpiece just because a bunch of snobs say it is, I don't know. There's a lot of it's really fucking weird, rough terrain for me because I want there to be objectivity in art, even though I know there isn't. And I think that's what we all want is like our subjective opinions to have the weight of reality, but they don't. As much as we want them to, they just don't. I mean, it's hard to accept, and I haven't accepted it.
Accepted it.
What's that?
I kind of accept it. Like, I mean, I think I think Seven Samurai is like a better film than like the Transformers series, but like I don't think it's like written in stone. You know, there's no empirical data that supports it.
There never will be either. I mean, it's never going to happen. So,
speaking of, what do you think about plot holes making films objectively worse?
I don't buy it. I think that there's plenty of great films that have plot holes. I mean, look, Citizen Kane, widely regarded as one of the greatest films of all time, according to critics. I think when AFI did the top 100 films or whatever, Citizen Kane was number one. So like the people who claim to most deeply appreciate cinema have said Citizen Kane, best movie. I saw it. I thought it was pretty good. I think most people who see it can recognize there's a lot of fucking artistry that's gone into it, even if they don't necessarily like it. But that movie has a giant plot hole right at the fucking in the central premise. No one ever hears the fucker say Rosebud, so how is there all this curiosity about it? So I don't think a plot hole means shit. I think people who get stuck up on plot holes or act like pointing out plot holes is a legitimate form of criticism or just a bunch of fucking nitpicky dipshits.
Fair enough. So, you say you like cartoons, right?
I love cartoons. I can tell by that you're one of those guys, by the way. Sorry. I don't mean to insult you.
I mean, I wear on my sleeve, bro.
Yeah.
Also, you see my avatar?
I can't really tell what it is, but yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it's Donatello from the new TMNT show.
Okay, cool.
Speaking of, cool if I recommend you some animation stuff.
I don't really tune into too much animation these days. I watch. Okay, so I'll tell you, I watch Rick and Morty. I watch Bob's Burgers. I watch. Let me see if there's any other active shows. I guess I tune in somewhat to Family Guy and American Dad casually. I watch. I watched the She-Ra show on Netflix. I watched the first season of Solar Opposites. I don't think I'm going to watch the second. I saw. I guess I watched a few episodes of Lower Decks with my uncle. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much all I'm watching animated right now. So yeah, if you want to throw out some shit, I'll definitely consider it anyway.
Okay, well, first is Last Man. It's like a French cartoon, so there's gonna be like lots of dick, balls, and titties.
Cool, so a lot of nudity. I like nudity, so I'll definitely think about that.
Also, it's French, so they show genitalia.
Genitalia. I love them French people. Oh, Invincible, I did watch as well. That's pretty good.
Oh yeah. I'm a huge fan of Invincible. Like I read the comic like a decade ago.
Yeah, I've been thinking about checking that out because I like the writer of that comic.
Robert Kirkman.
Yeah, I like Kirkman. And I think that, I've read some synopses and shit that I thought were, is that the plural of synopsis? Synopses, or is it synopsises? Anyway, either way, I've read them, and I thought they were really interesting, so I've been thinking about checking out the full comic at some point. She-Ra is a surprisingly great show. Anyone who's fucking wrote that off because the quartering didn't like it or whatever, I mean, I think it's pretty good, to be honest with you.
What's
that?
Who do you think is best girl from She-Ra?
I don't know. I like. I really like. I mean, I'm kind of like weirdly biased towards main characters. I kind of just like whoever they tell me to like. So like people ask me like, who's your favorite Dexter character? Dexter. Who's your favorite character in fucking Guardians of the Galaxy? Star-Lord. I don't know. So like pretty much She-Ra. Yeah. I mean, like I like whoever the fucking they tell me to. I guess they fuck whoever they put like this is the main character. I'm like that's who I like. There's very Catra's good too. I really like Catra. So.
I like Entrapta. She's best girl. Also, Scorpia.
Cool.
So
I'm gonna probably be wrapping it up with you pretty soon. So if there's anything you want to like talk about as like our final topic before because I got a couple more people waiting, I don't want to disappoint.
Okay, last one. So you like She-Ra, right? Despite changing like the formula, right?
You know, I never really watched the original that much. I mean, I watched He-Man as a kid. She-Ra, I was like, that's girl stuff, so I didn't really watch that. But I watched the new one because it was honestly by sheer chance. I was like, I'm gonna make fun of how stupid all these fucking cartoons are today, and I watched a few and I was like, that's dumb. That's dumb too. I started watching She-Ra. I'm like, this is also, I mean, I don't know, some of the characters are pretty actually well written, but like it's still dumb, I guess. And then like next thing I knew, I was like on episode 6. I'm like, I guess I like this, so I'm gonna have to deal with that now. So that was just that. But yeah. I don't know. What was your question again?
I kind of want to recommend you Rise of TMNT.
What is that? Sorry, what do you recommend? Your mic kind of sucks, so I'm kind of having trouble. But
sorry, bro. Rise of the TMNT.
Oh, the
Teenage
Ninja
Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I have not. Let me just tell you something about Ninja Turtles. All right, when I was a kid, I loved Ninja Turtles. Okay, I liked the original animated series, and I have not liked any fucking thing since. So I don't know. Is there something about that rise of the TMNT or whatever that's gonna like transcend me not caring about anything since the fucking 80s, 90s show?
It has some badass animation. Also, I really like the comedy and the character interactions. But what do you think of the idea of Splinter being lazy and fat?
Okay. Well, that sounds kind of cool. I'll check it out. I'll give him a shot. And you said Last Man as well? From France?
French.
Okay.
Yes.
France, Last Man, Rise of TMNT. I'll check them out. Thanks for your recommendations.
Kipo.
What's that?
I'll check out. Check out Kipo, the Age of Wonder Beasts.
Wait. I'm sorry. Let's make sure I understand this. What?
No,
T-Bone?
Kipo. Kipo. Kipo.
Kipo. Okay.
Yes.
Kipo, Age of Wonder Beasts? Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'll try to remember those. Thanks for coming on. I'll see you later. Thanks for talking with me. Let's talk to Mendacious C. From New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken. And then we're going to talk to Socialist Commie if he answers. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Hey. Where are you? I feel we're connected. I don't know why you're not fucking talking. That's cool. You brought people on the show. Here's money. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Mendacious C. He's answered the call, but I'm not hearing him, so his mic or something is not set up right. How long should we give him to figure it out? That's the real question. I'm Mott coming through. It's Mott? Okay. You probably have your mic settings wrong or something. I'm going to go ahead, while you try to figure that out, I'm going to try to call Socialist. I don't need to do, that doesn't need to be fucking, hold on. Socialist Commie, I'm going to try to call. Discord is hot garbage? What did it do? Let's see if I can get, I'm going to try to send a friend request to the generic T-Girl. She said she doesn't have a question now. Your shit failed, generic T-Girl. So you probably have a space wrong or you have a capitalization wrong. So try again, because I would like to talk to you. And Socialist Commie, hey, are you what's going on? Hello? Once again, it says... Oh, okay, there he is. Hello?
You hear me?
Yes, what's up?
How are you?
Fine. What's up?
Okay, so how do you feel about in a post-capitalist world pets? Do you feel they are a luxury? Do you feel they are a... What do you think? Do you think anybody should get them or whatever? What do you think? That's the first
pets?
question.
Pets, you're saying?
Pets, like animals.
Right. I'm like when I think post-capitalist, I'm not thinking like an anti-luxury society where everyone lives in like a poverty scenario. If I believe that's what it had to be, I wouldn't advocate for it. No, I don't think it's a luxury. I think that there's a certain point where it becomes insane, where it should be curtailed. I mean, like unless you have the ability to, like if you're a farmer or something and you're gonna devote yourself to the care of animals, I guess you could do something like that. But like an ordinary person probably doesn't need, more than like maybe a couple dogs, a couple cats or something like that. I mean, I personally want to have a goat farm or like a small amount of goats. So I'm not against pet ownership. I don't think that it's a perverse like luxury or anything. I think it's perfectly reasonable for a human being to care for an animal, for even purely companionship reasons.
Also, how do you feel about drug testing in the workplace and how that is invasion of privacy of workers?
I think that drug testing in the workplace. Let me think. I guess I've not really formed an issue of because I believe that all drugs should be legalized.
Yeah.
So I haven't really thought about drugs. I don't think that the person should be fired for that, but I can see that if a person was, acting strangely on the workplace floor, if you test them and say, hey, you're fucked up, you need to go home, and, you're not going to get today's pay or something, I think that would be pretty reasonable. And if someone had a repeated problem with it, I could see maybe escalating to a different level of, hey, we here in the co-op think that you've not pulled your weight and you're on drugs too much and you need to fucking go. I think that'd be a fair thing. I think that, to say that someone, because I just feel like for the sake of productivity, someone who's perpetually fucked up on drugs. Now, look, if someone honestly, I do not see a harm in someone working. I'm going to go to my office job and I'm going to fucking have a few drinks, or I'm going to smoke a few puffs of marijuana, or I'm going to fucking take a Xanax. I don't really see how that fucking hurts anybody. But if someone's fucked up, like, like they're at their desk, like, I think you could fucking drug test those people. It seems reasonable.
Oh, okay. Also, what do you think about like what's that?
What?
I have a technical difficulty.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna move on to the next person. So thank you for calling in. Let's see. Mendacious C, gonna call you now. Let's see if you've fixed your issues. And Generic T-Girl, I've tried to figure out your shit. Mendacious C, it says your fucking mic is muted, bro. I don't know if is that me doing that? Have I muted you? No, I don't want to mute him. Bye. He came in, he left. Hello? Hello. All right, now it says... Okay, yeah, there we go.
Sorry, this fucking technology, I tell you what.
What's on your mind?
First of all, relax, everybody. I'm here. You can chill the fuck out now.
Everybody is now put at ease by the soothing presence of Mendacious C.
Yeah, no, listen, the question I have, and I think you've probably had to answer it a few times, but just in your experience.
Mm-hmm.
So some people, they're born into fucked up, weird, cultish families. They come from dumb parts of the world. Fine. How is it that some people who are relatively intelligent, they go through life, and then in their 20s or even 30s start believing in some fucking weird shit? Because I used to work with this flat earther who was a totally fucking normal dude. Then one day at 31 just goes, you know what? It's all a lie and the earth's flat.
I feel like there's certain people out there, man, and you'd think they'd have the right circumstances in their life for them to be happy, for them to feel fulfilled. But something in their mind is just like, there's something missing out of my existence. There's something that there's a void that just nothing that I have now fills, and they go searching. And, sometimes they find this woo-woo shit like flat earth or, crystals or some stupid bullshit. And like, this is the answer. And they try to use that to fill this empty void inside of them. And it's just like, I don't know. We got to figure out something better for these people than to fall into the fucking hands of fucking idiots who lie to them. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say because it's different on an individual basis. But usually I find it's just like somebody they're searching for meaning and they can't find it in their life. And they look elsewhere and they find, a lot of times they find something fucking crazy. Now, some people, they find really good stuff. They like, I'm going to give to charity or I'm going to help at the soup kitchen or something like that. And it's like, okay, yeah. But other people, it's like, the earth is flat and anyone who says it's not is a lie. It's like, oh shit, you've gone the wrong way.
I guess I did think that might be something, that might be it, but I just can't. I don't know. I just can't. It's one of the few things I can't empathize with.
I mean, you don't have to. I don't think you have to empathize. Look, I would never say that you should make because look, personal empathy a lot of times is a chore. It's very difficult to necessarily feel empathetic, especially people who do things that are just so idiotic or so outside of what you would do that you can't bring yourself to empathize with them because it's like, what you're doing now is so fucking dumb, I could never empathize with it. But I think intellectually we have to recognize, like, look, if this person's acting this way, there's a reason. And that reason must have to do with some sort of thing inside them that was like, I don't feel fulfilled with what I have. I don't feel fulfilled with where I am. I don't feel fulfilled with the life I'm leading. And, I have to search elsewhere. And then they find and latch on to something that's fucking absolutely batshit insane. And, you and I probably have a lot of difficulty personally empathizing with it. But I think it is helpful for us, not just you and me personally, but as a society in general, to recognize that there must be something missing in this person's life. And we have to fucking figure out some way of addressing that before it gets to this point. Because, we don't want that in our society. We don't want people that are so compromised by irrational beliefs that they're willing to act in irrational ways. And to me, when someone's saying they're believing in flat earth, that's not just like, they're stupid. To me, that's like, this is a warning sign that they're fucked up. And the culture that spawned them is fucked up. Because that's not a rational position. They've lost their minds. They're insane, and if I'm around them, I'm tolerating insanity. So yeah, we got to do something. And I feel like most issues, we can deal with the fallout of it, but that's always just like Band-Aid, clean up the mess. We got to figure out what's underlying it. If we really want to fucking if you want to fucking kill the Hydra, you can't chop off the head. 2 heads grow. You got to fucking figure out what the heart of it is and plunge the fucking dagger in there, if you know what I mean.
What I've always found quite interesting is a lot of these, in my personal experience, a lot of these guys outside of that one belief lead like real ordinary lives.
Yeah.
I always thought if I suddenly thought the Earth was flat and that there was a cabal of, I think reptilians are a bit outdated now. I think they've moved on to something else, but whatever. Like, I feel like I'd sit in the basement and never come outside my house again. So I've always found it interesting, those people, how they can there's that duality there.
Look, a lot of times, too, one thing that can be underlying a lot of this stuff, and I'm not thinking necessarily about flat earthers in this instance, but like 9/11 truthers, for instance. Like 9/11 truth people. A lot of times I feel like they have a difficulty acclimating themselves to the random nature of reality and the fact that so many people died and, we were powerless to stop it. I think it's actually more comforting for them in a way to believe like, well, it was all part of some sinister plan, because then at least someone is in control. Someone has their hands on the steering wheel. They don't want to admit that there's like, hey, in a lot of ways, chaos reigns supreme. And 9/11, it's a perfect example. You know, some fucking crazy fucks can hijack a plane and crash it into a fucking building and kill thousands of people and change like the entire country. And we're that vulnerable and that no one could stop it. No one did stop it. That's terrifying. It's actually less scary for them to believe like, well, must be the sinister shadow organization that controls everything. It was all part of someone's fucking plan, right? Someone intended for this to happen, surely. Nope. You're at the mercy of fucking cold and inhuman forces of nature that you can't possibly fucking bargain with. And a lot of people, that fact is so fucking terrifying that they'll believe anything to avoid it. But it's the truth.
It reminds me a little bit of, I forget, because no one really cares about the religious debate anymore, but there's that type of Christian that thinks everything's predetermined. That always kind of, it strikes me in a very similar way. It's a way to not take responsibility for anything.
Yeah. No, I mean,
what are those? Calvinists, yeah.
No, you're totally right. Like, there's a lot. I mean, people come up with all kinds of crazy things. Like, you know, when I hear these irrational beliefs, I always look at them from the terms of why does this person believe this?
Yeah.
Because like, if you get too caught up in like what the belief is, and you know, I do try to understand the belief and you know see it from their perspective and stuff. But, you know, at the end of the day, I'm really more interested in, like, what's the underlying cause by this? What's, like, the self-interest that this person has in believing this? Because, like, people believe irrational bullshit because they have some vested interest in believing irrational bullshit. No one just, like, if you don't have some kind of weird, fucked up need inside of you to believe that the earth is flat, if that's not scratching some itch deep down within, you're never going to fall for it because it's fucking stupid. And everybody can see that it's stupid. And the only thing that gets around that instant reaction of what is if there's some fucking angle whereby you can be special. And for the flat earth, I've seen it. I watched a flat earth documentary on Netflix and I instantly knew what the fuck it was. Because all these guys are like, man, I know the truth, and these other idiots, they just don't get it. So it's like, oh, you don't feel special enough. Okay, you know the truth, and no one else gets it. Okay, you're so much smarter than everyone else. You're so much smarter than fucking science. You're so misunderstood. And it's because, like, you know, they want to be Copernicus or something. I was on the cutting edge of really understanding the true nature of reality. And then so they'll just lie to themselves. They'll lie to everyone else. Oh, the earth's flat. And, oh, I mean, look at all the evidence. If you see the earth from space, the only reason it looks round is because it's distorted by that lens, man. The lens fucking distorts it. You know? Yeah, it's just fucking silly, bro. All silly bullshit.
Well, no, I think you've hit the nail on the head. Cheers.
Thanks, man.
All right, I'll let you get on to another caller, but cheers for letting us call in.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate talking to you. I actually don't know if I have another caller. Let's see. Anyone else want to talk? I see there was a few of you that tried to send me stuff. I know Generic T-Girl tried to send me something, but it did not work. She sent me the Generic T-Girl number 42. Oh, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I mean, it's in the chat, but whatever. Yeah, if any of you guys want to talk on Discord, a lot of you guys don't seem to have a very solid grasp on what you need to fucking send me to do that, but hey, rock on. I can't type my shit in chat. Oh, well, if you're someone who wants to talk, but you don't necessarily want to put your username out there into the world, I guess you could send it to me on Twitter. I'll go log in there. You can DM it to me on the Twitters. And, yeah. So I think we have another person who wants to talk here. Liberty through socialism. Let's talk to them. So generic T-Girl giving me the stuff, but doesn't want to do it on this stream. Wants to get on the next stream. Why not this stream? Just think of a fucking question. Come on. Don't be a pussy. I might even do this shit next stream. Who fucking knows? This might be your only chance. Liberty through socialism. I'm connected to you. I don't know if you're able to hear me.
Hello.
Hey.
My goodness, this is quite something.
Cool. Yeah. Well, I'll give you a minute if you need to like compose your shit or whatever.
Well, I started using Discord about 10 minutes ago, specifically for this. So,
Oh, okay, gotcha. So you're like,
my lack of
I don't know
understanding."
what I'm doing. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I've been a fan of you since about 2014, which in this audience isn't saying much, but I
Yeah.
consider that pretty substantial.
No, I mean, that's cool. I appreciate it. I mean, I always appreciate anyone who's listened to me long term. Because, like, you definitely have to, like, tolerate some, like, crazy up and down, all over the place kind of shit. And I have a fucking nasty habit of, like, pissing people off because, I don't know, I'm pretty opinionated, I guess. And a lot of times people don't like, people who are like, wow, I really like that he strongly agrees with me. And then it's like, he disagrees with me on this. Let's see how he does that. Maybe he's really nuanced. Like, nope, he's still very aggressive. So they don't like it. It's like, motherfucker, you liked my aggression a minute ago when it was on your side. Now it's like, oh, no, I don't like it no more. Okay, but you're not like that because you've been here since 2014, so you know. So anyway, fucking.
Oh yeah, believe me, the number of times I've heard you and thought, rah, 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 TJ.
I'm
rah,
sure.
rah, rah, rah. No, I'm still watching. I must be some kind of masochist.
Yeah,
I'll
masochism.
say this. Masochist is the one you should know. Masochist is the one where you like being, you like having pain inflicted on you.
Yes.
I can never remember.
That's right. Masochist is likes the pain. Sadist is like. Just read the works of the Marquis de Sade. You'll know. Yeah.
I'd rather not, thank you. I mean,
Hey, do what you want.
Pregnant women having their babies torn out and all that, but.
I mean, hey, it's pretty interesting shit. I mean, hey, there's different levels of de Sade too. It's like, not everything is like de Sade to the max. Like certain things is like, pretty more like. I mean, nothing's really vanilla because it's the Marquis de Sade, but there's stuff where it's just like, I fucked a prostitute in the ass, and it's like, okay. Then there's other stuff where it's like, I like turds on my cock. It's like,
I don't think the people of the time should have really institutionalized him. I think we should have just seen exactly where that was going to go. Because you're right, he did all those different levels, and I think eventually you would have put out, a kid's book, to
been like,
that angle, and
Little Mary goes to the shop or whatever. Who cares?
Exactly.
Anyway,
Yes.
So what's on your mind?
I won't waste time. I was just wondering, because my name is Liberty Through Socialism.
Yeah. Makes sense to me.
Well, I've always believed that.
No,
gap in the market.
I appreciate that name. Sorry, I missed what you said because I was yammering like a fucking self-absorbed asshole. Go ahead.
I know it's why it's so popular, and well, because I've always thought there's sort of a gap in the market when it comes to that. Sort of how do I phrase this? Because there's a lot of sort of left-wing thought that sort of lend itself well to sort of liberty and libertarianism, if you will. I mean, not to say that left-wing libertarian is not some new thing, and I think it will be very good in places like the United States and other places in the world for the left wing to really sort of capitalize on that, to really focus in on these sort of freedoms that the right wing is moving away from.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that you're onto something there because there's so many issues where, I look at the right wing, and it makes all these claims of like freedom of speech and freedom. And it's like there's so many issues where they totally fucking fail on the freedom issue. Like women's reproductive rights, just like across the board, shitty, fail, like super authoritarian. Gay marriage, shitty, fail, super authoritarian. Transgender people, fail, shitty, super authoritarian. And it's like, what? This is the freedom one? And then the Democrats, they almost never even say freedom. The fucking, like, whether you're talking about, like, even, like, centrist Democrats, left-wing Democrats, or people who are to the left of any Democrat, they don't fucking highlight, like, hey, we want to give people all these freedoms. We want to give people the freedom to be able, like, women should have the freedom to choose, like, have control of their own bodies, and trans people should have the right to transition and be who they truly are, and, you know, gay people have the right to be with whoever they fucking want to be with, and, you know, so on and so forth. And it's just like, it's never highlighted. It's always like, you know, I don't know. It's never presented in those terms. It's almost like freedom has become a dirty word for people on the left, like liberties, like, oh, I don't want to say that. That sounds too right-wing, you know? But, like, really what we're talking about here is, like, look, people want to act like freedom is this all or nothing fucking prospect. Oh, you got freedom or you don't. It's not true. There's different packages of different freedoms, and you need to decide which package fucking represents. Because, like, look, absolute freedom would be like, I can rape people. I can murder anyone I want. You know, that, but to most people, is that really a desirable sort of freedom? Because that creates a society where at any moment, it's like, I could be raped or murdered. I'm scared fucking out of my mind every fucking second of every day. So no one wants that. We like that there's not a freedom to do that. And anyone who does do that is like super violating the social compact, and they need to fucking be like dealt with. Right? So, no one believes in absolute freedom. Almost no one does anyway. So it's really just like, what freedoms do you want? Freedoms you don't want. And it seems to me like the left offers a better package of freedoms than the right does. Way more fucking personal liberty at the end of the fucking day. So I don't know. I would say I agree with you.
Yeah, and I mean, I know this may come as a shock to many people, but I am in fact British, and
I don't
over
believe
here
it.
it's exactly the same situation, because you know, sort of the left wing in this country is just constantly just. I mean, as much as I love them, recently, yeah, there's been some kind of there was a very left wing. Well, what passes for very left wing in Britain? A very left wing leader of the Labour Party.
I get how you have to like couch the terms and like. Mainstream left, actual left, you know. This is always
it's becoming just as bad here as it is in the States. Yeah, and all the significant left wing politics is just in shambles because well, obviously there's more than one way to skin the cat, but I feel like you could do so much better if you actually take away many of this sort of you use some of these things that has such a mass appeal.
I always thought that the right wing, I'll tell you what, and I mean, it's true for me across the board. The left wing is shitty at marketing. We're just bad at it. We come up with stupid terms for shit. Like nothing is self-explanatory. It always almost like we've crafted it to be bad. Like defund the police. It's like, oh, so what, you're just going to let murderers go free now? Boom. And that's like as far as most people are going to even get into the fucking debate because you called your movement defund the police instead of something that was more like, it's just like, it's not the ideas that are bad. It's the fucking marketing of them. And it's like, we never highlight the freedoms that are offered. We never fucking take on like right wing. We basically have ceded to them. We stand for freedom of speech. We're for freedom. We're liberty. They're fucking oppression. And it's like we never fucking challenge that core notion. We're just like, we'd rather be like arguing with each other like, man, you believe what fucking Vosh said? Oh my God, Demon Mama's up on there saying this shit. You believe that? Let's have another stupid, pointless discourse instead of actually going after our enemies because this is what's important, apparently. So it sucks. And it's a bunch of fucking gutter sniping people that fucking have nothing better to do than shit on each other and ignore the fucking right-wing fucking fascist travesty theocrat nightmare that's going on.
Yeah. I love the way that you said the thing about the failures of these terms like defund the police. I was just going to say I love the way that they say something like defund the police, But then whenever you say, well, don't you think that's a silly idea? They say, well, you didn't really mean to fund the police. Well, why didn't you just say that then?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Why
Like,
do you say we actually mean
why
it?
do we choose slogans that we have to then explain that we don't really mean what the slogan sounds like it means? It's like, what? What are we doing then? Like, ugh, it's so bad.
Yeah, and it's the same everywhere. Anyway.
Yeah, right wingers, I don't know. They're just better at marketing. We need to fucking take a fucking page or two out of that book.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, thanks for calling in. I'm gonna talk to some other people. Bye. Okay, let's see about Squid Blue. I think we got him on here. Let's see how he's let's see if he's fucking a piece of shit or whatever. Squid Blue.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, glad you can hear me, man.
Yeah, I hear you just fine.
All right, awesome. I'm a longtime fan. Glad to be talking to you.
Cool, man. Not that I don't love small talk, but
You know, I actually think I have a good question for you.
sure, man. I love good questions.
Okay, cool. So, this is something like I've had a lot of discussions with my friends about. I don't know, really, we all have kind of different takes on it. I'm wondering, I'm a little stuck between, I guess.
So you want to
your
you want to decide who's actually right by getting my correct opinion. Okay, cool.
Well, sure, and I
Love
mean,
it.
it's a little bit between your viewpoint and I think Paul's viewpoint.
Oh, okay. It's a middle ground, right? Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of a middle ground.
Mhm.
So, well, it's kind of just a question between two things. It's like
Mhm.
when you observe sort of the realities about the way that things are, like all the things that you've talked about with
Mhm.
you know the other people you've chatted with tonight and just on the stream in
Right.
general and on all your shit. It's like, do you look at humankind and do you say, is there a possibility even to expect us to do better, or if things are the way they are and have been for so long, like should we? I mean, can we even like work within the system at all, or should
Well-
we just expect things to kind of spiral down? You know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me do this. So, think about anybody throughout your entire life that's ever described to you utopia. Okay? And everybody's probably, like, a lot of people probably laid out some vision for you for like, man, in the perfect world, blah, 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 blah. Have you ever heard a description of utopia wherein human beings behave as you know human beings do?
Well, I mean, you know, I get it's like that actually it reminds me of the book that my girlfriend's reading. It's an Aldous Huxley book.
Mhm.
It's the one he wrote after Brave New World. I can't remember exactly what The Island. It's like a utopia island, and it's sort of a utopia built upon scientific empiricism.
Right.
And you know, we have a lot of discussions about it because I always thought it was a little bit fantastical, but you know, she feels like it's sort of realistic. So it's a little hard to tell, honestly. It's one
Well,
of the better depictions of utopia.
Maybe I need to read that book, but here's where I'm sitting. I've never heard anyone describe a utopia to me where I was like, that sounds like how people are. Now, I get it. In a utopian society, people would obviously have to act different because we all act the way we do now and we're not living in utopia. But like the difference between how a person is expected to act in a utopian society and how people actually act in this society is like such a fucking vast chasm to me. It's like, well, in this kind of society, people are going to like kind of self-organize in this way and they're going to do this thing. And we're going to all work for each other and stuff. And it's like, never seen us do that. So maybe I'm just ignorant, but I mean, like, I haven't even read about us doing that. I haven't seen no sniff of us doing it. So, well, wait, look, the point I'm getting at is this, okay? I'm a transhumanist. I believe that if you want the world to get better, humans have to get better. And if humans are going to get better, we're going to need some help. We're going to need to fucking improve on this design because this sucks. We're a bunch of fucking primates and we want to bash each other's fucking heads in half the time. And it's not working.
Well, right, but it's like given the fact that things have been the way they are and the fact that, you know, so many people have been saying things similar to what you and Paul and Scotty have been saying for so long, like in different ways and varying levels of extremism. Like, can you even expect that when the more intelligent or more sound or more empirical voices are are being spoken? It's like, it makes me think of your idea of the fact-checking administration, where there's the idea that we could have sort of an empirical and non so just a very clear view on what the facts are. It's like that gives into the idea that there could be almost a utopian ideal of people listening to the more intelligent sects of society, or the more sound sects of society. So it's like, I'm just saying, where's the expectation? Like, it's just kind of hard to see a path towards that.
The expectation that exists depends on the time scale we're talking about. Because, I mean, the expectation for 20 years, 40 years, 100 years, very different expectations. But also, there's something to be said between what is the expectation and then what is the greatest thing that we could reasonably aspire to. Because there's things that I expect to happen, and then there's things that could happen, but I don't have as much confidence that they actually will. And I know that humanity can surprise. I know that there are times when it seems like the river of history is flowing one way, and then it's suddenly, oh shit, it went that way instead. Amazing. But I also know that those are rare events, and that most of the time it kind of flows the way it flows. So I have an expectation for humanity, and then I have an aspiration for humanity, and then those are very different things on very different time scales. And the further out it gets, the more the expectation or the aspiration becomes kind of like, I don't know, because it's so far away. I don't even, it's like, I'm supposed to 100 years? I don't know. I don't even know what that's like. I'm 35 years old. I don't even know what 100 years is. So
right, I mean, it's hard. It's like the human brain's it's not a machine. That's what I say a lot of times. It's like, kind of the expectation would be, if we can have sort of a more objective view on how we could better things, maybe we could all get together as a society and find more objective answers and everything. But
I look at I was watching last night. I was watching with my girlfriend some Angry Video Game Nerd or whatever, right? I don't know if you ever watch him or not, but
I know about him.
He was reviewing the Commodore 64, which is a home computer and gaming system that existed in the 80s. I think it was actually introduced in 1982. But there were certain games that came out for it in 1985, and I was looking at this primitive little piece of shit game with like a character that was made of like 3 pixels doing something, right? 3 giant squares. And I was like, oh, man. And Chelsea said, like, hey, that came out the same year you were born. I was like, fuck. And it made me think, like, it's like, that's what existed when I was born. And then now I look at a video game, it's like almost photorealistic. And it's like, it went from that to that just in like the duration of my lifetime, which to me seems like a little speck of history, So I figure, like, well, I mean, obviously things do progress at an exponential rate. And I could look at numerous technologies and see that. But when I look at like social development, I'm not as impressed by the pace. I look at technological development in my lifetime, I'm like, whoa, crazy. I look at social development in my lifetime, I was like, wow, I guess we're treating gays like humans now. Cool. They always were, so kind of sucks that we didn't do that before, but I guess it's good that we are now. And I'm just like, I'm not impressed. And, we still have Christianity. Like we have atom bombs and, the internet, and there's still people who believe that there's like a bearded guy on a throne in the clouds that's like judging them. What?
Right. Just looking at the shadows on the cave wall.
I'm just like, what is wrong with, like, this has to improve. Like, we need to hold ourselves to a higher standard. We're fucking shit at this point. And look, I understand that when I say that, people like people who want to be critical will be like, you're fat, you're this, you're that. I understand. We all have problems. I'm not saying I'm an exception. But I'm saying, like, look at the fucking state of our species, man. Like, we're not ready for the next level. We got to fucking work on ourselves at this point. And, like, society's got to change, but more than that, we got to fucking change. And if that's philosophical, awesome. But I kind of suspect we need some like deeper work than that. I think we need to fucking start messing around with the genetic code a little bit. Scary, but hey, we got to do it because like this ain't working. Technological, enhancing intelligence. I don't know. There's lots of stuff. Like humanity sucks. It's got to be improved. I'm sorry. I know it's scary to a lot of people. I know that it seems like eugenic-y or something, but like I just don't see how this fucking species gets any better than this. Like we're heading towards collapse because of what we are. It's inherent to our nature. We don't cooperate well. We're not a successful social species in many respects. We're very cutthroat. We dehumanize and treat each other miserably. No one cares about each other. We're sociopathic, narcissistic fucking primates that are just like generally pieces of shit. And it has to get better because if it doesn't, we're just going to all die. So.
Abandon hope, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, pretty much. But hey,
I mean, that's about the most.
Go down fighting. Give it a shot. Give humanity a fucking real shot. Because look, the real fucking sad thing to me is like we're worth saving, in my opinion.
I mean, I think so too.
I mean, I think we're worth it. I think there's so many things that are unique and special about the human race compared to anything else that exists that we know of in the fucking cosmos. And I feel like there's something about us that's worth saving. It's worth, to me, everything from air conditioning to ice cream to Shakespeare. There's merit to that. And obviously I'm biased because I'm a human being, but like, right, we're talking about the survival of our species. It's a self-interest kind of thing. And I feel like in our current condition, with our current nature, the way we treat each other, the greed that we exhibit, the fucking short-sightedness that it is just like almost the signature fucking feature of our nature. Like it's all fucked. And it's got to go. So that's just where I'm at on that though.
Yeah, man. I mean, I always push for education first, I mean, I feel like education, funding, it's like that's the biggest thing that would maybe help that in America, but I don't feel like we're really anywhere close to that. At least I live in the South. I mean, I know you do too, but it's just, that makes you think about those kinds of things a lot about, where we can really set our expectations and all that. But I appreciate your insights. I mean, it seems like we view it a lot of the same way.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate you coming on. I'm going to talk to some more people, but I really do appreciate you. All right, so let's talk to Nixon Dog Checkers. Nixon's Dog Checkers, sorry.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing? Hold on one second. Utah D. Kennedy, you tried to add your shit in the chat. I'm not able to, that doesn't work. Or wait. Oh, you're trying to fucking tell me that's the state you live in. That's not, you're not Utah D. Kennedy. Hold on, let me just, okay, it worked that time. Sorry. There was no space. Okay, so I'm talking to Nixon's Dog Checkers. What's on your mind, buddy?
Hey TJ.
How you doing, man?
It's so surreal talking to you. It's kind of like we're both the same age, and I feel like politically I've rode the same roller coaster as you, as far as like going through the alt-right stage and then kind of figuring things out.
Yeah.
Kind of landed on the left for the most part.
Yeah, I don't really feel like I was ever. I feel like I was maybe like in the shoe on head territory. I don't really feel like I was ever like right, but like there was definitely a time when I was like, I don't know, there were certain opinions that kind of were influenced by that red wave shit. I mean, like, it wasn't like I didn't get swept away in the red wave, but I definitely like stumbled a little against it. Like, whoa, maybe I'm going this way a little bit. And then I was like, wait a minute, Trump sucks. So that kind of pushed me out. Like, oh no, this is not. Where am I? I don't want to be here.
Like an information overload. Everybody had political opinions. And I don't think like before YouTube, we didn't really have, we just had the opinions of what we saw on like cable news.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't really live in that time too much. So I don't really know, but
yeah. I wanted to, I know you've been talking about your, censorship take or freedom of speech take. I was actually I was impressed with your take because I think you started out with like a really good like operational definition of the behaviors that you wanted to like decrease or get rid of. And I think that's actually like a really good starting point. And it's I think it's like
the amazing thing is that all the opponents of what I've said have really zeroed in on specifically addressing those points, the standards I laid out. It's not, they haven't like at all strawmanned it into just like, he wants a censorship organization of scientists who just decide what the truth is. Like, okay, well, not what I said at all, but okay, cool.
No, I think it was actually pretty narrow in scope,
right?
And I think that's like one of the things that like lefty politics kind of lacks, is just like they come out with these huge broad terms and like, oh, we want socialism, we want like
well, I mean, it's almost like I feel like there's part of the reason is like go big or go home, is because even if you come with the fucking super nuanced, careful, like, hey, look, if we're going to do this, here's how we can do it in a very responsible fashion. It's going to be very nuanced and transparent. The right wing still goes like, so it's like the same reaction as if you'd just gone out there and been like, I'm going to take your freedom away. No! So it's like, it's almost like we're disincentivized from nuance by how our nuance is never recognized.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have to drown ourselves in nuance either. I don't even think your take was particularly nuanced. I just thought it was like very like plainly.
I feel like it was nuanced. Well, I feel like it was nuanced in the sense that I could have just said, like, if my position was literally just what my opponents are trying to say it is, where I was like, a big tribunal of random scientists should just decide what truth is, and anybody who's wrong against them is bad. Like, if I just come out and said that would be, to me, I'd view that as a rather unnuanced position. But like the fact that I laid out criteria and, checks and balances and things of that nature, to me means that I was laying out a pretty nuanced position in comparison to the simplistic, absurd position that has been strawmanned by the people who oppose it, like the Styx, Hexenhammer, dipshit crowd.
Yeah, well, you also, like, it was descriptive enough where it could be, like, I guess, falsifiable. So you put yourself in a position where someone could disprove your position wrong, but, like, which is a sign that, like, it was strong, right? You had a good,
right.
Like, if you just had, like, a bunch of ideas that were, like, no way to measure what you were talking about, then it would just be, like,
right. Well, then it would just be like a tribunal of like, we will decide truth because we're really smart. That's not what was said at all. What was said is like, like if there's like a mountain of fucking evidence point, like we all know what the difference between a fucking fact and an opinion is ultimately. Like this is not really all that difficult of a terrain for people. Like, hey, I go outside, this grass contains chlorophyll. That's not a fucking opinion. That's a fact. It's demonstrable. And anybody who fucking says that's not chlorophyll, that's fucking green jello, is wrong and lying. So it's like, we know this stuff. Now, in that instance, it'd be such a harmless lie. Why even, like, it shouldn't even be bothered with. But like, if someone's lying in a way that can be proven to be socially deleterious, as in, people who believe this falsehood then go on to engage in this behavior operating on that, incorrect premise, and it causes this socially deleterious effect, then absolutely, someone should intervene.
Yeah. And I guess that's like what I personally think about like government what it should be like doing. It should be like having interventions as like policy procedures to improve like the lives of the populace. And I think like with yours, it doesn't like the risks associated with that proposal, it doesn't like outweigh the benefit, the potential benefit. Which I
especially if it was done in the manner prescribed, obviously a similar, an idea like this that was, not, if there was no measures taken against abuse of the idea, then it would obviously be a terrible idea, but there's plenty. So I don't see the problem.
I just think like we should have the least intrusive intervention, but still effective. I think that's generally a good guideline.
Right. I feel like it's always good to act with the softest hand you possibly can in any situation. I mean, you know, obviously without sacrificing efficacy. And I think it should be look, the same way I think that any situation should be dealt with. You start with the softest possible approach and you escalate as you need to. And, you know, that's the way you have a fucking civil society where, you know, things are, you know, humanitarian and equitable and stuff is like, look, if there's something that needs, like, if something doesn't need to happen, then don't bother people. Don't fucking make pointless rules that are of no benefit to anyone. But if something does need to happen socially and you need to incentivize a certain behavior, you start the soft approach. You incentivize the behavior. Hey, you need to get this vaccine because it's going to be good and it's going to help the entire populace and it's going to prevent this disease from mutating. And it's going to, you know, make it to where you get less sick even if you do contract the virus. So this is a very rational thing, and it's going to help stem the spread of this, and it's going to be really positive for our society. And the higher amount of people we have vaccinated, the better it is. You start by saying that, and then it's
a lot of the anti-vax behavior is like attention maintained.
Sure.
I don't, you know, I mean, people getting their clicks, and then they
right. But what I'm saying is you come to them. What I'm saying is you just come to them first is like, hey, okay, real soft, real nice. Okay, here's the reasons why. They don't listen to that. You got to escalate, and you escalate, and you escalate, and you escalate. But eventually, you know, I mean, look, you get to a point where it's like you got to decide how far you're willing to go with it. And to me, like, I'm not really willing to jail people over it, but when it comes to like, I'm gonna make you a fucking social pariah, and you're gonna be on the fringes of society, and no one's gonna fucking associate with you. Okay. Well, that's your choice then. I'm probably not gonna. I'd probably stop short of putting him in jail, but that'd be about it. You know, as far as like everything else, like, hey, if you're not willing to fucking cooperate with reason, and you're not willing, like I'll fucking try I'll try every other fucking tactic with you before I get to that point. But like, eventually, I'm gonna get to the point where it's like, okay, here's my last measure.
The consequences of not.
I'm not willing to kill you over it. I'm not willing to jail you over it. But like, hey, if it's like you can't fly and you can't go to like a lot of businesses and you got to get your food delivered this way and you got to do this and that and the other thing because you won't do this, well, fuck you then. I mean, that's your choice, I guess. You'd rather live like a fucking animal on the fringes of town than fucking take a simple shot. Then, all right, well, you've made your choice then. You're free to rejoin society when you stop being a fucking imbecile.
Yeah, right on. I hope you follow the same formula with future political takes, like starting off with a good solid definition, who should do what and why. I think that was a really good formula. Like, looking forward to your next political take.
All right, thank you, man. I appreciate you.
All right, take it easy, man.
You too. Have a good one. I'm gonna talk to Louis Vuitton. How you doing, Louis? He's not on yet. Sorry. How is he still going? I'm always going. I'm the fucking Energizer Bunny, bitch. You know it. I know it. D. Kennedy, I sent you. Hey, man, Louis Vuitton, wait 1 second, all right? Hold on. Put a fucking dildo in it for 1 second. D. Kennedy, I tried to add you. It said I sent you a friend request. I haven't seen you respond to it, so whatever. Fuck you. Get on it. Louis Vuitton, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well. I've just been watching Flash Fried and saw you were live, so I thought I'd drop in.
Oh, dope. How you doing, man?
Yeah, did you see my little rendition of Fat Manson in the chat earlier?
I don't think so.
Oh, I can give you a performance now, so... Sweet treat